Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see fourth part what if Harry Potter uncovered Hogwarts' darkest secrets in his 6th year. Here is short summary. As strange events plague Hogwarts, Harry uncovers a web of dark secrets, hidden threats, and a sinister plot that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The rest of the day passed by slowly. Harry spent the rest of his morning with the dragons, then went down to see Hagrid and Charlie after lunch. The Opsitops were flourishing, and Hagrid had found the perfect solution to keep them quiet. "Board it off, Professor Dumbledore," he said, opening the lid of a huge black cauldron. All the Opsitops were inside, sitting around in a circle, blinking up with their wide green eyes. Harry could see what looked like a large marble floating in the middle of the Opsitop ring. "What is it?" asked Harry, curiously. "So charmed to make random sounds," said Hagrid. "Every 3 seconds, it makes a sound, and they all copy it. That's why I've put 'em in the cauldron. Keeps 'em lovely and quiet." The marble glowed a bright yellow, and quacked loudly. The Opsitops all shivered with excitement, and repeated the quack perfectly, all together, making a noise like a gong being struck. Hagrid smiled, putting the lid back on the cauldron. "I'm gonna avenue my own little orchestra soon," he said, proudly. "One of 'em keeps whistlin' the Chudley Cannon's theme tune. I'm thinkin' of sendin' him to their headquarters to sing for 'em." And so the day flittered past, and all too soon for Harry's liking. It was 8 o'clock, and he found himself descending the marble staircase wearily, heading towards the dungeons for his occlumency lesson. Really, he wasn't sure why he kept having these classes. He was becoming pretty good in the subject, and even Snape admitted it. He hadn't had any more dreams about Voldemort or Death Eaters either. Of course, this was worrying him a little. Voldemort had been very quiet for quite some time now, and once again, he had the sensation he was being lulled into a false sense of safety. He raised his fist, and knocked 3 times on the door of Snape's office, waiting to be let in. There was no answer. Glancing up and down the corridor, he knocked again, but once more, there was no reply. Harry frowned. Snape normally wrenched him inside before he'd even finished knocking. Tentatively, he curled his fingers around the handle of the door and eased it open, just a few inches. He peered around the door. Snape was nowhere to be seen. Thinking that maybe Snape was in his classroom, he shut the door quickly, and crept down the corridor. He pushed the door of the potions classroom open carefully, and looked around, spotting a figure sitting on one of the high stools at the back, legs swinging pleasant back and forth through the air. Dumbledore smiled at him. "Good evening, Harry." Harry blinked. "Oh, hello, sir. Where's Professor Snape has been called away on urgent business, and will most likely be back very soon," said Dumbledore, pleasantly. He produced a brown paper bag from the pocket of his long purple robes, and offered it to Harry. "Fizzing Whizbee." "No thanks," said Harry. Dumbledore popped one of the sherbet sweets in his mouth with a happy smile. "Madame Pomfrey says I shall rot away my teeth with all these highly tasty but unfortunately sugary sweets. Alas, the price of sweetness." Harry sat down on one of the stools nearby, dropping his bag on the floor. "Headmaster, where has Professor Snape gone? Is it something for the order?" Dumbledore chuckled pleasant around his sweet, which was now beginning to foam in his mouth, and he was attempting to stop it running down his chin. "I'm afraid I cannot tell you, Harry, though rest assured if all goes well, Professor Snape will enter this classroom any moment now, bright as a daisy, with good news for all." Dumbledore's timing couldn't have been any more spectacular, though his statement couldn't have been any more wrong. There was a tremendous bang behind Harry that very moment that made him jump, and Snape swept straight past him brimming over with fury. Harry could just sense the bad mood radiating from the potions master. "Women," he spat, viciously, not spotting Harry or Dumbledore in his rage, proceeding to the front of the class and pulling open drawers in his desk. "Damn Albus. Damn it all. Damn old man." "Good evening, Severus," said Dumbledore, pleasantly, from the back of the room. Snape looked up in alarm, and his expression of fury melted instantly into a polite smile. "Ah, good evening, Headmaster." His eyes flicked to Harry, but before he could order him out of the room, Dumbledore cut in. "Well, Severus, I came to wait for you to see if your task was a success or not. Judging by the way you walked in cursing my name, it was not." Snape glanced at Harry again. "Potter, out. Wait in my office." "Can't I?" "No," Snape hissed. "This is a private matter which I have absolutely no intentions of discussing anywhere near you. I'll call you back in when I deem it appropriate." He said the last bit perfectly calmly, in the matter-of-fact tone that Harry normally associated with Hermione, though Snape's Actios N weren't in the least bit like Hermione. He found what he was looking for in his desk drawer, and Harry caught a split-second's view of the silver picture frame and the beautiful woman inside, before Snape hurled it against the far wall. It shattered into 1,000 pieces instantly, showering the floor with glass. Harry decided that perhaps it was best to leave after all and grabbed his bag, shooting out of the door before Snape could start hurling ornaments at him. He slammed the door behind him and proceeded to Snape's office quickly, slipping in and sitting down to wait. To his great surprise and delight, however, he realized that the door from office to classroom was ever so slightly ajar. He bit his lip, wondering whether to listen in or not. After a few seconds of frantic thought, he slid his chair a few inches closer to the door, and leant in, listening very hard. "Severus, calm yourself," Dumbledore was saying seriously. "Destroying treasured possessions will not help the situation in the slightest." Harry jumped as there was a loud shattering noise, another photograph having hit the wall just beside the door. It fell with a clatter to the floor in jagged pieces, and Harry looked down into the face of the black-haired woman smiling up at him, her photograph torn slightly, showered in broken glass. Harry had never seen Snape resort to physical violence before, and he didn't like it. He couldn't think of anything that would get the potions master angry enough to actually start hurling things around, though from the way Snape was behaving, Harry could tell this fury had been bottled up for a long time and needed to escape. "Women." Snape spat venomously again, and there was a swish as he apparently grabbed something else to throw. Harry was very surprised that Dumbledore wasn't running screaming from the room, but in fact, the headmaster was perfectly calm against Snape's rage. "Severus," he said, firmly. "That will do. There is no need for such rash decisions. Sit down. Tell me what happened." There was a moment's silence, as Snape probably just glared at the headmaster, but then there was an exasperated sigh, the scrape of a chair and a creak as Snape sunk down into it. Harry chanced to glance through the door, just in time to see Dumbledore lower himself onto another stool and give the potions master a prompting sort of look. "I met her in Hogsmeade, as we agreed," Snape muttered through his hair. "Things were perfect, just as always, and so I brought up the subject of her blasted husband. Rookwood. Obviously, I told her what we've found out, that she was in danger, that if she had any sense she would take shelter at Hogwarts. I tried my best to stress how much safer she would be in my—" He paused, changed his mind and said, "She would be in the Order's care." "But," said Dumbledore, "but she won't." Snape brushed his hair wearily from his face, now perfectly calm, even though he reached out, picked up a fistful of worksheets and shredded them into several torn strips before continuing. "The stupid, foolish woman won't leave him, despite all the risks to her life, how he beats her, the threat from the Dark Lord, the perfectly safe sanctuary she has at Hogwarts just waiting for her to run to." There was a heavy thump as he banged a fist on his desk, and Harry sat back again, just in case, relying on hearing only. "Gods, Dumbledore, that woman will be the end of me. What possible excuse could she have? Is it me? I've offered her everything, and yet she prefers to wallow in some grime-stained filthy hole with Rookwood." He spat, and Harry was alarmed at the bitterness in Snape's voice. Was that jealousy he picked up layered under the potion master's spiteful tones? "What were her exact words?" asked Dumbledore, quietly. Snape worked hard for a moment to control his breathing, and then said in a deceptively calm voice, "She said things were getting better with him, and she found the idea of her life being at risk ridiculous. Apparently, Rookwood is away at the minute. She wouldn't tell me what he may be doing." Harry then distinctly heard Snape sigh, quietly, and his next words and the sadness in their tone made Harry's eyes widen in surprise. She says she still loves him, Albus. There was a moment's pause, and then Dumbledore murmured consolingly, Severus, you must understand that marriage is a strong magical bond. Snape finished quietly. He stood up, and his footsteps came towards the door. Harry leaned back quickly, but Snape didn't notice him there, as the professor bent down and scooped the smashed remains of the photograph from the floor. Harry glanced up, and saw that Snape was gazing at them with such a painful, broken expression that Harry found himself feeling sorry for the potion's master. I understand that this is hardly the thing you want to hear most of all, said Dumbledore, but that bond may well be too strong to break, Severus. She agreed to spend the rest of her life with Rookwood, and if the bond is still active, and you intrude, you will pay even more greatly for your actions. I know, said Snape heavily, his eyes still lost in his smashed photograph. I don't care, Albus. I don't care if it kills me. Dumbledore appeared behind Snape in the doorway, laying a hand on his shoulder in a fatherly way. He said, wisely, love is the most wonderful, and yet most terrible occurrence in this marvelously complex world we live in, Severus. It can make a man everything that he is, or rob him of his very soul. There is still that possibility, said Snape, silkily and quietly, as though to himself. If Rookwood was too. Severus, said Dumbledore, his stern tone was nearly as surprising as Snape's. Do not descend to the level of the man you're fighting. Someday the time may come, and if it does, I beg you to think with the logical mind you have displayed to me for 15 years, and not the head of a jealous adolescent. Snape frowned slightly. I'll try to remember that, headmaster. For a moment, Harry was too amazed in the look of longing on Snape's face as he fitted the pieces of the photograph back together to notice something. He tore his eyes away at last, and realized that Dumbledore was watching him closely, with a very serious expression. Harry looked back, apologetically, trying to read the expression on the headmaster's face. It wasn't angry in the slightest, more a gentle warning to not make himself seen. Perhaps a meeting with Mrs. Rookwood in person would be in order, Dumbledore mused. I shall talk to her, Severus. Don't worry, I won't mention anything that might affect you, he added, seeing the swift glare Snape passed him. In the meantime, I believe Harry Potter has a lesson with you now, and it would be dreadful to keep him languishing in your office all night. Taking the hint, Harry put on his best casual face, just as the door opened and Snape leant out. Potter, in here, at the front desk. Harry headed up to the front of the room, his head too fogged with new information to consider arguing or grumbling. He heard Snape mutter, and do not refer to her as Mrs. Rookwood, to Dumbledore, before turning and sweeping up the room, back to normal again. Though really, was he back to normal? Was he back to not normal? Harry tidied the remains of a photograph into a neat pile, placed them on Snape's desk and realized that Snape actually had a life outside of the dungeons. Maybe the professor dreaded teaching as much as students dreaded being taught by him. He had a momentary vision of a Snape during the holidays, at a cafe with this woman, talking, sharing secrets, laughing and joking. Potter, get out of my memories. Sorry, Professor, Harry mumbled apologetically. He glanced up, and saw Snape staring at him closely, frowning slightly, clearly dipping into his mind. Harry clapped his hands over his eyes quickly, a little like Dobby, and said, I didn't hear anything. Snape pulled one of his hands away, fixing his gaze forcefully and scanning his eyes. Harry found he couldn't look away from the Legillaman's glare Snape swept over him. Harry was too full of information and wonder to block his mind properly, and Snape read him like a book. The potion's master's face contorted in anger. Potter. Sorry, Harry squeaked, I couldn't help it, honestly. Snape ran a hand agitatedly through his hair, and said, vaguely, you repeat none of this to your little friends. Are we clear? Yes, sir, Harry mumbled, dipping his head. He placed the last shard of broken photograph on Snape's desk, next to the others, and whispered, maybe she just has bad taste, sir. He chanced to look upwards, and Snape looked back down at him, considering the expression on his face. A second passed, and then Snape smiled ever so slightly. Thank you, Potter, but you don't need to bolster my moral. I shall do that myself, if you don't mind. Is it Rookwood's wife? Harry chanced. Snape sunk into the black leather chair behind his desk, drumming his long fingers agitatedly on the polished pine. Couldn't you have surmised that from the private conversation you listened in on? That's a yes, said Harry. Snape continued to surprise him today, from flinging photographs around the dungeons to spilling his soul to Dumbledore, revealed as in love with Rookwood's wife, and now, the most startling thing of all, he wasn't tearing Harry to tiny pieces. Snape sat back in his chair, fingers still drumming slowly, gazing heavily into the collection of shards of his precious photograph. Don't try to understand this situation, Potter. It isn't just as simple as Rookwood's wife and he fought to keep himself talking. And myself. All other factors you will hopefully never have any knowledge of come into the equation. Think of it as a potion, and you only know one of the ingredients, even I myself don't have the full recipe. Harry nodded, looking down at his desk, thinking of something to counter that exceptionally wise metaphor of Snape's. After a moment, he said, quietly, there's always divorce. Snape laughed harshly. Harry heard a lot of the Snape he knew in that laugh. Clearly you're not aware of wizard marriages, Potter, and until you are, you have no hope of even vaguely contemplating my situation. You're 16 years old. You have no idea how lucky you. Quite suddenly, an empty bottle used for potions came tumbling down from the shelf above Snape's head, sailed downwards, and there was a nasty crack as it clouted him hard on the skull. Snape hissed to cover the sound of his swearing, rubbing the back of his head furiously. Damn it all, she's not even here. He snarled at the shelf above him. Harry stared. Professor. Don't tell me, Potter, I already have the headmaster on at my back about it every day, Snape snapped. His half-good mood seemed to have instantly vanished, but Harry found he wanted to know. He had to. This had been driving him crazy for months now. Why do? Snape turned his black eyes onto Harry. Isn't it obvious, Potter? They're not just accidents, are they? Said Harry. Like at Grimmauld Place. Those glasses didn't just fall. And your magic didn't break for no reason. Snape shook his head, and thought for a moment, considering Harry with an almost confused expression. Surely you're not even that stupid. Haven't you worked out everything you need to piece it together? I know that you're in a relationship with a woman married to Augustus Rookwood, said Harry, tentatively, being very careful in how he worded this. And that you've been getting bad luck for some reason, and it's got to be connected to her in some way. Any theories? Said Snape, with a raised eyebrow, almost amused by Harry's confusion. Well, Ron and I thought that. Seeing Snape's face darken, Harry said, quickly, he's only seen what he would have seen anyway. I've told him nothing. All he knows is that you're getting bad luck and you're doing something to cause that. We heard you and Dumbledore talking at Grimmauld Place. And I'm sorry, he added, as Snape's eyes widened in disbelief at how nosy Harry was. But that's it. That's all that Ron knows. I swear. Snape sighed. Very well. What is the theory of Weasley and Potter? And make sure you don't skip on the details, I need a good laugh. Well, Harry tried to remember. It's something to do with the Death Eaters. You're digging into some ancient black magic, and we don't know what it does, but it's reflecting bad luck on you. And before tonight, I'd have said that Rookwood's wife was helping you do it, but... He stopped talking, as Snape laughed, his head falling back. Oh, Potter, so dramatic, always so dramatic. You never look for simple things, do you? So we were wrong, said Harry, going a little red. Oh, you couldn't have been more wrong, said Snape, still sniggering, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Something to do with the Death Eaters, how marvelously drastic. So what is it? Asked Harry, with wide eyes. Why are you getting all that bad luck? And I know that you're messing with some ancient magic, there's definitely ancient magic involved. Yes, there is, said Snape, lazily, drumming his fingers slowly on the desk again. But something a lot less sinister than Death Eaters. Voldemort has nothing to do with this. Tell me, Potter, is that all you see me as? A Death Eater? Is that the only side of me you can possibly comprehend? Harry looked up at Snape, and couldn't really think of anything to say. He knew Snape was partially right. Or, at least, Harry couldn't see Snape as a friend, or a husband, or an adulterer. He could picture Snape in the long, sweeping black robes of a Death Eater, the white mask, the dark mark tattooed on his arm. With a funny stab inside him, he remembered Snape cleaning his wounds after the brawl with Blaise Zabini, and imagining him as an uncle or a father for one instant. And as always, he could see Snape as the vile, spiteful potions master he had always been. Harry looked up at Snape, and couldn't really think of anything to say. He knew Snape was partially right. Or, at least, Harry couldn't see Snape as a friend, or a husband, or an adulterer. He could picture Snape in the long, sweeping black robes of a Death Eater, the white mask, the dark mark tattooed on his arm. With a funny stab inside him, he remembered Snape cleaning his wounds after the brawl with Blaise Zabini, and imagining him as an uncle or a father for one instant. And as always, he could see Snape as the vile, spiteful potions master he had always been. Snape smirked lazily. "You do, don't you?" "Partly," said Harry. It's just that, well, Ron doesn't see you as a professor anymore, and Ron's the one I talk with most. He just sees you as a Death Eater. It's the only view of you I've got that somebody else shares." Snape's dark eyes glittered, amused, as he sat back in his chair, watching Harry over steepled fingers. "My potions mistress was an artist's model. She posed naked for a lot of Muggle painters. According to the whispers I heard during lessons, the boys in the class could never look at her without seeing her naked. Black, I believe, was most badly affected by this. It was perhaps the reason he took potions at Newt level, but how odd. I never imagined myself being viewed in only one way." "So it's nothing to do with Voldemort," said Harry, promptingly. "No, it isn't, Potter." Snape surveyed him closely for a moment, languishing back in his black leather chair, shadows cast over half his face and candlelight washing across the other. "Clearly, I overestimated you. Have you never learnt about wizard marriage?" Harry shook his head. There was no need to. "Why? Is it different to Muggle marriage?" "At one point, it wasn't overly different," said Snape. "Of course, that time was several thousand years ago. At one point, wizards and Muggles lived in relative harmony. I dare say Professor Binns has fruitlessly tried to teach you all this, and failed miserably. However, this time was when most magical folklore came out. I believe Muggles refer to what wizards know as truth as fiction. Fairies, griffins, unicorns, phoenixes, magic, they all crop up in various Muggle fairy tales at some point. Of course, Muggles could not live peacefully with us for long. They have a distinct fear of things which are different, whether race, gender, sexuality, religion, or any number of things. And so wizards went into hiding." Harry listened to him avidly, and realized that he was actually learning history of magic and wanted to know more. "For several centuries, the Muggles kept some of our practices and some of our beliefs," said Snape. "Muggle tales of the time refer constantly to the magical community. The main belief they kept was of marriage, though in truth, it is not so much a belief but a practice. Muggles are simple creatures, even more simple than Hogwarts students. They copy what they see. For centuries, Muggles witnessed wizarding marriages. A man and wife are bonded together in a ceremony, and that bond is sacred. Under no terms must it be broken. Once a wizard and witch agree to marry, they are together for the rest of their lives. Muggles saw this, and like the brainless creatures they are, they copied us. Up until the time of one of their kings, Henry VIII, divorce was forbidden in most of England, for the country was almost completely Catholic. And then he made his own church," said Harry, who remembered this part from his history classes at his old Muggle school. "So he could divorce his wife without the Pope's permission." Snape nodded. "Indeed. The divorce rates worldwide were also incredibly low. Muggle marriages were admittedly very strong, almost as much as wizarding marriages. And then divorce was allowed, and the sanctity of Muggle marriage slowly fell. It's still descending now. A quarter of all marriages end in divorce." "But, why haven't wizard marriages fallen like that?" asked Harry. Snape smiled grimly. "The bond involved in wizard marriages cannot be broken, Potter, by any means at all except one, death. As long as both partners are alive, the bond will work within their minds to keep them loving each other until their dying days. And, of course, this is where my situation enters the equation, adultery." Harry thought for a moment, and then worded his question carefully, trying very hard not to say anything offensive. Somebody who tries to intrude into the bond is given bad luck, aren't they? Is that why? Snape nodded. The bond between Rookwood and his wife is doing everything within its power to make me pay most dearly. You witnessed my magic break at Grimmauld Place. And yes, the terrible luck comes with it. Why don't you give up? The bond's going to do something really bad eventually, isn't it? It might kill me, Snape finished. And yes, eventually, it will. Then why are you doing this? It's not worth your life, said Harry, desperately. If the only way to break the bond is to kill Rookwood, you should kill Rookwood before you carry on, or wait for somebody else to kill Rookwood. You'll die if you keep going. He paused, and then went blindly onwards, saying, Dumbledore won't want you to die. What about me? What am I going to do if you're dead? Who's going to give me an electric shock whenever I do anything dangerous? Calm yourself, Potter, Snape said, quietly. I have things under control. Nothing incriminating has happened for a long time and it shall stay that way until Rookwood is dead. Were they already married when you met her? Harry asked. Snape shook his head. No, I knew her for a very long time before he did. I met her in my 6th year, then he tore her from my side and made sure she could never be mine again. He married her. Harry looked down, wondering what to say. After a moment or so, he managed, I'm sorry. What is there to be sorry about, Potter? Asked Snape, raising an eyebrow. I'd have thought that you would be delighted by that story. Harry shook his head, the vision of Mark Aerith swimming across his mind, of Cho, telling him there was somebody else. No, I know you don't think I'm a very thoughtful person. I know what that's like though. Rookwood should die for that. Should he? Said Snape, his other eyebrow arching upwards. Just for marrying somebody. Harry shook his head again, and this time, he saw Draco stroking the Thestral gently on Hogsmeade Station, and he remembered that it was Rookwood who killed Lucius Malfoy in front of his son. Not just for that, for a lot of things. He paused, thinking of something, and looking up to meet Snape's dark gaze. Professor. Snape had got out of his seat, and was strolling over to the corner sorting through various jars and bottles on a shelf. Potter. Why are you telling me all of this? Why do you trust me? Harry got up, and followed him, resting against a cauldron. No offense, but you're not the sort of person to spill all your secrets to somebody like me. Snape smiled slightly, selecting a bottle from the shelf, eyeing the label, and putting it back. The Guardian Bond, Potter. What about it? Admittedly, I never thought this would happen with our particular bond, said Snape, coolly. It has more uses than just protecting you physically, or alerting me when you're in danger. Some bonds almost become a thing of trust. Should the subject wish to confide in their guardian, the guardian will be unable to repeat the things they hear to anybody else. The bond inside you is aware of this, and so should I confide in you, you won't be able to repeat them either. It's a marvelous system. Then why were you always so worried about me telling Ron and Hermione about your secrets? Harry asked, frowning. I didn't want to believe the trust factor had entered the bond, said Snape. He took down another bottle, and this time, it was the correct one. Ah. Open wide, Potter. What is it? Said Harry, worriedly, backing away a little when Snape advanced with the potion. Anti-food poisoning draft, said Snape. He uncorked the bottle, and handed it to Harry. The Risata is still a threat. Harry drained the bottle slowly, closing his eyes again the horrible, sour taste. Once he was done, he wrinkled his noses, handing it back to Snape and wiping his mouth. You couldn't make it a little sweeter, could you? Snape smirked. Its need to work well far outstrips its need to taste nice. When you're lifting a spoonful of poison to your lips, Potter, you'll. There was a knock on the door then, and Snape whipped around. Harry, caught by surprise and Snape's elbow, gave a startled cry and tumbled backward into one of the cauldrons with a loud thump. He cringed, only his legs sticking out of the top, knowing how stupid he must look. Professor, he called, muffled because his chin was squashed against his chest. A little help. I got the right room then, said a soft, amused female voice. Harry instantly shut up and listened hard, trying to peer over the top of the cauldron. You did, said Snape, vaguely, turning away and looking down at Harry in the cauldron. I know you're a little spineless sometimes, Potter, but hiding whenever anybody knocks on the door is taking things a little far, don't you think? Harry squirmed slightly and opened his mouth to tell Snape to stop being such a jerk and talk to her, but he was slowly realizing that there was some dried potion left in this cauldron, and it was burning a hole through the seat of his trousers. As a result of his wriggling, Snape's girlfriend noticed him. Boiling students again, Severus. There was the sound of heels on the stone floor, and that woman appeared at Snape's side, looking down at Harry with a smile on her clever face. Ah, Harry Potter, I wondered when I'd meet you. Saw pleasure, said Harry, sniffily, lifting his pavis up as much as possible to stop his trousers dissolving completely. Aren't you going to introduce us, Sev? She said, with a raised eyebrow and a cool smile. Snape's right eye twitched at being addressed with a pet name in public, and he muttered, "This is Potter." "Potter, this is Andrelin." Andrelin. Harry wondered for a moment where he'd heard that name before. "Hello," he said, breathlessly, aware his legs were still up in the air like television aerials. "It's a pleasure," she said, in that soft purr. She leant down into the cauldron, offering him a pale, delicate hand with long, perfectly manicured nails. He took it, expecting a handshake, but with surprising strength for such a slim woman, she helped him out of the cauldron and set him back on his feet. He made sure his back stayed facing the wall, to hide the sizzling hole in his trousers. "Thanks," he said. She smiled slightly, a very cool, clever sort of smirk. Snape had good taste, Harry thought. The potions master cleared his throat. "Is there a reason you came here, or have you joined the Helping School Boys Out of Cauldron's squad?" "Oh no, they turned down my membership." She smiled sweetly. "Dumbledore wants me to bring you to his office so all of us can talk about the situation as adults." "Is Rookwood there?" said Snape, his eyes narrowing dangerously. She chuckled. "Why yes, Severus, we've managed to track down a Death Eater who's on the run, and he came willingly into a school and agreed not to kill any children or Dumbledore. He also doesn't know that his wife is having an affair, but he seems really cool with it." Snape rolled his eyes. Sarcasm. "How predictable of you." He glanced at Harry, and said, "Potter, I shall be back in 10 min. "In an hour," she corrected. "In fact, why don't you pack up your things and stay right where you are, Potter," Snape growled. "I shall be half an hour at the very most." He drew his wand from up his sleeve, and conjured a thick book titled, "How to Con Muggles with Legilimency and the Pure Arts. I expect you to be able to convince the average Muggle you're psychic by the time I get back." Without another word, he swept along the rows of desks and pulled the door open, bringing a quick draft into the room that ruffled Harry's hair. Andrelin smiled to Harry, a very pretty smile that would have had Draco quivering, and then followed Snape. As she was passing out of the door, Harry saw her pinch his cheek teasingly, and the snarl curling Snape's lips at the gesture, then the door slammed. The very moment that silence dawned, Harry yelped with pain and started to frantically fan his rear end with his hand, swearing. The expression on Ron's face when Harry stepped into the common room, ripped off his robes and revealed a gaping hole in the backside of his trousers was something that Harry would never forget. "What on earth did I sat in a potion?" said Harry, angrily. "I've been clamping my robes around my backside for the last 2 hours." "You sat in a potion," said Ron, with a look that suggested he didn't believe a word of it. "It hurt," Harry blustered. "A lot. Snape's girlfriend had to get me out of the cauldron." Ron raised an eyebrow. "You were in a cauldron, and Snape's girlfriend had to get you out because you were sitting in a potion." "Yes," Harry said, grabbing his pajamas. Ron covered his eyes with a book as Harry changed, his third cousin still talking angrily. "And I'd appreciate a little sensitivity about it, actually." Ron grinned into his hands. "Don't be like that, Harry. Just get some new trousers on and save the old ones. Hermione probably knows some weird hole in trousers caused by potion stain charm. Maybe that's what that article was about. And Hermione can see into the future now, can she? Sure, she probably taught herself it over the Christmas holidays. I wouldn't be surprised." Harry pulled his pajama top on, doing up the buttons. There, you can look. He carried his trousers over to his trunk and stuffed them in, slamming the lid, standing up and jumping with surprise as he came face to face with a large brown owl sitting on the windowsill outside, rapping on the glass. He pulled the window open. The owl handed him a letter scribbled quickly on a torn scrap of parchment, and then it flew off into the night again. Frowning, Harry read the letter, and when he was finished, his face split into an excited grin. Ron, Sly's having her baby. Hagrid just sent me a note. What? Ron was up and out of bed instantly. We've got to go down there. Harry stuffed the letter from Hagrid into his pocket, grabbing the invisibility cloak and putting on his slippers so quickly that he didn't notice that one was Ron's, and they were on the wrong feet. Ron tugged his Chudley Cannon's dressing gown on over his pajamas, and they both hurried out into the dark corridor. Which way is it again? Said Ron, looking around. I can't recognize this place in the dark. Shish, said Harry. He threw the invisibility cloak over them both, making sure no body parts were sticking out, and then said, quietly, it's this way. We head for the astronomy tower, then there's that door, it won't be hard. They set off down the darkened corridors, moving quietly and slowly, always checking there was nobody around. Technically, Ron was allowed out at night, but it would seem suspicious if he was in his pajamas and a bright orange dressing gown, heading up to the astronomy tower. There was only one place in the school that was better guarded than the astronomy tower, and that was Snape's dungeons. Any students found creeping around the dungeons at night would be sliced into little pieces and turned into a photograph-developing potion the next day by Snape's first class. Professor Sinistra was apparently just as protective of her chambers, and the astronomy tower was the cleverest place in school. As they neared the entrance hall, both of them slowly became aware of an odd sound, like lots of small children doing farm animal impressions. When they passed the marble staircase, they saw Charlie Weasley chasing Opsitops around the entrance hall, trying to put them back in a large cardboard box at the foot of the stairs. The sneezy Opsitop was making a break for freedom up the marble steps, having to hop to grab the edge of each one and haul himself up, sneezing every few seconds. Ron made a funny noise as Sneezy disappeared under the invisibility cloak, hiding from Charlie, but luckily, Charlie didn't notice. Get it out, Ron whispered. Shish, Harry hissed. He'll go out soon on his own. Ron yelped then, and Harry dug his elbow hard into Ron's side, exceptionally glad that Charlie was being harassed by the Opsitops and didn't hear Ron's surprised yell. Ron choked. It's going up my trouser leg, Harry. Shake it out, Harry said, and be quiet. Charlie might hear you. Ron shifted next to him, and there was a thump, a sneeze, and Ron sighed. It's out. Come on, quick, before it tries to turn my trousers into a ladder again. They hurried off, darting quickly down a corridor. Harry had just stopped to try and work out which way it was to the astronomy tower when Ron gasped. It's following us. Sneezy was pattering down the corridor after them, arms outstretched, as though looking for a hug, making a high-pitched squeaking sound as he ran. Can it see us? Harry whispered, his eyes wide. Apparently not, said Ron, as Sneezy sprinted right past them, still squeaking. The little Opsitop stopped, looking very confused and blinking around at the darkness. Come on. Ron nudged Harry in the leg, and they started to walk very quietly along the corridor, desperate not to have Sneezy follow them all the way there trying to cuddle Ron's leg. Sneezy still looked confused, his big green eyes welling with little tears, and then to their surprise, he said, in a voice that was perfectly like Ron's, Harry. Harry stopped, staring at it. Ron froze next to him, and whispered, it can talk. No it can't, it just heard you, said Harry. Harry, Sneezy croaked. He looked around the darkness with wide eyes, looking frightened. Ron. Oh, we can't leave it, Ron whispered. Look at it, it's going to cry. Harry sighed, and lifted up the corner of the invisibility cloak. Sneezy, get in here, and stay quiet. Sneezy's eyes widened, and his face split into delight as he pattered over, squeaking again. Ron jumped and hissed, it's hugging my leg again, Harry. He's not doing any harm, said Harry. Don't kick him. Come on, Sly might have had her baby by now. They set off again, Harry constantly telling Ron to stop complaining, Ron moaning about Sneezy, and Sneezy sitting comfortably on Ron's shoe, making a happy gurgling sort of noise in between his sneezing. After what seemed like hours, they found the door in the staircase, got through the other room with the stone-tiled walls, and emerged in the dragon enclosure. Hagrid and Draco were already there. With a great deal of bravery, Harry thought, Draco was sitting by Sly's head, draping wet towels over her neck and face. Obviously, cooling charms wouldn't work. Dragon skin repelled most charms and hexes. Hagrid stood by her stomach, rubbing her gently and checking on the baby. Norbert was prowling around the place looking like most fathers did before their first child was born, and when Harry and Ron drew off the cloak, he came right over and gave them a good sniffing. Ron stood frozen still, quivering in his bright orange dressing gown, as Norbert eyed him closely. Sneezy wasn't quite as scared as Ron. He stared back at Norbert when it was his turn to be smelt, and gave a curious, ooh, punctuated by a loud sneeze. Norbert drew back, revolted, and let them pass, clearly worried he would be covered in top spit again. Harry went over to sit with Draco. The Slytherin looked very agitated. His bee-owned hair was splayed all around his shoulders and he was still wearing a very ruffled school uniform, his tie half undone, shirt untucked, robes thrown vaguely over a stool nearby. "Pass me another towel," he said over his shoulder. Harry handed him one, and Draco draped it carefully over Sly's forehead. She made a high, weary keening sound in thanks. "How long's she been like this?" Harry asked, rolling up the sleeves of his pajamas and conjuring more towels to dunk in the water. "Few hours," said Draco. He sighed tiredly. "Dragon births can be as fast as an hour, or as long as a few days. Think Quidditch match lengths." "Oh, great," said Harry, slightly sarcastically. Everybody present winced as Sly gave a high, echoing keening cry, her powerful claws lashing out and knocking a mountain of bales of hay to the floor. Ron yelled, the straw cascading down on top of him and knocking him over. For the next 15 minutes, Sneezy sat in a corner, mimicking Ron's cry perfectly, until Ron tried to dunk the little top in Sly's water trough, and Sneezy shut up pretty quickly. The hours slid past, the candles burning lower and lower until the ceiling was cast with spidery shadows and everything was gloomy and dark. Charlie Weasley appeared with the rest of the Oxytops, and he and Ron spent the night keeping them entertained, while Harry, Draco and Hagrid attended to Sly. It was 2 in the morning before Harry even realized how late it was, and how low his eyelids were drooping. "Draco," he said, sleepily. "Wake up." Draco woke up with a soft snort of surprise, just stopping himself from falling face down into the warm water for the towels. "What? There's a dragon in labor, if you forgot," said Harry. He rubbed his eyes tiredly, taking another towel out of the water and draping it vaguely across Sly's neck, though it did nothing really. The dragon keened again, her tail thrashing to one side and nearly decapitating Hagrid. Draco groaned, running his hands wearily through his hair. "I'm tired. I smell of dragon dung. My hair is a mess. There's straw on my clothes. I shouldn't have to do this. I want to be an astronomer for Merlin's sake. I'm not going to be running around some horrid, straw-ridden, cold, dark." His words were cut out instantly as Sly gave a horrible, piercing, keening screech that Harry at first thought was the siren. Everybody clamped their hands over their ears, even the Oxytops, as Sly continued to thrash around, knocking candles from the walls and upsetting several large barrels of water, sending it gushing everywhere. Draco yelled, "I don't believe it," as he was completely drenched from the waist down in the flood, and for the few seconds of quiet afterwards, he stamped his foot, looking as though he was going to cry. "That's it. I quit. Stuff your stupid dragon, I don't care." But he fell quiet, and so did Harry, as a soft, almost silent sound met their ears. A tiny, gentle little whimpering sound. They turned around to look, as Hagrid came into view, a damp towel bundle in his huge arms. They all fell instantly silent, and the whimpering grew a little louder, as Hagrid brought the bundle over to them, and knelt down. The baby dragon was tiny, barely the size of a rabbit, his bottle-green scales damp and delicate-looking, his wings crumpled around himself, 2 tiny little stubby horns just visible on top of his head. He mewled softly. Harry felt a tug in his heart. Hagrid apparently did as well. There were tears of joy leaking into his beard. Charlie appeared at Hagrid's shoulder, followed by a crowd of curious Opsitops, and Harry could almost see the lump in Charlie's throat. "So beautiful," Hagrid choked. "Yep," said Charlie, in an oddly strangled voice. Sly gave a shrill snort, tilting her head wearily towards them, sniffing gently for her baby. Hagrid and Charlie both walked over and sat by her head. Hagrid held out the tiny little baby dragon, and Harry watched, fascinated, as Sly nuzzled her little one gently. The baby coughed a little, almost a squeak, his little arms reaching out and pawing at her snout. Hagrid choked back a sob of what sounded like, "That's my grandson," and then they all shivered slightly, as Sly began to sing. It was one of the most beautiful things Harry had ever heard. Soft and high, gentle, soothing, the complete opposite of what dragons were in the eyes of most wizards. Harry felt as though he was being wrapped up in a thick, snuggly blanket, getting smaller, rolling over to cuddle against somebody warm and soft, hearing a woman's voice singing softly, a song he couldn't remember and yet could never forget. He became very dimly aware of voices somewhere inside his mind, and above him, somebody came into view, and a hand smoothed around the back of his head. "He's beautiful, isn't he, James?" said a soft, sweet voice that made something tug painfully inside him. Almost as much as his mother, came the reply, gentle and calm. Harry felt something strong from that voice. Something that said he was safe. Something that told him he'd never be hungry, or never be cold, or never alone. Very vaguely, his thoughts faded away, bringing back the hunger pains stabbing in his stomach, and the cold of the astronomy hall. He looked around. Everybody else seemed to have gone through the same thing. Harry and Charlie were smiling. But Hagrid and Draco looked just like Harry felt. Very alone indeed. "What was that?" said Harry, as Sly continued to sing to her baby. "A mother dragon's song," said Charlie. He smiled softly. "It brings back memories of being very small. Your own mother singing to you." Draco's head tilted forward, his hair falling down over his eyes, perhaps to hide something. Hagrid shook his head and said, "Well, where's the Opsitops? We need to teach 'em the song." The Opsitops, however, were already learning. They stood in a little crowd around Charlie's feet, staring up at the dragons with wide, desperately excited eyes, swaying from left to right in time to the song. Harry could practically see the recognition dawning in their little faces. One or two started to hum. Somebody was whistling along to the tune. A few more started murmuring, picking up a few definite notes, and then a couple of little voices got braver, singing softly. It took just a few seconds more, before the entire herd of Opsitops started singing, warbling the beautiful song back to Sly and her baby, all perfectly in tune, a little choir of Opsitops. Charlie started humming along, and then Hagrid did, and Harry found himself whistling the tune gently, and soon everybody in the dragon enclosure was singing together. The sound echoed around the stone walls, making the candles flicker in their flames, and even Draco was singing past his tears for the parents he lost. Harry could imagine the whole castle echoing the sound back, high and soft, lighting up the whole of Hogwarts for the little baby dragon. A week later, it was the last day of the holiday break before lessons were going to start again, and life would return to its normal, busy, hurried rush. More importantly, Harry thought, the Quidditch final was only a week away. Every single spare moment of the team's day was spent out on the pitch, come rain, shine, hell or high water, and at least 3 times, Professor McGonagall had to come out at midnight to tell them to get back inside. Ron had started a running commentary when they were walking down corridors, constantly announcing if he saw a Bright Sparks badge, or a badge of the rival team, the Dragons. Harry was pleased to see that a lot of the teachers were on the side of the Bright Sparks. Lupin and Alrister were right in the lead, and wore their badges with pride. Of course, the Dragons had their fans. Most of Slytherin House, and to Harry's alarm, Ravenclaw as well. He supposed Mark Aerith had something to do with that. Harry didn't know why he hated Mark Aerith so much. Ron had a theory as to why. "He dented your honor," Ron explained, coolly, as they made their way towards the entrance hall on the morning when Hermione and her copies of the Truth were due back at Hogwarts. "So what? It was Cho. It's because it was your girlfriend. It doesn't matter if she was horrible to you, or you hate her now, or they split up or whatever. It's your honor he stole mostly." Cho was not my honor, said Harry, frowning. Yes, but it's the principal, said Ron. It doesn't matter whether it's your girlfriend or your scarf or your quill. He stole something from you. You steal my quill in nearly every lesson we have, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Ron paused for a moment, then said, look. It's the principal. Harry chuckled. I've got some advice for you, don't give advice. They met up with Draco in the entrance hall, and Ron started up a mini trading ring of Quidditch cards and food. Harry and Draco stood and debated Quidditch tactics, finally getting into a very heated discussion about the importance of the keeper when compared with the beaters, only interrupted when the doors of the entrance hall opened, and the students poured in. Harry looked up, scanning every face and watching for Hermione. So, what do you think she's got to show us? Ron shrugged, absent-mindedly shuffling through his new treasures. The Ministry might be bringing out a new Transfiguration textbook or something. You know what Hermione's like. It'll either be something really boring and only interesting to know-it-alls, or it'll be something really risky and far-fetched. Remember the Polyjuice potion? Polyjuice potion, said Draco, curiously. Nothing, said Ron. Hey look, there's Hermione. She was fighting her way through the sea of students, calling out to them, Harry, Ron, Draco. Over here. She pushed through a group of first years hurriedly, and ran across the entrance hall. Harry saw a white and gold magazine clutched tight in one of her hands, and she was carrying a bag in the other, which was full to the brim with more copies. Ron's eyebrows rose up when he saw the bag full of magazines. Oh, I see. You've read the entire library, so you're now onto the entire magazine collection of the Earth. Hermione ignored him, and instead unrolled the magazine, flicking through the pages quickly, passing articles about all sorts, all of which greatly intrigued Harry, until she came to the page she was looking for and pulled it open. Look, she said. Harry's eyes skimmed vaguely over the headline, Hypocrite, High Inquisitor, S. Hidden Horrors, before something far more noticeable caught his widened eyes. There was a large photograph of Professor Umbridge in the middle of the page, next to a picture of a toad, proudly displaying the caption, The Not-So-Subtle Similarities. What on earth? Said Draco, frowning, who was a far faster reader than Ron and Harry, his eyes darting back and forth across the lines of text. His frown then lifted, as his jaw slackened and fell. She's a what? Hermione snapped the magazine shut, and looked at them all with the air of somebody revealing the meaning of life. Yes, she said, dramatically. It's so far-fetched it can't possibly be fake. Ron sighed. We didn't even read what it was about, Hermione. Come on, we need to go somewhere quiet, she said, hurriedly, and with that, she hurried off out of one of the large doors leaving the entrance hall, out into the grounds. Draco followed after her. Ron and Harry swapped confused looks, then went out into the courtyard after them. Hermione was already sitting on a bench and flipping through the magazine again. Harry sat on one side of her, and Ron and Draco had a brief fight over who got the other side, won by Ron, and Draco stood behind them all watching. Hermione was muttering as he scanned the pages. It's about Umbridge. It's why she hates half-breeds so much, she is one. What? Said Ron, amazed. What's she a half-breed of? Hermione found her page, and pulled it open triumphantly, holding it up. There are a people who live in the deep rivers of the Amazon rainforest, the Toad people. Harry's eyes widened, as he skimmed through the article, taking in snippets of information. She's half-toad. Her father isn't the senior ministry member she claims he is, said Hermione, in hushed tones. It's one of the Toad people. That's why she looks so much like one, and why she punishes half-breeds. Does it say what happened to her after the end of last year? Asked Ron, leaning over her shoulder. She nodded. Several people contacted the ministry about suspicious scars on the backs of their children's hands, and there was an inquiry. She lost her job. Nobody's really sure where she went after that, but nobody's really heard anything from her since then. She raised her eyebrows. Pretty suspicious, if you ask me. Harry snorted. You don't think she's up to something, surely? She might be, said Hermione knowledgeably. You never really know who to trust right now, do you? Anybody could be a spy for Voldemort. Harry understood perfectly what she was saying. His views of several people had been severely tested over the last months, and he had to admit, some of his opinions had greatly changed. But still, Umbridge, she was probably just some ministry goody two-shoes following orders Fudge gave her. Carving stuff into the backs of students' hands, said Ron, raising one eyebrow. Yeah, very goody two-shoes, Harry. Harry nodded slightly. Well, I still don't think she was in with Voldemort. Come on, if she was, she could have done far worse things to us. I think she did the worst she could whilst being subtle, said Hermione. Think about it, Harry. All those educational degrees to restrict us. She didn't just make our lives a misery, she put our future in danger. If it wasn't for you, Harry, nobody would have any idea of fifth-year defense against the dark arts. Our whole school life in the subject has been terrible, we're very behind. Huge chunks have been left out of the syllabus, and Umbridge did nothing to help that at all. If she was really on the side of the ministry, she'd have at least shown us some practical work, even if it wasn't how to fight off Voldemort. But by not teaching us any at all, it leaves us very vulnerable, don't you think? I suppose, said Harry. Draco spoke up, quiet and thoughtful. Being in the inquisitorial squad gave me a view of her that none of you ever saw. But don't think I'm standing up for her, he added, quickly, seeing the look Ron gave him. Quite the opposite, she started to scare me by the end of the year. Before, she always told us that everything we were doing was for the good of our future education. But she stopped doing that. She made us do completely irrelevant things, just odd things. He frowned a little, lost in thought. Always to do with Professor Snape, or the ghosts. We had to keep a watch out for them, and keep diaries of everything they did, even if we just glimpsed a ghost heading towards the astronomy tower. She was really suspicious of them. How odd, said Hermione, pensively. Draco nodded. And then continued, with a rather worried frown. But it was odd, she wasn't interested what Snape was teaching us. Remember when we were doing poisons? She didn't care about that. She just waved it aside, asking us what he was wearing, and about his arms. She was scary. What about his arms? Said Hermione, frowning curiously. Draco shook his head a little, then said, she was always convincing us to try and see his arms. The bare skin of the forearm, she said. She was obsessed. Oh, well, we all know why that was, said Ron, rolling his eyes. Come on, Malfoy, even you can't be that thick. Dark mark. It's always on the forearm. She wanted you to check whether he was a Death Eater or not. Probably so she could report him to the ministry. The ministry already know he was a Death Eater, said Harry. And the mark isn't always on the forearm, said Draco. And what good would that do? Said Hermione. Ron flapped his hands. Whoa whoa whoa. The ministry know, and they're still letting him teach us. And how do you know it's not always on the forearm? It has to be. And Hermione, that's a silly question, it would get him fired and Umbridge didn't like him. Simple answer. Yeah, the ministry know, said Harry. But he's changed, he's not a Death Eater anymore. He's on our side. Ron shrugged. Yeah, that's what they think. He is, said Draco. And about the mark, I just know, Weasley. Trust me. Ron snorted, casting a contemptuous eye onto Draco. As if I'd ever do something like that. Draco paused for a moment, then said, Father's was between his shoulder blades. Harry, Ron and Hermione all looked at him in surprise. Ron said, incredulously, what, showed it off, did he? Draco shook his head. No, he kept it covered at all times, but I just knew. He told me, you know when you're a very small child, and you get sat down and told the facts of life. Granger, you were probably told that to be successful, you have to learn until your head explodes. Weasley, you probably got the, now, we don't have much money talk. Potter, he paused. Potter, I don't know about your Muggle family. I'll leave that, but I was sat down and told all about Voldemort. Seriously, said Harry, with raised eyebrows. Draco nodded. Seriously, it wasn't a big thing in our family. We just got told that the Dark Lord is our ultimate loyalty and the Malfoy family have been treated better by Voldemort than the ministry. Scoff all you like, Weasley, that's how it happened. Ron scoffed anyway. We're digressing from Umbridge. Stuff whatever she's up to. Hermione, we've got gold in paper form here. We've got to sell this. Or stick it up all around school. Or hand it out. His eyes glittered at an idea. We could drop them all over the school. Or turn one into a howler and have it screamed it out across the school at breakfast time. A little, isn't it? Said Draco, raising one slim eyebrow. What do you suggest then? Snapped Ron. Give one to Lavender Brown and Pansy Parkinson, it'll be round the school in hours, said Draco, smiling. We could have a DA club all about the Toad people, said Hermione, thoughtfully. And casually mention it all. Just slide it into the meeting. It would be marvelous to see their faces. Ron looked around at them all seriously. Unless we tell them with accompanying explosions, the whole effect will be ruined. I'm telling you, people. Something has to blow up at the same time. A howler. Or a huge exploding charm which showers the whole school in copies. Too theatrical, said Draco. It has to be subtle, as though we just think they should be aware of this. Ron opened his mouth to argue back, but they were all cut off, as suddenly, a great wave of noise rushed over out of the entrance hall. It sounded like shouting, a lot of frightened talking, and there was the sound of a young girl crying. What happened to him? What happened? What's going on? Said Ron, frowning, getting up and peering through the door. I can't see anything. Draco sighed, sliding his prefect badge out of his pocket and snapping it onto his robes. Weasley, you have to learn how to exploit these things. He cleared his throat, and swept into the crowd, with a shout of, prefects coming through. Move aside there. What's going on? Hermione and Ron hurried after him, clicking their own badges in place, and Harry followed them interestedly. The crowd parted to let the prefects through, all of them talking in hushed, confused voices, and it seemed that Harry was the only one who understood what was going on. A girl who was 16, but looked younger, was crouching over a boy of 18 who was lying flat out on the floor, apparently exhausted. Harry recognized those 1950s Hogwarts robes. Peter Peelish. For a moment, Harry moved as though to run to Peter and Jinx, and see what was the matter, but he realized that nobody knew apart from him. Draco was apparently taken aback by what he saw before him, and swept forward after a moment's contemplation, frowning. What's going on? Jinx looked up at him, her eyes wide, looking scared. The crowd drew back at the eerie contrast of peacock blue and lime green, and when she blinked, the color swapped sides. Please, get Dumbledore. Who is it? What house is he in? Said Draco, brusquely, moving forward, and Harry took the opportunity to follow him. What year? He frowned. And why isn't he wearing the correct uniform? Jinx looked terrified at all the questions, and then just shook her head, whispering, Dumbledore, please, get Dumbledore. There was a loud squeak from the edge of the crowd, as Professor Flitwick popped out of the sea of legs. My, what's happening here? Is somebody hurt? Jinx turned around to look at him, her eyes full of fear, and Professor Flitwick stopped in his tracks, staring at her, completely shocked. For a moment or two, he seemed lost for words, and then he said, in a voice that suggested he thought he was seeing things, Miss Peelish. But you're. I need Dumbledore, she said, desperately. Get Dumbledore, please. Harry crouched down by Peter as Draco, Jinx and Flitwick all debated, watching his guardian carefully. There was a large burn plastered across the side of his face, and a nasty cut across his forehead, weeping silver and black blood, and he was very still and quiet. Harry placed his fingers to Peter's neck, checking for a pulse, but obviously, there was none. Harry's cold fingers seemed to do something to Peter anyway. He stiffened up, and everybody drew back, as gradually, he woke up, blinking, his brow furrowed. Where? What? We don't know, said Harry. We just found you in the entrance hall with Jinx lying over you. Peter stared up at him, frowning, a shocked look in his eyes. He tried to hiss a shush, but Ron, who was at Harry's side, had already heard Harry refer to the girl as Jinx. Who? Said Ron. Do you know her? Harry shook his head vaguely, and luckily, he was spared having to answer properly as Professor Flitwick scurried over, and he didn't have to crouch to talk to Peter. Peelish, what happened? He squeaked. Peter put a hand to his head, dabbing his fingers in the blood, and it all seemed to come back. Rookwood, Professor, his wife's gone missing. He was angry, very angry. I got in the way. Jinx was coming over now, and more curious people were strolling over for a look. Jinx crouched down by her brother, and as she did, they could see through her bright circus clothes onto the floor. Everybody gasped, edging away, but Jinx just ignored them, as she reached down, taking her brother's hand. "Are you all right, Peter?" "Peter Peelish," said Ron, quietly, frowning at the boy and the girl on the floor. Harry felt a surge of horror and turned to Ron, about to change the subject, but he was too late, as he saw the dawning realization rush over Ron's face. His eyes widened, and he gasped, "It's you. It's Peeve." Harry grasped him around the mouth, muffling the end of his sentence and quickly dragging him out of the crowd before Ron could say another word. Nobody was paying enough attention to them to notice, and thankfully, the noise of their conversation was lost in the murmuring of all the interested people, as Harry dragged Ron into the mouth of the dungeon corridor and let go off his cousin. "It's Peeves, isn't it?" said Ron, instantly. "Yes," said Harry. "But..." "And Jilly," said Ron. "Yes, but they're dead. And Peeves is a poltergeist. But that Peeves was real. And Jilly's dead, but that Jilly's a poltergeist." "All right. Yes, but look. And you know them," said Ron, his eyes widening. "What did you call her?" "Sphinx." "Jinx," said Harry. Ron choked. "You knew." "Yes, I did, but..." "How? What? How did you know?" Ron pressed him for answers. Ron's eyes narrowed. "You're up to something." "No," said Harry, lamely. "Tell me." "I can't." "Why?" "It's a secret." "I don't care. It's a secret I'll keep." "It isn't." "It is." "Isn't." "Is." Their childish argument was interrupted by the sound of more noise from the entrance hall, a great tidal wave of talking and muttering, as the doors banged open and hurried footsteps came in. Before Harry could even think about going and seeing what was happening, there was a crash as a door at the end of the dungeon corridor opened, and Snape swept out, looking furious as always. "Potter, Weasley, what's going on up there?" he snarled, irritably. "Peeves is lying on the floor," said Ron. "And this requires a parade," said Snape, incredulously, gliding up the corridor, his robes clouding around behind him. "There's another poltergeist though," said Ron. He shot a glare at Harry. "What was the name?" "Jinx. I don't know anything about it though, sir. You'll have to ask Harry." "Rubbish, Weasley," said Snape, vaguely. "There is one poltergeist in this castle. I don't think it would still be standing if there were two." But their attention was torn away from Snape again, as to everybody's surprise, a figure in black robes came rushing out of the crowds and leapt at Snape, sobbing. Snape looked just as startled at this as Harry and Ron, his eyes widening, as whoever it was hugged him, weeping into his shoulder. "Severus, it's..." "I couldn't." "Andrelin," said Harry, amazed. "Who?" Ron thundered, rounding on him. "Exactly how many people do you know that I don't?" Andrelin just continued to sob into the potions master's bony shoulder. Snape looked very worried about this, and hesitantly patted her on the back, as though she was a bomb he was testing to see whether it would explode or not. "What happened?" he said, rather brusquely. "He killed her," Andrelin sobbed. "Oh Severus, it's Hestia's daughter, little Lucy Jones. She's dead, Severus, she's dead. And Augustus killed her, and I ran, and Peter Peelish helped me out." Ron was wearing the look of somebody who was convinced they'd been dropped into the middle of a very confusing dream. "But, am I missing something here?" "Yes, the right to stick your nose into my matters," Snape bristled, and he moved to sweep Andrelin down the corridor, but yet again, somebody came tearing through the crowd, and Harry's jaw dropped. It was Andrelin, another Andrelin. "What's happened to my sister?" Andrelin number 2 cried, running and flinging her arms around the both of them. Snape rolled his eyes. "Andrelin, I'm not sure of that myself, get off me." "Bissy, what's wrong?" said Andrelin, grasping the other woman in a tight hug. Now that Harry saw them together, he saw that one of them had short, chin-length sleek hair, and the other was the woman from the photo frame, with tousled, long black locks. So there were two of them, rather than just one metamorphogus. Bissy, the long-haired, just grabbed the other woman and sobbed into her shoulder. They were both crying now, and talking in very high, feminine voices and hugging and talking too fast for Harry to pick up a word. Snape apparently couldn't either. He just stared between the two of them, waiting patiently for their tearful chattering to stop. Catching Snape's eye, Harry opened his mouth to ask what on earth was going on. With a dark look at Ron, Snape pointed out the short-haired woman. Andrelin, my sister. He gestured to the long-haired, who was wiping away the other's tears, whilst her own streamed down her face. Isabis, her sister. But, so she's your sister? Said Harry, his face slackening in amazement. Incest. No, Potter, Snape snapped angrily. He sighed. This is complex. Too complex. Go. But, go. Harry opened his mouth again to argue, desperately wanting to know what was going on, but Ron shook his head, grabbing Harry's elbow and dragging him away. Come on. You've got a lot of explaining to do. But, Harry wondered when somebody would actually let him finish a single sentence starting with, but, as Ron cut across him. No, Harry, you're going to tell me everything. But, Harry, somebody else was calling him from across the hall, and he saw Professor Allister descending the marble staircase, looking around at all the confusion. Somebody said the Galvez sisters were here. The WHO, Ron bellowed. Isabis and Andrelin, said Harry. Yeah, they're just cuddling Professor Snape. What about Augustus? Said Allister, coming up to them. Who? Said Harry. Rookwood. Harry, my cousin, said Allister. Ron choked. Rookwood's your. I don't know, sir, said Harry. But he's killed somebody. Lucy Jones, something about Hestia. Isabis has run from him, and Andrelin's here for some reason, but I don't understand it, sir. What's going on? Yeah, I'd like to know that as well, said Ron, who looked as though he'd been slapped repeatedly. Allister watched vaguely as Flitwick and Draco started dispersing the crowd around Peter and Jinx, with Dumbledore talking quietly to the two of them in the center, and then glancing back at Harry and Ron, he said, "It's complicated, boys." "Please," said Harry and Ron, together, giving Allister very hopeful looks. He smiled ever so slightly, and crouched down. "Well, if anybody asks, I told you none of this. But I dare say everybody would like to know what's going on, He chuckled, and then beckoned them up the stairs, out of the way of the crowd, asking absent-mindedly as he led them towards his office, "How much do you know?" "Nothing," said Ron. "Some," admitted Harry. "Such as?" asked Allister. Harry thought about this. "Well, I know that your cousin, Rookwood, is married to the woman with the tously hair. Isabis, and she's having an affair with Snape. But I don't know how Andrelin comes into this." "Ah, Professor Snape's very complex family tree," sighed Allister, smiling. "Such a wonderfully complicated occurrence. Andrelin is Snape's half-sister, and Isabis is her half-sister. But, then Snape is Isabis's half-brother. And that's incest. And horrible," said Harry. "No, no," said Allister. They had reached his office. He opened the door, and led them inside, shutting it after them and offering them a plate of biscuits. Ron looked suspiciously at them for a moment, then took one carefully, nibbled it, and with a smile, tucked in. Allister continued, "Now, let me get this right. Professor Snape shares his father with Andrelin. And Andrelin and Isabis share the same mother. But, that's adultery," said Harry, raising his eyebrows. "How could that happen?" Ron started wearing a blank look. Harry explained very briefly and quickly about Snape, Isabis, and the penalties of wizard adultery. Allister smiled paternally as Harry went through all this, and when he was finished, the pure arts master said, "Well, I'm impressed. You have done your homework, haven't you?" Harry smiled a little. "I was just curious." Allister chuckled. "Well, the Snape dynasty is a very complex, sinister family tree indeed. They're not pureblood, though hardly Muggleborn. I think it's about 3/4 wizard. But they're bad wizards. Well, morally bad wizards. I think Snape's father beat his mother, and she ran away. They lived in a very large, crime-ridden Muggle city though, mind you. She was killed by a Muggle mugger. So that left Snape's father free to marry Andrelin's mother. They had Andrelin. Then Andrelin's mother did the traditional thing of the Snape family after having a child. She killed the father, married somebody else, had another child. So, Snape isn't related by blood to Isabis, said Harry, slowly. Correct, said Allister, interestedly. Isabis married my cousin, Rookwood. And from what I've heard, Augustus has killed somebody. Who did you say? Lucy Jones, said Harry. Allister winced. Gods. She's only 4, the daughter of one of the members of the order. I'm not surprised Isabis ran. He sighed, tracing his fingers across the desk, as he wandered to the window. Love in wizard society is counting for less and less, every day which goes by. No trust is strong enough to fight the Dark Lord anymore, and the love and care that isn't accepted enough to help. Look at Dumbledore, and the fiasco last year. He was trying to bring the world closer together, and nobody wanted to accept that. It's only created more and more feelings of harshness. So, what's going to happen now? Asked Ron. Rookwood's going to be mad about his wife, isn't he? Allister nodded thoughtfully. Yes, probably a lot. I have the horrible feeling that somebody's going to die for this. He's made quite a mess of that boy back there. It's odd, I've never seen him around before. What house is he in? He was a Slytherin, said Harry. Was. Yeah, he isn't anymore, said Harry vaguely. Ron was looking at him suspiciously. Yeah, I want to talk to you about that, Harry. Thanks for the information and the biscuits, Professor. Allister smiled. My pleasure. Oh, boys, new topic, first lesson back. They both groaned, and the professor chuckled. Now, it won't be that bad, you're both bright pupils. If I might suggest something though, don't sit with any giggly girls during the lesson. Ron frowned, curiously, and asked, why? No reason, said Allister, smiling slightly. We're doing a very interesting topic indeed. I'm sure Miss Parkinson and Mr. Zabini will enjoy it. Harry and Ron swapped worried looks, but Allister said nothing more, except a brief goodbye, as they let themselves out of his office. They discussed the new topic idly while walking back towards the entrance hall, where Hermione and Draco found them. All the crowds had been cleared, and apparently, Peter had been taken to Dumbledore's office, and he, Jinx, Snape and the Galvez sisters were all in there, discussing something. After that, they went out into the grounds. Hermione and Draco spent the afternoon debating Rune's homework. Ron, however, dragged Harry off out of the courtyard, to go look at a really interesting tree, and once out of earshot his third cousin, once removed, rounded on him. So what? Said Harry. So, tell me, what's with all the Peter stuff? I want to hear everything. Seeing the look on Harry's face, Ron went on stubbornly. I deserve to know, Harry. It's not fair. Come on, you're supposed to be my best friend. Weasley protector, remember, you can tell me. It's a long story, you know, said Harry, biting his lip. I've got a lot of time, said Ron, raising his eyebrows. Come on, please. Harry looked into Ron's hopeful face, and then with a slight smile, he said, okay, just. I can't tell you everything. Just some. Ron nodded eagerly. Yeah, I don't mind. All right. Come on then. Let's go for a walk. Harry smiled a little, and don't ever say I don't tell you things again. Harry didn't exactly tell Ron everything, though he certainly didn't lie. He did tell Ron that Peeves was looking out for him, but he didn't mention the Guardian Bond, or Snape. And he told Ron pretty much everything about Peeves and Peter, Poltergeist and Ghost, the charm Dumbledore used, and the story about the clown ball. Though he conveniently left out Snape, and the fact that the potion's master and Poltergeist could tell when he was in danger, as he didn't think Ron needed to know this. He also had the feeling that Ron would never trust him again, if Snape could read Harry's mind like a book. On the subject of Snape, for the few days afterwards, the school was ripe with gossip about Snape's women, where they were, and how Snape knew them. Eventually, and Harry didn't know how they'd found this out, but it became common knowledge that one of them was his lover, and the other was his sister. The stories, however, got ludicrously twisted, until a Ravenclaw third year could be heard in the Great Hall one morning telling everybody that Snape and Allister were brothers. Allister was married to one of Snape's women, the other of Snape's women had children by both Snape and Aleister, and those were the mysterious people who turned up in the entrance hall on the same day. Snape had started handed out detentions to anybody and everybody who mentioned Aleister or children. It was several days until the mystery of Snape's women was finally solved, at breakfast, where everybody was picking vaguely at their cold toast and sneakily placing boiling charms on the pumpkin juice to make sure it was safe. Most of the school was awake by this point and discussing the day ahead, and as usual, Snape wasn't at breakfast yet. He'd started appearing in the Great Hall less and less. Harry suspected this was because he was even less trusted with any sharp objects, and so there was no point in him sitting at breakfast anyway. There wasn't really any point for anybody. Only about 4 people ate more than bread, and even then, paranoia stopped them in the end. Hermione had her nose buried in a very thick book as usual, Ron was counting his Quidditch cards, and Harry was feeding Hedwig breadcrumbs from his plate, when the doors behind the staff table opened. A few people cast vague glances, and looked away, then looked back quickly. A couple of gasps punctuated the talking, and everybody looked up, as Snape swept into the hall, looking surprisingly smug. At his left shoulder was Isabis, radiant in silver and black robes to match her eyes and hair, and at his right was Andrelin, in a skirt and boots. Harry glanced across the hall at Draco to see what he thought of her knee-high leather boots, and laughed as he saw Draco's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Muttering and whispering immediately broke out over the hall, everybody watching Snape take his place at the staff table, drawing out 2 chairs, one on either side, that the women took gratefully. Dumbledore was standing up, smiling, and everybody instantly looked at him, as though expecting some kind of explanation for their guests. "Good morning, everyone," he said, pleasantly. "I ask you to abandon your delicious breakfast for just one moment," somebody coughed pointedly, "for me to introduce 2 new members of the staff." "The staff," several people whispered. Hermione had looked up from her book, an eager expression on her face. "Oh, are we having new subjects?" Dumbledore smiled at all the curious faces. To Professor Snape's right is Andrelin Galvez. "Oh, wait, I am sorry," Andrelin is to Professor Snape's left. "My sincere apologies, ladies." "How can he tell?" somebody said in a piercing whisper. Andrelin is Professor Snape's half-sister, and once worked at the Ministry of Magic, but has joined the school to assist Professor Aleister in his pure arts classes, Dumbledore explained. "She is a highly capable teacher, and I dare say you will all enjoy very memorable lessons with her." Andrelin smirked slightly, as she lightly buttered a bread roll, the image of cool. Dumbledore continued with a pleasant, twinkling little smile. "And to Professor Snape's right is Isabis Galvez, our new assistant potions mistress. She has kindly agreed to help Professor Snape with his lessons, and I'm sure you'll all be very good to her, and show her the same respect that you regularly show our potions master." There was an outbreak of coughing at this. Isabis smiled, brushing her hair idly back from her face with her fingertips, and Harry saw that her nails were very long, painted silver to match her outfit. He glanced up to see both Professor Snape and Professor Aleister watching her. Snape was hastily turning his smile into a grimace. Aleister had been grimacing already. His eyes were narrowed, and for once, he wasn't smiling, but watching Isabis closely, apparently annoyed with her. When she smiled shyly, toying with the side of her neck, Aleister looked away with a disgusted expression. Dumbledore sat down. Everybody started talking again, the topic now on Snape and his doings, and Ron instantly leant across the table to Harry. "Which one's Snape having an affair with?" "Isabis," said Harry, idly. "The one on the right." Ron glanced at Isabis, squinting, and then he shook his head. "I'd have taken the other one." "That's his half-sister," said Harry, raising his eyebrows. "Oh yeah," said Ron, vaguely. Hermione tutted from behind her book. "Honestly. There was also the matter of the copies of the Truth that Hermione had gotten hold of. She cut out several of the articles, and used a copying charm on them. Then Ron and Harry were sent out to tack them to every notice board in the castle with a note scribbled on the bottom saying, 'Now we think about it.'" By the next day, the school was buzzing with the gossip about Umbridge. Surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, the notices had not been taken down. To everybody's delight, Professor McGonagall had one of them in pride of place in her classroom. On the Wednesday, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco all had transfiguration, and they'd entered the room with gleeful expressions seeing the note tacked to the front of McGonagall's desk. Such a shame Umbridge isn't here to witness this happy moment, Ron sighed, smiling, as McGonagall readjusted it carefully. We really should take a photo, mused Harry. Stick it somewhere nice and big. Maybe in the entrance hall, so that everybody who comes into the school will know that this is an Umbridge-free zone. Ron chortled as Professor McGonagall stood up to start the lesson, and as she took them through the instructions of the class, Harry noticed her casting the occasional fond glance at the article. He couldn't help but grin at this. After lunch, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco all had pure arts. Today would be the start of the big topic that Allister had told Ron and Harry about, and also, their first class with Andrelin's help. Harry, Hermione and Draco had had potions the day before, and Isabis had mostly hung around behind Snape, helping him mark, copying marks out of a log book onto sheets of paper. Twice, jars had come swooping down from above to attack Snape, but Isabis's sharp reflexes had sent them spinning away with a deflecting charm. Both times, Snape had glanced at her, and she had looked away with a tiny smile on her face. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco lined up outside Pure Arts, and as usual, Ron's circle of traitors was around him, jostling about, offering Quidditch cards for food, or food for the truth. Ron hadn't yet sold or traded a copy of the magazine, but had been severely tempted the day before when 10 Hufflepuffs had offered him 2 weeks' supply of bread for 2 copies. All right, sort yourselves out, said Ron. Now, who was saying something about Ravenclaw chasers for donuts? I think I've worked out what Weasley wants to do as a career, said Draco, wryly. What? Asked Harry. He's going to be one of those muggle traders who stands in busy shopping centers and sells something ludicrous like scarves or lighters, said Draco, with a thoughtful expression. Or perhaps visiting car boot sales professionally. What's a car boot sale? Asked Ron, frowning. And how do you know about car boot sales? Said Hermione, also frowning. Draco raised an eyebrow. Granger, tell him what a car boot sale is later. And if you haven't noticed, I'm wearing clothes and carrying a bag from a car boot sale. Where did you go in the holidays anyway? Asked Ron. You were hiding somewhere, weren't you? I was, said Draco, stiffly. Where? Ron pestered. Somewhere, said Draco, as he turned his pale gaze onto Ron, eyes narrowed. It was such a withering look that Ron fell silent for few moments, and just stood in silence, staring at his shoes. Luckily, the door opened just then, and Professor Allister called from inside, come on in, come on in. New topic today. Everybody groaned and slumped into the classroom. New topics always started with lots of work and aches in their fingers. Professor Allister was sitting behind his desk, feet up, looking completely relaxed as he flicked through notes. Perched on the edge of his desk was Andrelin, in those knee-high boots, which Harry realized were dragon hide. Draco had apparently noticed this as well, and so dragged them all over to the table nearest Allister's desk, taking his seat with a sneaky glance at Andrelin. Ron and Harry smirked at each other. Allister stood up, and clapped his hands eagerly. Well then, we're starting a new topic today. Now you're all here and I have my new and very lovely assistant Andrelin. She doesn't bite, and she's not a professor, so just call her Andrelin or OU, it depends whether or not you like her. Andrelin smirked at this, delicately recrossing her legs, arranging her cloak behind her so it looked as though she was posing for a particularly glamorous painting. Allister smiled politely. So, new topic today. Something some of you will enjoy, some of you won't, some of you will find it easy, some are going to find it impossible, some of you will thank me for it and some of you will hate me for the rest of your lives. Does anybody have any clue what we're doing yet? This was greeted with a lot of blank looks. After a moment, Ron raised his hand, and said, in a very hopeful voice, something really dangerous. Allister chuckled. I suppose it is, in a way. More clues. Well, we have Andrelin here specially for this lesson. If she wasn't here, I would probably have Madame Pants or Madame Pomfrey joining in. Any more ideas? More odd stares. Half the class looked very confused, half of them were looking at Allister as though he was mad. Ron raised his hand again. You just like women. Allister laughed at this, wiping his mouth. No, no, Mr. Weasley. But women do play a big part in this. Let's see. More clues. At the start of the year, I told you that it was very dangerous and unpredictable using a certain emotion or feeling to try and conjure raw magic. Anybody remember? Hermione's hand shot up, nearly slicing Ron's ear off with her enthusiasm to answer the question. Love, she gasped. The boys all groaned exasperatedly, slumping forwards onto the tables. The girls were all going a little pink in the face and smiling. Pansy had grasped Blaze's arm again. Very good, said Allister, smiling. We're going to be using love to conjure raw magic today, and hopefully, we're going to get some good results. As I said, some of you aren't going to get very far at all, but I'm sure that some of you will stream ahead by using love as a magnet for magic. Mr. Zabini, I'm looking at you. Ron, Harry and Draco all smiled gleefully as Blaze rolled his eyes and Pansy giggled, hugging his arm as though she was carrying a roll of carpet. Right then, said Allister. Straight away, let's have a show of hands, who's ever liked somebody? None of the boys put their hands up. The girls shot looks around, saw that nobody was putting their hands up, and didn't volunteer either. Allister chuckled. Shy today, are we? He said. Don't worry, I'm not planning to dig into your private lives. Well, if you don't want to show your hands. I think perhaps an example of raw love magic. He smiled a little. Give me a moment. Everybody in the room watched intently as Allister closed his eyes. There was a few moments of complete and utter silence, before an odd calm filled the room, not an awkward quiet as expected, but a soft, very patient feeling of warmth. A tiny smile played at Allister's lips. And then, bringing a gasp from everybody present, something huge, pink and sparkling swooping out from Allister's chest, where his heart was, taking flight into the air. It was a swan, a magnificent, beautiful swan, pink and red and peach and gold, glistening in midair, its wings beating softly. There was a great sigh of delight from the girls, and even the boys looked impressed, as the marvelous bird gave a soft, high, melodious cry. It swooped away through the far wall, simply melting through in a great glittering shimmering cloud, and then it was gone. Everybody burst into applause and Allister smiled, accepting his appreciation with a gracious nod. Very flashy, very showy. If you ever want to demonstrate the pure arts, raw love magic can be very, very effective, said Allister. Using love to do regular raw magic can be tricky, and a little dangerous. No wizard would ever try to fly by using love as a lift. Love, unlike other emotions, cannot be turned off or suppressed easily. It's hard to control such a thing. But raw love magic can be controlled. Imagine sculpture, or art. Creating something that looks nice, and the whole process isn't particularly dangerous, unless you do something stupid like, stab yourself with the paintbrush. I don't know, I'm not an artist. Right, into pairs please, let's see what you can do. 5 minutes later, he'd given them all a simple task of creating some raw materials, as he put it. This was presumably the pink cloud that the swan had been formed from, though nobody knew, as they hadn't yet managed to conjure anything. This is so stupid, Ron muttered, vaguely. Yeah, Harry agreed. He had somewhat a wisp of something lilac, but it could have just been a trick of the light peeking through the window. How are we supposed to do this? Think about love, said Hermione, promptly. She had a little, fluffy pink fire fluttering around between her hands, glittering every now and then, and she looked quite pleased with herself. Ron snorted. Huh, yeah. Harry gave an exhausted, bored sort of sigh. He didn't know why, but his mood had been descending gradually over the last week or so. He had a feeling it was something to do with the coming Quidditch match. Remembering it with a flush, his lilac wisps vanished. He frowned and rested his head on his elbows. Has anybody got anything yet? Allister called. There was a universal grumble of no from the class, but Neville seemed to be in trouble, as the table he sat at was shuddering violently and everybody was backing away. Allister hurried off to help with that, and Harry's heart sank. He really wanted to do well in this lesson, and he was getting the suspicion he had yet another block. And how are things getting on over here? Said a soft voice from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder. Andrelin was crossing over to their table, her cloak fluttering behind her marvelously, as though she was walking into a light breeze. Harry opened his mouth to mutter, "Fine," but Draco got there first and said, quickly, "We could do with some help, actually, Miss." Andrelin smiled. "Just call me Andrelin." She sat on the edge of the table between Draco and Harry, looking around at them all. "What seems to be the problem?" "We can't do it," said Ron, vaguely. "It doesn't work." Andrelin chuckled. "Really? Broken, is it? Well, maybe you're not doing it quite right. Let me see your hand for a moment." She took the hand that Ron extended to her, studying the pads of his palms and then his pulse point intently. "No block. You're just a little loose on your method, I suppose. Are you thinking of love whilst trying?" "Yes," said Ron, irritably. "The expression on your face says otherwise," said Andrelin, smirking. Harry was strongly reminded of Snape, a much happier, younger Snape. "Don't concentrate on producing the magic, concentrate on your thoughts." She reached across the table, and placed her fingertips delicately on Ron's forehead, scraping back his red fringe. "You have to relax for love magic, that's what it's all about." Harry watched Ron's eyes close, and couldn't help but wonder that Snape was not going to be happy when he found out his sister was stroking students' foreheads in the pure arts classroom. "Got a thought?" she asked. Ron nodded a little, and then to everybody's surprise, a great puff of pink smoke burst out of his fingertips and engulfed them all in pink sparkles. Harry coughed as he was attacked by a swarm of purple glitter, and somebody fell backwards off their chair in surprise. Alrister shouted from across the classroom through the fuchsia haze, "Oh, well done." "Who did that?" "Ron." Harry coughed, waving at the purple glitter still trying to settle all over his robes. The smoke just refused to blow away. Draco was coughing as well, and there were keying noises coming from his end of the table. Peering through the haze, Harry could see a giant, magical pair of lips that looked as though they were trying to eat Draco while he struggled to swat them away. Draco yelled, angrily, "What the hell did you think of, Weasley?" "None of your business," Ron snarled. He started thrashing around, trying to clear the smoke, coughing and choking. "Professor Alrister, how do we get rid of this stuff?" Alrister chuckled, and Harry saw him step into the huge puffy pink cloud, reaching out to grasp the huge lips before they slurped Draco's nose off. "Dear me, I think we're going to have to get Professor Flitwick, maybe Professor Lupin. Can somebody go and fetch them?" Instantly, there was a cry of, "Me. Me, Professor, I'll do it," from a voice that Harry recognized as Blaise Zabini's. "Is Lupin out in the grounds at the moment, sir?" "Oh, of course," Alrister sighed, and then he gave an annoyed grunt as the lips struggled out of his hands and beepered themselves to Draco's face as the Slytherin yelped with surprise. "Well, go on, Mr. Zabini, he's in the forest with the 7th years." "The forest," said Blaise, sounding rather cool. "There are werewolves in there. Apart from Professor Lupin." Yes, he's not far in," said Alrister, over the noise of Draco's horrified yells, muffled behind the huge lips. "Go on." Harry was watching Blaise's face, as he was on the edge of the cloud, and not stuck in the middle of the midst. To his great surprise, Blaise smiled slyly, and said, in what would have been a casual voice if he hadn't been for his wicked expression, "Yes, sir." He slid out of the door, silent, and he was smirking gleefully from ear to ear as he did. Harry's suspicions flared. Getting an idea very quickly, he said, "Professor, can I go to the bathroom and wash all the sparkles off my face?" Alrister eyed him through the pink cloud, and said, "Yes, I think you'd better, Potter, pink isn't your color." "Hurry up though." Harry nodded, got out of his chair, and hurried for the door, sliding out quietly and shutting it behind him. He glanced quickly up and down the long corridor, just in time to see Zabini's robes whip around the far corner. Harry wasn't surprised that Blaise wasn't heading in the direction of the entrance doors and the forest at all. Silently, he rushed down the corridor, doing his best to stay quiet. Turning the corner, he saw Blaise descending a staircase behind a tapestry Harry had never known was there. It wasn't on the Marauder's map either, and a corridor that Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs had not known about must lead somewhere incredibly important. Blaise was out of sight by now, and the tapestry starting to swing shut. Desperately, Harry sprinted along the corridor and leapt through the door right before it closed with a snap on his cloak. He moved on, but found himself caught fast in the door. He could see Blaze's shadow in the dark below, heading away down the staircase, and he didn't want to lose sight of the Slytherin. Not only would he not see what Blaze was up to, but he could well be stuck in this dark stairwell. He cast off his cloak and left it there on the floor, then pattered down the stairs, making sure he was a good way behind Zabini and that his footsteps were silent. Blaze didn't seem to have noticed Harry. He was singing softly to himself as he carried on, a song that Harry didn't know, in a voice that sounded very, very happy indeed. As he listened, Blaze stopped his song, and paused before a door. Now, where is it? Harry could hear a scrabbling nose, things being moved, and then Blaze's voice murmured, Lumos. Light completely flooded the stairwell. Terrified, Harry looked around for something to hide behind, and saw an old armchair discarded across the staircase. He hurried to it and fell down behind it, tucking himself in, peering through the gap underneath to watch what Blaze was doing. But to his great surprise, something else caught his eye. The wall that Blaze was facing was roughly painted bottle green, and daubed across it in silver were the words, "The Shelter of Slytherins." Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Letting his gaze wander around, he saw that the stairs finished just below him, and there was a whole room, with armchairs, a bookshelf, even a bed in the corner. Tacked to the walls were posters showing Quidditch strategies, and a huge painting of Salazar Slytherin was pride of place, carefully charmed to cover a whole wall, so his dark, clever eyes glared down at the entire room. Harry didn't have long to study the amazing room before it was time to move again. Blaze had slid his fingertips down the edge of an empty picture frame, prizing it open, and revealing a doorway. The Slytherin climbed through it, and instantly, Harry shot out from his hiding place, rushing after him. Relieved that he'd managed to keep the door open, he went to climb through it, and gave a startled cry as he saw Blaze standing in the room beyond, watching him, wearing a very unimpressed expression. "Potter, Potter, what are you doing following me?" said Blaze, softly. Harry mouthed something for a moment, then said, in an angry voice, more to the point, "What are you doing sneaking out of class to come here? And what is this room?" Blaze smiled, and Harry realized with a thrill of horror that his wand was out. "That's none of your business. You shouldn't have seen this. Only the best, purest Slytherins ever see this place." Harry's eyes glanced from the wand to the room behind Blaze. It was fairly dark, a stone passageway, but the corridor looked oddly familiar, though it wasn't somewhere he'd been many times. His thoughts were whirling. "Tell me where we are," he said, firmly, "or I'll run right now for a teacher, and you'll been in major trouble, Zabini." "Oh, no," said Blaze, softly. "No, Potter, I'm not going to be in any trouble at all." He eyed Harry closely, and then asked, "Is it true?" "Is what true?" Harry snarled. He had one foot drifting back, ready to run, sprint up the staircase, get out of the room and go find a teacher. He had a horrible feeling about this situation. "About kinda," murmured Blaze. He smiled simply. "Every Thursday she only comes back to the common room late at night." "Quidditch practice?" "I don't think so. Even Quidditch doesn't make her smile that much." "What are you suggesting?" said Harry, angrily. Blaze chuckled. "So naive. Such a simple mind. Haven't you ever dabbled in the dark side, Potter? Even the slightly dark side? Or are you the innocent little hero everybody thinks you are?" "I'm not interested in this," said Harry. He took another step backwards. "Tell me what it is you're here for, or I'll go get a teacher to make you tell." "I don't think you should do that," said Blaze, quietly. He took a step towards Harry, and when Harry took another back, Blaze took two forwards. "Give me one good reason why not," Harry whispered. "It might not be very beneficial to your health," said Blaze. He raised his wand, his eyes flashing. "And I'll do it, unless you turn around right now and walk away. In fact, I don't trust you not to tell anyone. Always the sneak, weren't we?" "Well, such a shame. Sorry about this, Potter." His face curled into a sneer, and he murmured, softly, "Oblivi." Harry wheeled around just in time, and went sprinting up the stairs, running faster than he ever had in his life. Blaze's memory spell ricocheted off the step right below him, and Harry heard the Slytherin snarl, "Potter!" and give chase. He hurried up, sprinting with all his worth up the stairs, dodging the curses Blaze was sending at him constantly from behind. The door was just ahead. Harry kept running, kept dodging, listening to Blaze bellow, "Obliviate! Obliviate!" behind him, feeling ripples of the spell bullets rush past his arms. And then, quite suddenly, one of them hit him. He fell, but he was out even before he hit the stairs, and the last thing he knew was Blaze's satisfied sigh, and the Slytherin grasping him by the arm to flip him over. Blaze smirked down at him, and then everything was gone. "What happened, Remus?" "I was just coming back into the castles with my 7th years. One of the house elves came running towards me, squeaking that Harry Potter had suddenly appeared covered in blood on the floor of the kitchens. They didn't see him come in at all. From what I heard, one moment the floor was clear, and the next, he was just suddenly there." "Any theories?" Professor McGonagall crouched down next to Lupin on the floor, studying Harry's still face. Lupin sighed a little. "It's hard to tell, but it sounds as though all the house elves have lost some of their memory, just before he appeared." Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow at this. "Odd." Very," said Lupin, nodding. He gestured to the various cuts and bruises on Harry's face. "These weren't done by a spell, but by physical damage. It's as odd as it sounds. I've got 2 ideas as to what might have happened." He frowned a little, then went on. "Either Harry came in by his own accord, placed memory charms on the house elves, then injured himself, so to the house elves, he would have just appeared out of nowhere. That, or somebody injured him, dragged him in here, memory charmed the elves, and left." "Most probably the second," said McGonagall, crisply. "But who, and why?" Lupin shook his head. "I've got no idea. He hasn't woken up yet. Severus has gone to fetch some invigoration draft. Hopefully we'll be able to find out what happened to him." McGonagall eyed Harry's right arm worriedly. "Nasty sprain there. I think it could well be broken," Lupin sighed. "Right before his Quidditch match as well. It looks fairly simple though. With any luck, Poppy will be able to fix him up soon enough." "He'll be devastated if he can't play in his Quidditch match," said McGonagall, frowning slightly. "What lesson was he supposed to be in when the accident happened?" "Pure arts," Lupin replied. "Alrister was doing raw love magic, he got covered in glitter and went to wash it off." "Then what the devil was he doing near the kitchens?" said McGonagall. Lupin shook his head again. "I don't know, Minerva. Blaze Zabini was out of lesson at the same time though. He came to find me and help remove the effects of raw magic gone wrong. He got back a long time before Harry was found though, he can't be connected. Whoever it was would have been nearby when the house elves found him, unless they used a stunning charm and a memory charm at exactly the same time. So the memory charm would have come into effect when the house elves awoke. But that's incredibly complicated to do, only taught in 7th year." "Where were all the 7th years at the time?" asked McGonagall. "I had half of them in the edges of the forest," said Lupin. "Phileas was teaching the rest of them charms." The door opened, and Snape came in, holding a goblet in each clawed hand. One of them was smoking, and the other contained a very clear liquid like pure alcohol. "Invigoration draft," he said, sleekly, handing Lupin the steaming one. "And Veritaserum. I thought it wise." "I do not think Potter will lie," said McGonagall, coldly, ignoring the goblet he tried to pass her. "Nor do I," said Snape, in a tone that convinced nobody. "But perhaps it would be a wise precaution." After a moment, McGonagall took the Veritaserum with a sigh and a frown, eyeing the amount Snape had brought. "This is a lot, Severus. Do you really not trust Potter to this extent?" Snape smiled ever so slightly, his eyes glittering coldly. "Have you not considered the circumstances, Minerva?" he said, silkily. "For several months now, the Risata outbreak has been confusing every person in this school, and now that Potter turns up covered in blood on the floor of the kitchens, and the house elves have no memories of how he got there, doesn't it strike you as ever so slightly suspicious? Are you suggesting that Harry Potter has been poisoning the food of people in this school?" said McGonagall, coldly, one eyebrow arching right up behind her spectacles. "I said nothing of the sort," said Snape, smoothly. He watched Lupin blowing the smoke away from the goblet with a sneer on his face. What are you doing? You couldn't have made this any cooler, could you, Severus? Said Lupin. It's almost still boiling. Snape sighed, knelt down, and snatched the cup off Lupin with a scornful, pathetic, before leaning down, opening Harry's mouth, and tilting the goblet carefully over his lips. The boy choked, coughing a little, but he didn't wake up, even when Snape had poured the whole lot down his throat. You did make it right, didn't you? Said Lupin, worriedly. Of course I did, Snape snarled. The potion takes a few minutes to work. He picked up the Veritaserum, but before he could tip it down Harry's throat, McGonagall stopped him. Severus, she said, warningly. The boy does not need the full dosage. On the contrary, said Snape, softly, I think it would do him some good. And he tilted the cup slowly, the clear liquid trickling gradually into Harry's mouth. Snape was the only one who knew that it was not entirely Veritaserum at all. Seeing the extent of Harry's wounds, he'd added a few extra ingredients to help his body replace the blood he'd lost. Though Snape wasn't about to admit to McGonagall and especially Lupin that he was concerned about the boy. When the last drop was gone, Snape put down the empty goblet, smiling in a satisfied way. Lupin looked worried at this, as did McGonagall. After a few moments, Harry gave an exhausted, quiet groan, and his eyes fluttered mechanically open. He felt as though he'd been beaten repeatedly with a baseball bat, but there was something else there, as though he was being controlled. It felt like he didn't have the strength to think for himself. Potter, can you hear us? Said McGonagall's voice above him. Yes, he said, automatically, his eyes flickering a little. How are you feeling? Asked Lupin, in a concerned way. Harry thought about this for a while, then said, quietly, I'm injured. He frowned a little, a very dazed, spacey sort of expression. Kitchens. Yes, said McGonagall, you're in the kitchens. Can you tell us how you got here? No, said Harry. No, asked McGonagall, surprised by this answer. Harry's eyes flickered automatically. I cannot remember. What can you remember? Asked Lupin. Can you tell us what happened after you left Pure Arts? Another flicker passed Harry's face, and his left eye twitched a little, his mouth starting to talk as though powered by something other than his own brain. I did not leave Pure Arts. Draco asked Ron what he was thinking about. And now I am here. Another dazed frown, almost a dreamy expression, not unlike Luna Lovegood. I was in Pure Arts, and then I was somewhere else. There was a tapestry I was walking through, and there were stairs. I was following somebody, I do not know who. They turned on a light, and I saw the stairs. It was somewhere I have never been. The shelter of Slytherins, and I do not know any more. Now I am here. McGonagall blinked. The shelter of Slytherins. Potter, there is no such place. But he's under Veritaserum, said Lupin, frowning in a confused way. Snape was frowning too. How the devil did he find the shelter? What? Said McGonagall, rounding on him. Snape was staring at Harry, frowning suspiciously. It was an old stairwell that Lucius Malfoy adapted into a secondary Slytherin common room, unused for years. Sealed off, to my knowledge. It's impossible to just stumble across it, only somebody who knows it is there can see the entrance. Does Dumbledore know of this? McGonagall blustered. Nowhere in my records is there any evidence of some secret common room. Exactly when did Lucius Malfoy start this little arrangement? Why wasn't it reported? The headmaster knows nothing of it, said Snape, simply. Though it's hardly relevant to the current situation. Potter's memory has been wiped by whoever injured him and left him here. Only a Slytherin would know that staircase exists. It must have been a Slytherin he was following. Not necessarily, said McGonagall. A Slytherin may have told this person how to find this shelter. Anybody could have done this. Quidditch, said Harry, groggily, still lying on the floor. What was that, Potter? Said McGonagall. Quidditch, the dazed boy repeatedly. I am supposed to be playing Quidditch in a few days, and yet I am injured. If I am injured, I cannot play Quidditch. Oh, we'll patch you up, said McGonagall, briskly. There are more important things, Potter. Are you sure you don't know who it was? Harry's head flopped limply from side to side. No, I do not know who. McGonagall sighed. Very well. Remus, take Potter down to the hospital wing. He'll need a few good healing charms at the very least. I dare say Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger will want to be informed. And what of me? Said Snape, raising an eyebrow coolly. Go and alert the headmaster, said McGonagall, as she helped Lupin get Harry to his feet. He'll need to be told. Snape nodded, watching as McGonagall and Lupin half-dragged Harry out of the kitchens. When the door shut, leaving the potions master alone in the kitchens, he said, quietly, even though there was nobody around, "Did you see who it was?" "No," replied a voice from behind him, as a figure flickered into the visible spectrum. Peter was lounging against the wall nearby, toying with the toggles of his school robe. "I was in the greenhouses throwing exploding seed packets at the third years." Snape sighed exasperatedly. "Damn Potter. The one time he needed you there. And what's that supposed to mean?" Peter sneered. "Wasn't doing my job properly, was I?" "I'm glad you've already realized that," said Snape, coldly, breezing to the door and pulling it open. "At least I don't have to waste my breath telling you." He left, slamming the door behind him. Peter sneered after him, flickered away into invisibility, only pausing to overturn a pan of soup onto the floor before he disappeared away through one of the walls. The next day, a Thursday, Harry was confined to bed in the hospital wing so that Madame Pomfrey could keep checking his arm. She'd mended the bone almost instantly when he came in, but because it had been broken for so long, there were still some cracks to heal over. When he'd asked her tentatively if he'd be able to play Quidditch, she'd sighed, tutted, and muttered something about dangerous sports before telling him rather begrudgingly that he would. "You need your priorities right," she added, absent-mindedly pouring soup out of a jug into a bowl for him. "Health is far more important than Quidditch." Draco's priorities, however, were similar to Harry's. He visited on the Thursday afternoon right after school, bursting into the room and gabbling, "Weasley said you've broken your arm and you can't play. Tell me he's lying. Tell me, Potter, tell me." "Calm down," he said, hurriedly, desperately hoping that Draco wasn't about to have a heart attack right there in the door. "Yes, I'm playing." Draco let out a sigh similar to somebody about to be burnt alive when it started raining. Harry half expected him to sink to his knees and sob with relief. "Don't you ever do that to me again, Potter." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Harry, annoyed. "In case you haven't realized, I don't even know what I did. I've had my memory wiped, and I got beaten up. Somebody broke my arm." "Poor you," said Draco, sarcastically. "I wanted to strangle Weasley when he came trotting up and casually announced you couldn't play. You're our seeker. How dare you put me through such mental anguish, you selfish, rotten—" He struggled to find a word strong enough to describe how vile Harry's crime was. "You Gryffindor." "Whoa, whoa," said a cool voice from behind Draco. "Don't get at him too much, Draco, he might actually listen to you." Kinda strolled in through the door, smirking at the flustered-looking Draco, crossing idly to Harry's bed and sinking into the chair next to him. If there was one thing that could be said about Kinda, it was that she could be comfortable, or at least appear so, anywhere. Draco spluttered at her, and then said, frantically, "That's not the point. He should have at least told Weasley that." "Hang on. Potter, did you tell Weasley you weren't going to play?" Harry frowned, shaking his head. "No, I told him I was going to play." Draco stood still for a moment, putting two and two together, and when he did, Harry could see the rage flare up in his eyes. "Damn Weasley," he shouted. "He told me that on purpose." "That's it. Where is he?" Harry shrugged, chuckling. "Probably in the library with Hermione." "Library," said Draco. "Right." He rolled up his sleeves, and hurried out of the door, muttering to himself about tearing Ron's head off and using it as a quaffle. Kinda sniggered. "Dear me, he's not even the captain and he's about to explode with stress. I dread to think what you're going to be like." Harry smiled slightly, sitting back in the pillows and giving his arm a tentative stretch. "If I get like that, promise me you'll sedate me." "I promise," she said, grinning. "So how are you anyway?" "Feel okay." "Confused," he admitted. "But okay, yeah, I'm really starting to not like losing big patches of my memory, you know. I might forget something important next time." "Well, Finding out who broke my arm was pretty important, I guess. Hey, don't worry about it, she said, sitting back, helping herself to one of the grapes off his bedside table. You're healthy, aren't you? Still alive, able to play. That makes it all fine by me. She smiled up at him, slouched in the chair, her hazel-colored eyes glittering happily. I also notice you've conveniently arranged this little accident on our day. I'm guessing that a long walk's out of the question. He chuckled. Sorry about that, I'll be more considerate in the future. How selfish of me, and I'd love a long walk. I don't think that Madame Pomfrey would appreciate it though. She could come, said Kinda, grinning. I'm sure she'd love to trail about the countryside after us. Oh yeah, said Harry. She'd leap for joy, I'm sure. They both laughed, and Kinda stole another grape. Gosh, I'm hungry, you know what? I might injure myself purposely so I can eat hospital wing food. It's the only safe stuff in the castle anymore, huh? I suppose so, said Harry. He ladled some of his watery soup out, splashing it back into the bowl with a half grimace. Well, between Ron's stale bread and this stale soup, the choice of what to eat's kinda tricky really. She smiled slightly, wriggling down in her chair and making herself comfortable as she glanced around the ward. There was something in her expression that told Harry there was something on her mind. He'd seen it a few times before. Kinda had mastered it so that she didn't look as though she was seeking attention, but just giving out a general sort of, I'm thinking, feeling. What's wrong? Asked Harry, rolling onto his side to face her. She glanced up at him, and paused, looking a little awkward. You might not want to hear it. He felt a horrible cold prickle inside his chest, the same thing he'd felt right before Cho told him it was over. His expression fell into serious, and he said, worriedly, what is it? Tell me. Kinda thought for a moment, watching him, and then she said, quietly, some people are suspicious. Of us, said Harry, equally quiet. Well yeah, there's that, said Kinda. But it's something else. I know that people think we like each other. I think that's kinda funny, but it's something else. Something more serious. About you. Harry stared at her, his eyes widening. What is it? What? I haven't done something to hurt you, have I? No, of course not, she said. It's nothing about us, Harry, don't worry. She smiled a little at the worried expression on his face. It's about your accident. The circumstances have got out, obviously. I was in the Ollery at dinner time, and there were some other students in there, and, well, people are suspicious about it all. What do you mean? He said, frowning in a confused way. You were found in the kitchens, said Kinda, pointedly, raising her eyebrows. Lying on the floor in the kitchens, covered in blood, when you were supposed to be in class and there was nobody else around. And you've, conveniently, lost your memory. That's not what I think, she added, quickly, seeing the look on his face. I know you wouldn't do something like that, but a few people are saying. They think it's me, don't they? He said, quietly. They think I started Gryffindor Risata. Yeah, she said, biting her lip. Sorry. What are you sorry for? He said, smiling a little. It's not your fault that some people are idiots. I'm not mad at you for just telling me. She returned the smile, and it was the first time he'd really seen her look a little shy. Just thought I'd mention it to you. I don't like to keep things from you. I'm glad you don't, he replied, smiling. He paused for a moment, wondering whether or not he had the nerves to do it, and then carefully, tentatively, he reached out and just touched her cheek. Have you dyed your hair? She smiled a little, running a hand through her soft brown locks. It really suited her when it was down around her shoulders so beautifully, wild and tomboyish and cool. You're the only person who's noticed so far. All of us in my dormitory were trying dyeing charms last night. Do you like it? He nodded, his fingers gently stroking her cheek, enjoying the way she blushed as he did, a soft, sugary hue that made him think of the pink swan Alrister created. It's really pretty. She smiled even more, her cheeks glowing. Kinda didn't normally blush at all, and he knew that she hated it when she did, as she thought it was girly and silly, but Harry thought it gave her just that little feminine twist. Now looking at Kinda, he realized how childish Cho was. She was still a little girl, pretty to look at, but couldn't control her emotions. And kinda didn't treat him like a trophy, or an emotional escape route. "I love you," he murmured, before he realized what he was doing. It was only kinda's slightly surprised expression that made him realize what he'd done, and when he did, he felt a cold flush. Had he said that, or had he imagined it? It had just slipped out, and Harry's thoughts were instantly a whirl on whether that was a good or bad thing. He stared into her soft brown eyes, and then, she did something that made him realize on the spot that it was the best thing he'd done all year. She smiled, and said, quietly, softly, "I love you too." From nowhere, he suddenly felt as though he wanted to jump up and sing and dance around. Maybe he could persuade Madame Pomfrey to let him just nip to the top of the astronomy tower and scream from the rooftops. Where was Ron, Hermione, Draco? He had to tell somebody. He wanted to grab somebody and dance in a circle and tell them in the most happy voice he could ever muster, "She loves me." His face split into a grin, and she grinned too. She moved forward, and gave him a quick little key. Harry managed to adjust the hand on the side of her face to keep her there for a few more moments, and when they finally split apart, both of them were smiling. "You taste of soup," she said, grinning. "You taste of grapes. We make quite the couple, don't we?" She laughed softly, and scraped her hair back off her face. We do, and I've got to get going now, Harry." "Oh, why?" he said, disappointedly, giving her the best hopeful expression he could manage. "I've got an essay to do for Snapekins," she said, half smiling. "How to test for common poisons. Lucky me, huh? You get to lie here and eat grapes, and I've got to sum up 6 months of work on 2 rolls of parchment minimum." "Okay," he said, sadly. He held her hand gently for a moment as she stood up, and smoothed a tuft of hair into place. "See you tomorrow. Will you be out of the hospital wing by then?" He nodded. "I hope so. By then," she said, smiling, as she walked backwards away, their hands slipping apart. "See you," he replied. He watched her go with a smile on his face, his heart suddenly batting about inside him like a butterfly on a summer's day. The moment she closed the door and walked out of sight, he couldn't help but grin, taking a grape from the bowl and eating it, feeling on top of the world. A heliopath could burst in through the door and he wouldn't mind. Just to test what would happen, he cupped his hands and stretched them out, watching between them and thinking to himself, imagining that moment, the look on her face, the tone of her voice. And he wasn't really surprised when a soft handful of shimmering pink flames flickered into his cupped hands, fluttering in the breeze of his breathing. He bit his lip, thinking, concentrating, and the flames morphed into a rather clumsy butterly. It was lopsided, and flew tilted to the right, but as he watched it flap out of his hands and flitter across the ward, trailing pink sparkles, he couldn't help but smile more happily than he'd ever smiled before. The next day was Friday, and Harry was given the all-clear early in the morning, so he had to attend lessons again. Even from when he first walked into Defense Against the Dark Arts, he could see that what kinda had said about people being slightly suspicious was true. They all looked away from him, and he heard at least 3 people whisper, "Rosada," at some point as he passed to join Ron, Hermione and Draco. Though really, what people had to say about his absence didn't bother him at all. It was as though his brain had overloaded, and now had only space for 2 things, which were kinda, or Quidditch, or sometimes both of them at once. The progression of Harry's mind was shown in his doodles along the bottom of his page as Lupin took them through a list of spells to block physical attack. "You could have done with these earlier, huh?" said Ron. The first was the initials KZ, in his best handwriting. Following smoothly onto a large note in a circle saying, "Remind kinda to practice doppelbeater defense with Ernie," and then a picture of a Quidditch pitch, covered in lots of arrows that no longer made sense to him. Then a series of more joined initials, a caricature that Ron had done of Draco that showed the Slytherin chasing along after a walking shirt, and then Hermione's neat handwriting which said, "You do realize you have to hand this into Professor Lupin, don't you?" It was the first time that Harry had found himself not paying attention in dark arts. Normally, he hung on to Professor Lupin's every word, but he found he just couldn't concentrate. His mood swung between fluttering at the thought of kinda, and then cold and clammy at the reminder of how close their Quidditch match was. Just one day now. Tomorrow, at 3 p.m., the Quidditch final started between the Bright Sparks and the Dragons. Harry was captaining, and so was Blaise, and Harry knew that he just had to win this match. Not only was the chance to play against the teachers hanging in the balance, but Harry had the oddest feeling that Blaise had done something to him recently that he just had to pay the Slytherin back for it, even though he couldn't think what it was. And of course, Blaise reminded him of Kinda, and last night, and telling her that he loved her, and Harry, he looked up, jolted out of his thoughts. Sorry, Professor, got distracted. Lupin smiled kindly. That's all right, Harry. Try to concentrate a little more, please. That night, his sleep was erratic and vague. Just like his waking thoughts, his dreams dashed back and forth between Kinda and Quidditch, from keying to trying to tug a quaffle off Norbert, grapes to Opsitops hiding under Hagrid's beard, and eventually the whole lot just melded together. He was at a tea party, singing to the Opsitops while the garish kittens from Umbridge's old plates gamboled around the table, half-eaten, and he was just asking Sly if she'd like another Kinda cupcake when he woke up with a start. Ron was lying next to him, rolling with laughter. What? Asked Harry, blinking vaguely at him, still wide-eyed from waking up so suddenly. A tea party. Ron choked, trying to stop himself laughing so loudly. Harry decided to wear a gag in bed from that moment on. Once Ron had stopped laughing, they got dressed, and ambled down to breakfast, as neither of them were in the mood for homework. A lot of people were already awake, and to Harry's amazement, the first thing he saw when he entered the Great Hall was a huge green and silver dragon made of fireworks swooping around over the Slytherin table. Blaise Zabini and the rest of the dragons were looking very smug. Harry realized with an angry twinge that Snape was sitting with the dragons, and he was apparently responsible for the dragon charm too. His wand was out, flicking gently every now and then to have the great glittering mass roar a jet of green flames into the air. Ignoring what he felt was a blatant betrayal by his magical guardian, Harry swept past the Slytherins, over to the Gryffindor table. To his surprise, they had a few new members there. Kinda was debating with Hermione about something in her textbook, Ernie and his Hufflepuff friends were all talking to Ginny and Neville, and Draco was saving 2 empty seats for Ron and Harry. They sat down in them, and before Harry could ask, Draco said, "Special permission from Dumbledore. He thinks it's time to relax the standards, and encourage some inter-house friendships. It looks like we've got an awful lot of moving around in the Great Hall today," said Ernie, turning round to talk to Harry. "Look up at the staff tables." "Tables," said Ron, as he and Harry peered around to look. There were now 2 tables pushed together, and all the staff sat around them. To Harry's great surprise, all the ghosts were now sitting with the teachers, even. Harry gasped, "It's Peeves and Jinx." "Who?" said Ernie, confusing, leaning around to peer at the staff tables. "Peeves and his sister," said Harry, pointing to the far right end of the table. Peeves sat cross-legged on the bench between Dumbledore and Jinx. Dumbledore was apparently telling a joke to Peeves, and when he finished, Peeves cackled loudly, so much that some of the staff shot angry looks at him. "Who are all those other people?" asked Ernie. Harry let his eyes wander down the table, and saw people he'd never met sitting there talking to the staff. A few of them he recognized, from snatched glimpses he'd had. There was a reporter that Harry knew worked for the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, some people he'd seen at Grimmauld Place, and a few faces that he'd only seen for a moment or two in the Ministry of Magic. He pointed out the faces he recognized to Ron. Ron shrugged. "I dunno. Dumbledore's friends, aren't they? Probably here for a meeting or something." "Why on earth would Rita Skeeter and Terence McClavity be here?" asked Hermione. "They're not friends of Dumbledore. McClavity writes a lot of anti-Muggle articles for the Prophet." Harry glanced at the man she was pointing out. He was a rather happy-looking man, with a round face, a lot of scruffy brown hair under a journalist hat, and out in his hands even as he spoke to Professor Binns was a notepad. "He looks all right to me," said Ron, frowning. "What's wrong with him?" "He just doesn't strike me as the sort of person who would be invited to Hogwarts," said Hermione. "You know, he's anti-Muggle, anti-Muggleborns, remind you of anybody?" "Malfoy," said Ron, without thinking. Draco gave him a very scornful look. "Weasley, I'm sitting next to you, for the love of Merlin." Do use your brain. Voldemort, said Harry to Hermione, cutting across Ron's reply. A few people twitched around the table. Exactly, said Hermione. Voldemort started out promoting pureblood wizards and anti-muggle things, and a lot of people agreed with him, but they pulled out after they realized what he was prepared to do to get nothing but a pureblood, wizarding world. McClavity's one of them. Harry shrugged. Does it matter? Dumbledore trusts him. There was a sudden volley of bangs from the Slytherin table, as Snape's dragon cart wheeled up into the air and blew fireballs up towards the enchanted ceiling. There are other things on my mind right now. Hermione patted his arm genially. Don't worry, you'll be fine. So what, they've got a dragon. We've got good players, Harry. They've got my magical guardian, Harry thought, bitterly. And more support, and flashier decorations. He glanced up at the staff table, as Lupin, Alrister, and the Galvez sisters all got up from the table and came towards him. He wondered for a moment what was going on, especially when they all crouched down in a huddle around him. All four of them were smiling. Harry, we think Professor Snape's a little out of order over there, said Lupin, quietly. There are 2 Slytherins on your team, and much better Slytherins too. So we thought we'd come and give you a little push to get equal, said Alrister. He was grinning. We're sure Snape has nothing against a little healthy, supporting rivalry. Andrelin laughed softly. He always did that dragon at family parties. It's getting pretty old, if you ask us. And so we're going to blow it out of the air, said Isabis, smiling. Her voice was a little lower than her sister's, more of a purr, though when he was this close to them, Harry still couldn't tell a single difference in their facial features. Lupin, Alrister, Isabis and Andrelin all stood up. Lupin and Isabis drew out their wands, and with a thrill, Harry supposed that Andrelin and Alrister would be doing pure magic. Ready, said Lupin, smiling around at them all. When you are, said Alrister, grinning back. On 3 then, said Lupin, loudly enough for the whole school to hear, and almost everybody turned around to look. 1, 2, 3. Hogwarts Madria Aris, Lupin and Isabis cried, firing their wands to the ceiling. Alrister and Andrelin flicked their arms upwards at the same time, and everybody gasped in surprise as 4 huge shapes, far bigger than Snape's puny little dragon, soared upwards from the 4 teachers. Lupin's was a lion, magnificent and proud, glittering red and gold and giving off sparks that lit the entire hall. Alrister's badger was just as impressive, like a great sparkling swarm of black and yellow bees, perfectly formed. Isabis was Ravenclaw, a grand bronze eagle giving out cries of joy as it swooped over the tables, leaving a trail of shimmering blue smoke, and Andrelin had conjured the huge glittering green snake of Slytherin, winding its way around the hall. The entire school apart from the Slytherins burst into applause, cheering and clapping, even more when the lion strolled calmly over to the Slytherin table, climbing up onto it and swallowing the dragon in one gulp. There was a great flash of light from the middle of the hall and the glittering, rainbow-colored message of, bright sparks for the cup, appeared there, winking and sparkling in the light. Harry couldn't help but grin and laugh, especially at the look of horror on Snape's face, as the lion belched, and expelled a twinkling mass of white bones onto the table. The atmosphere of the day after that was very much the same. The bright sparks had been warned by Draco to stay together, in case Dragons fans tried to attack them. People were following the team down the corridor, wishing them luck and telling them that dragons were rubbish. The rumor was that Blaise Zabini and the rest of his team were lurking around the dungeons, so the bright sparks made sure to stay clear of there, and spent the day instead outside, throwing things back and forth. Ron was perfectly on form, catching and throwing like a professional. The chasers were working perfectly together, Ernie and Kinda were sending apples rocketing in all directions, and overall, Harry couldn't have asked for better conditions. When 2 o'clock came, they all went off to the changing rooms to get into their Quidditch robes. There was an hour to go, but Harry wanted them all ready and perfectly comfortable before the match. He felt as though his whole life had been leading up to this point. It was the most scared he'd ever felt before a Quidditch match, and as he looked out on the stands, fully changed and ready by 2:10, he prayed that he didn't lose. Blaise Zabini would eat him alive if he did. Draco was rushing around, doing his usual, "Where are my socks, where's my glove, has anybody seen my lucky rabbit's foot?" Routine. Harry was going to have to sedate him if he didn't stop panicking, and really, he didn't want a drugged Draco trying to throw a quaffle back and forth. On Hermione's suggestion, Ron was eating as many sweets as he possibly could. Sugar gives you energy, he protested, after his 5th chocolate bar. I want energy, don't I? You're going to throw up if you eat any more, said Ginny, shaking her head. And we can't afford to lose you. Draco went skittering past with a frantic squeak of, I can't find my socks, unaware they were on his feet and under his shoes already. Harry was practicing. He'd seen his father do something like this before, but of course, James Potter had had a real snitch. Harry had the next best thing. Hermione had charmed a Muggle golf ball they found in the ground so that it tried to get away from him if it wasn't in his pocket. He'd let it go, allowing it to fly a few inches, then he'd snatch it back. His father's reflexes were better than his, but he was getting steadily better at it. Kinda came into the boys' changing rooms, looking completely and utterly calm. Harry found himself in awe at how unruffled she was. Everybody else was in various degrees of nerves or in Neville's case fright, but kinda looked as though it was just another practice session. She glanced around at all the worried faces. Hey, what's up with you lot? Draco rounded on her. We're about to play the most important Quidditch match of our lives, that's what's up with us. Leave her alone, Draco, said Ginny. She took another sip from the pumpkin juice bottle she had. Just because you're going to need a change of underpants doesn't mean she will. Everybody snorted, then shut up after a swift glare from Draco. He turned to Harry. You should be keeping order here. You're the captain. Harry shrugged, smiling. I can't be bothered anymore. My worry level's gone past being scared. What happens happens, right? Right, said Ron. If we win or lose, we've been completely unbeaten before now. Nobody else has been good enough to face up to Blaise yet, and he's the only one who can laugh at us. And if he does, we can beat him up anyway. I think we should just go out there and play the best game we ever have, said Ernie, thumping his bat on the floor. And whatever happens, we're at least the second best Quidditch players in the whole school. So what if we can't quite manage best? What do the winners really get, except 20 house points per person more than we will, and the chance to go against the teachers? I wouldn't mind that, admitted Kinda. But que sera, what will be, will be. You're right, said Harry, smiling to her. As long as we do our best everybody, nobody can ever expect any more from us. Yeah, everybody cheered, clapping. Quidditch cards are in order, I think, said Kinda, grinning. She leapt onto her broom. How many packs, people? Gold now, by the way. Everybody surged forward to place their orders, and then she rocketed off. Harry watched her go with a smile. The next 50 minutes crawled by. The stands filled very gradually, until every single seat was filled. Fireworks and rocket charms were zooming all over the crowds, banners reading, bright sparks, or dragons, were fluttering from every single hand, and even the teachers had taken sides. Harry was delighted to see that most teachers were firm fans of the bright sparks. Sinistra and Snape sat behind the Dragons' goals, surrounded by a knot of gleeful Dragons fans, but the rest of the teachers were clustered behind the bright sparks goals. Lupin, Alrister, McGonagall and Flitwick were on the front row, waving a banner, even though Professor Flitwick was dangling about a foot from the ground holding onto it. Dumbledore and his guests were around the center of the pitch, politely not taking sides, even though Harry could see what was unmistakably a bright sparks badge under Dumbledore's robes. It's 3 o'clock, said Ron, checking the magical watch around his wrist. We'll be starting soon. Don't remind me, Draco groaned, rubbing his head. Longbottom, have you been practicing your throwing? Neville nodded frantically. He picked up one of his school shoe, and threw it cleanly across the changing room to Draco. The Slytherin caught it, threw it back, and it hit Neville in the head, successful kicking him with his own shoe. Oi, Ron said. Stop injuring Neville, Malfoy, or we'll all injure you. Draco smirked. Just testing his reflexes, Weasley. Will you two stop with this macho surname thing? Said Ginny, annoyed. Will your tongues fall off if you call each other Draco and Ron? Draco and Ron both glared at her, but they didn't answer, because next second, a sound that sent chills of fear down Harry's side blared out around the stadium. Lee Jordan on his magical microphone. Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to the eagerly awaited Quidditch final of the season. The crowd roared. Suddenly, they sounded a million miles away. Harry had the sudden urge to run away and hide somewhere nice and quiet until it was all over. He swayed, and Ron grasped him by the shoulder. "Oh no you don't, you're our seeker. Get on the broom." Harry clambered onto his broomstick, holding it in place, ready to kick off, as he listened to Lee's voice booming out. The matches between the Dragons, captained by Blaise Zabini, and the Bright Sparks, today led by Harry Potter. I don't think I'd be far wrong to say that this is easily the most eagerly anticipated match of the whole league, and riding on the outcome of today is the Quidditch Cup, house points, and the opportunity to play against the staff team. I've got a copy of the team list here folks, and boy, I know that everybody would just love to, accidentally, maim a few of these teachers. Jordan: Sorry, Professor, just a joke. Okay, let's bring out the teams. Bright Sparks, are you ready? Harry kicked off from the ground, but something went wrong mid-kicking, and he caught his foot, so that his broom did an odd flip and bucked him off onto the ground. Ron laughed, hauled him back onto his firebolt, and clapped him on the back with a shout of, "Get going." Harry's broom rocketed off, like a bullet fired from a gun, heading for the entrance to the pitch. It was like speeding down the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, in a way. Harry had no idea what would happen once he got there. Then again, que sera, what will be will be. He bloomed out into the warm afternoon air, and was greeted by a wall of noise, cheers and clapping, and a shower of glittering rainbow sparks from most of the crowd. He could see Luna and Hermione on the front row next to Professor Lupin, cheering for all they were worth. Potter, Malfoy, Weasley, Zabini, Longbottom and Macmillan. Lee roared to the delight of the crowd, and glancing up into the box, Harry saw that Lee was wearing a woolly hat, with a Bright Sparks badge pinned to the front. Very good team there, all perfectly matched to each other, and I know we can expect some high-class Quidditch today. All right, are the Dragons ready? The other half of the stadium started to cheer, and there were a few roars of dragons played from the banners, but the noise was instantly beaten right down, as a gong sounded somewhere. The noise shivered out across the stands, and everybody fell quiet, watching the mouth of the changing rooms. Music was starting to play. It was oriental, loud, and a chill shot down Harry's spine at how impressive and powerful it sounded. The crowd started to roar their approval, and then, with no warning, a huge fireball burst out of the tunnel mouth, followed by another glistening black firework dragon. The dragons followed it, flying in a perfectly straight line, with Zabini in front. Their robes were black, and on the back, flames were inked onto the fabric, but they were fluttering, as though the dragons' robes were actually ablaze. They were incredibly impressive. Harry felt his stomach twisting. If their Quidditch skills were even half as good as their spectacular entrance, the Bright Sparks had a severe problem on their hands. Madame Hooch strode out onto the pitch, carrying her broom, to tumultuous applause from the crowd. "Captains," she called. Harry flew forwards to meet her, and Blaise joined them. His eyes were fixed on Harry. He was smirking from ear to ear. "Shake hands," Madame Hooch commanded. Harry grabbed Zabini's hand, and they glared at each other, gripping each other's hands so hard that Harry could see both their wrists going slightly purple. After a moment, Madame Hooch swatted their handshake apart, frowning at both of them. "Let's have a clean game," she said. "We've got a good amount of the school year left, I don't want any fatal injuries." "Agreed." They both nodded. Harry looked at Blaise, and Blaise looked back, and Harry knew that Blaise was going to try and put as many of his team out of action as possible. Physical contact was not allowed in Quidditch, but there were other ways of severely hurting a player. He tried not to think about this, and settled on his broom, ready and waiting. "On my whistle," Madame Hooch called. She lifted it to her lips. Harry waited with bated breath, his nerves so tight they would probably snap. The shriek of the whistle pierced the stands, the crate flew open and the game began. Draco was straight in and down, grasping the quaffle, off down the pitch with Neville and Ginny in hot pursuit. Harry realized that Blaise must be the seeker. The dragon chasers were obviously the ones who were tailing Neville, Ginny and Draco, so close to them it was nearly unallowed. Harry caught the tiny glimmer of gold as the snitch emerged from the box, then flittered away, moving too fast for him to even contemplate giving chase. Blaise thought the same. He gave Harry one last glare, a smirk, then he turned away and rushed down the pitch after the chasers. Kinda was after him in a shot. Harry smiled. There was nothing quite like sibling rivalry. And they're off. Malfoy gets the quaffle. He's off towards the goal, Dragon's chasers straight after him, followed by Zabini and Zabini. Macmillan. Lovely bludger work there, but, oh no. Bludger deflected by Sprakes, that's the dragon's beater there, and Malfoy drops the quaffle. Griffiths picks it up. Griffiths heading for goal, guarded by Sprakes, Bright Sparks chasers following. Come on, get it off him. Just hit him. Jordan, if you don't stop promoting physical violence. Alright, anyway, Griffiths going for goal. Sprakes deflects another bludger, hit back at him by Macmillan, and Sprakes hits it back. Macmillan misses, but it's hit MacArthur. Sprakes knocks his own chaser off his broom, and unfortunately, Blaise Zabini catches MacArthur. MacArthur back on his broom. Sprakes and Griffiths still heading for goal, blocked by Weasley Jr. there, and, yes, she seizes the quaffle from Griffiths. Weasley Jr. back up the pitch like a rocket. Come on Ginny, score. She squares up to the keeper. She throws, it's saved. How disappointing. The crowd all groaned as the dragon's keeper, one of Blaise's bodyguards, beat the quaffle away with his outstretched fist. It sunk towards the ground, and Harry saw Draco and Griffiths grappling over it before Griffiths tugged it away, and sped off towards Ron, quaffle firmly tucked under his arm. It was absolutely agonizing to watch. Harry flew over the pitch, high in the air, keeping a lookout for the snitch, watching the quaffle fought over, seeing it dragged back and forth up and down the pitch. Both sets of chasers were doing all they could to score, but every single time, it was intercepted and stolen by the other team. Ron and the Dragon's keeper saved every goal, and the match was starting to get more violent. Everybody was so frustrated with being unable to score that the chasers were flinging themselves at each other, wrestling over the quaffle, and Zabini's boys were resorting to things like spitting in people's faces to get possession. Madam Hooch couldn't find a rule that disallowed this. Ginny, Neville and Draco eventually got so scared of being spat at that they weren't fast enough to intercept MacArthur. Ron dived for the quaffle, but he was just an inch out, and the red ball sunk through the hoop. Half the stadium exploded in cheers and dragon roars, the other half groaned exasperatedly. It's 10-0 to the Dragons, Lee announced to the stands, though everybody already knew this. MacArthur scores. Hooray! Potter is signaling to his team for a quick word, and off they go. When all the team were clustered around Harry, they all broke into a tirade of anger about being spat at, and Harry said, calmly, there's nothing we can do, just spit back at them, or if they go to spit at you, swat at them. As long as you don't contact, it's not illegal. Or just knock them off their damn brooms, that should teach them. Ernie, kinda, start getting more aggressive. If they're going to be violent to us, we'll just do it back, right? Hit the bludgers and aim to knock them off their brooms, no just stopping them scoring. Kinda and Ernie nodded, and Harry went on. I want to see lots of doppelbeater defense, too. 2 bats are better than 1, right? And Draco, you're our faster chaser. Ginny, you're the most aggressive. Draco, you fly below Ginny, so Ginny, when you get the quaffle just drop it to Draco and he can score quick before anybody can change direction to get after him. Neville, you stay constantly near the hoops, so Draco and Ginny can just throw it for you to tap through the goal if they need to. Okay, let's go then. They split apart, and zoomed off, as Madam Hooch signaled for the game to restart. Now that the Bright Sparks had new confidence, they could play properly again, and the game started to get even more intense. People were flying faster than Harry could watch, and fake punches and pushes were going on so much that it looked as though people really were fighting. Ginny, Draco and Neville were teaching the dragons a very good lesson. Every time a dragon chaser spat at them, they spat back twice and then aimed a fake swat, grasped the quaffle and went for goal. A mad sort of determination had come over everybody. Pretty soon, It was 90 to 80 to the Dragons, and Lee Jordan was going frantic with excitement. Malfoy to Weasley to Malfoy to Longbottom to Malfoy again. Malfoy going for goal. Intercepted. MacArthur to Griffiths to MacArthur and intercepted by Weasley. And, damn, I'm getting a headache. Dragons have the quaffle. Dragons going for goal. Bright Sparks get it back. Bludger nearly unseats MacArthur. Bludger back nearly kills Macmillan, but no time to check that. Bright Sparks are going for goal and Malfoy passes to Longbottom and Longbottom drops it through and he scores. Lee gave a great gasp of relief, and they all heard him slide to the floor, panting for breath. All right, hold play for a minute, I can't breath, PHWU, okay, I'm all right. No, I'm fine professor, really. It's 90 to 90, and if I feel like this, I don't even want to imagine what the players are like. It was starting to get into late evening now. The sky on the horizon was darkening from pink to a deep blood red, streaked with stripes of blazing gold, and high above them, the stars were starting to glow. Harry didn't know what time it was. Twice, it started to rain, showering them all lightly, as though the heavens were trying to refresh all the players and wake them up. Everybody was getting gradually more and more tired, but nobody would back down on the level of play, and so the aggression and speed continued. The quaffle flung from end to end of the pitch, sometimes going into the goals, sometimes not, and the score was darting wildly about. Dragons would surge ahead, then the Bright Sparks clawed after them and powered in front, Dragons caught up, and the pattern all repeated. The crowds were screaming and gasping regularly, chanting, urging their teams on. Harry could feel his brain becoming numb. It was as though all the players were turning into robots, their bodies forcing them to go faster and harder and better, fight more, though their minds couldn't keep up. The first major casualty of the match was poor Neville. Harry was searching the outer edges of the pitch for the snitch at the time, and he didn't even realize something had happened until the quiet came, and Madame Hooch's whistle blared out. Stop, she shouted. A mid-air grappling match between Ginny and MacArthur came to an abrupt halt. Looking around, Harry saw a figure lying on their side in the mud, limp and still. He leapt off his broom, and ran over. Neville was unconscious. Madame Hooch knelt over him, checking his pulse and his temperature. He's dropped from exhaustion, she sighed. He couldn't carry on. We'll need time out. She stood up, faced the crowd and gave 2 short blasts on her whistle, showing a T with her arms. They all sighed, clapping weakly, just a light patter of applause. The crowd were getting tired too. Madame Hooch got 2 Ravenclaws from the crowd to carry Neville off to the hospital wing, then she addressed all the players. 20 minutes recovery time, then you need to be back here and ready to play again. If anybody is missing, their team forfeits the match. With many groans and grumbles, the players staggered limply towards the stands. Harry collapsed into the front row, instantly picked up and shoved in a seat by Hermione. Are you all right? She asked, tentatively. No, said Harry. Lupin handed something warm to Harry. Drink it. Hot chocolate. With a grateful moan of thanks, Harry lifted the flask to his lips and drank wearily. The rest of the Bright Sparks were staggering over and falling just limply on the ground where they stood. Draco was almost in the face and could hardly breathe from exhaustion. They were all wet, muddy, sweaty and more tired than they had ever been in their lives. What time is it? Harry murmured indistinctly to Luna as she leant over him, poking his forehead for some reason. She checked her watch idly. The time is 6:10, she said, dreamily. You have been playing for over 3 hours. He groaned. 3 hours. I can't go on. No way. We're not forfeiting, Ron growled, as Hermione zapped a cleaning charm over his dirt-encrusted face. There's no way in hell that you're going to let us give up now, Harry, not after I've been nearly killing myself for 3 hours. If we've got this far, we're going all the bloody way. Somebody's going to die at this rate, Harry groaned, swatting at him vaguely. And if it's me, I'm going to kill you. Nobody had the strength to point out he couldn't kill Ron if he was already dead. Kinda took the bottle of water that Alrister offered her with a grateful murmur of, "Ta, sir." Harry, Ron's right. We've gotta keep going. She sat up vaguely and eased Harry so he was slouched over himself, like a cuddly toy with no spine, and she idly started to rub his aching shoulder blades. It's going to be great if we beat Blaze after this, huh? He rubbed his face, wishing he could just curl up on the ground and go to sleep. Nerg. Ernie's Hufflepuff friends came clattering down the aisle of seats, holding bags full of brightly colored packets. Ernie. Justin Finch Fletchley was in the lead. Ernie, how are you? Dying. Ernie groaned. Justin crouched down by his friend, and started taking the packets out of the bags, handing them out around the team. Here, he panted. Take these, they're Zonko's energy sweets, they'll keep you awake. I'm not taking no drugs, Ron groaned. They're not drugs, said Justin. Just try them, honestly. Harry tore open his packet vaguely, and picked out one glowing orange capsule. It looked a little like a cube of tangerine jelly. Deciding that anything was worth a try, he put it in his mouth, and instantly felt a tingle skitter up his arms and legs. Seeing the surprised expression on Harry's face, Justin grinned. You see. Good, aren't they? Thanks, Justin, said Harry. He chewed the cube gradually, feeling his aches and pains starting to recede. Hey, said Kinda, smiling, still rubbing Harry's back. Does Miss Beater of the Year not get some thanks too? Harry grinned a little. And thank you, Kinda. He offered her some of the energy sweets, which she took gratefully. Blimey O'Reilly, she said, chewing them. These are great, Are you sure they're allowed? Oh yes, said Justin. The dragons have got the liquid form over there, but between you and me, the drink's not half as energizing as the sweets. What else have the dragons got? Said Harry, feeling a cold flush, as he realized that Snape was supporting the dragons, and so they were probably being pumped to the gills with invigorating draft and energy potions. They're not allowed anything but energy drinks and tablets, said Justin. New rules brought into place just on the weekend. It's all a lot fairer now. And Madam Hooch is watching to make sure Snape and Sinistra don't slip them any super speed drafts under their cloaks. He tossed a few more packets of the sweets to each player, and said, we don't want anybody to steal our seats. Cheerio. Thanks, Harry called after him, as he and the rest of the Hufflepuffs hurried away up the stairs. Ron tore open another packet of the sweets, and just poured the lot into his mouth, muttering, I'm going to kill Hermione. She said chocolate would give me energy, the liar. I am right here, you know, Hermione said, waspishly. I know, said Ron vaguely. He forced another few cubes into Ginny's mouth. Don't you ever give me any more of your weird muggle remedies anymore. Madam Hooch was striding across the pitch towards them. Everybody crammed as many energy cubes into their mouths as they could, so they all looked like hamsters. She came to a halt in front of Harry. Ready to resume play. Harry looked around at his team. They all nodded, their faces shining with energy and enthusiasm. He looked back at Madam Hooch, and nodded stubbornly, getting to his feet and helping Kinda up. Yeah, we're ready. Are the dragons? She smiled a little. Yes, they are. Back on your brooms then, and may I just say before the match restarts, Potter, this is possibly the most exciting game I've seen in my life. Harry grinned, as he clambered back onto his broom, swallowing the last of his energy sweets. We're not even done yet. Play began again. Both teams were recharged. The crowd had been given the opportunity to go and buy drinks and sweets from Colin Creevy's stall, and everybody was excited again. It was Quidditch like Harry had only ever seen at the World Cup, but now, it was almost completely dark, and the pitch was only lit by 4 glowing spheres of light at each corner. Harry knew he'd have a job seeing the snitch in this, but he was so determined to beat Blaze by now that a little darkness wouldn't stop him. The scores started to rocket again. 210 to 220, 260 to 270. Harry lost count fairly fast, and Lee Jordan had to be corrected several times by Professor McGonagall. Nobody had ever seen 2 teams so well matched in their lives. And I think that's Weasley Jr. with the quaffle there, Lee announced through the blackness, squinting out of his lit commentator's box. And she's going towards goal again, keep her ready to intercept, she shoots. Come on, is it a goal? No, Weasley Jr. misses, it's still 320 to 310 to the Bright Sparks. Haven't seen any sign of the snitch this match. Well, I can't see anything really, so I'm hardly surprised. Harry sped down the pitch, looking left and right, flying along the ground through the darkness like a shadow. This was his first Quidditch match in the dark. There was something that made it all even more exciting than it already was. Players would suddenly burst out of nowhere, fly past him and go on, without him knowing whether they were dragons or bright sparks. He found out to his expense that bludgers were especially dangerous in the dark. He was curling around the dragon's goal post on the hunt for the snitch when one came hurtling past and nearly shattered his broom in two. He narrowly avoided it with a flush of relief, and was about to keep going, when there was a horrible crack from nearby and a cry of pain. The bludger had got somebody. Pause play. Madam Hooch cried, a burst of purple sparks erupting from her wand. Somebody's been hit. Who is it? Me, came a weak voice from near the ground. Harry reached out through the darkness, and found somebody's arm lying just inside the pool of light from the globes. It was Ernie. His arm was bent backwards, very badly broken. Madam Hooch, over here, Harry shouted. It's Ernie. Ernie's been hit by a bludger. Madam Hooch appeared, landing beside the two boys and inspecting Ernie. Dear me, that's a very nasty break. Poppy isn't going to be pleased at all. Well, let's get him to the hospital wing. Lumos. Her wand tip lit up, and she called, I need 2 students to help Mr. Macmillan back to the school. Harry looked around at all the worried faces of the spectators, and eventually, 2 girls clambered out from the stands. Ernie was carried away back to the castle, and the bright sparks watched him go, looking very downhearted. They were now 2 players down, and kinda had to deal with both bludgers on her own. Play resumed. It was getting very, very late now. The moon emerged gradually from over the tops of the trees, lighting the pitch to some extent, at least so Harry could see which team the players belonged to, which ball he should catch, and which he should avoid. The score's rapid ascent was slowing down, because nobody could see where to score. The dragons scored twice in their own net, and Ron lost his hoops, wandering vaguely around the pitch, unable to see, unable. Harry guided him back there. The exhaustion of Quidditch started to get to them. Once again, both teams fell into a state of mechanical play, forcing themselves onwards, when their minds could no longer think or feel properly. They were all numb with the cold and exhausted, but neither wanted to back down. Harry found himself praying that he found the snitch soon. Visions of the match going on for weeks, maybe even months, came to mind. One of the dragon's chasers couldn't go on, and left the pitch, hardly able to walk with the pain in his legs. Following was one of their beaters, Sprakes, and so the teams were evenly matched. Neither had any substitutes, and Harry had the feeling that both teams would just play until every player fell from exhaustion. The last man standing would be the winner. The next to fall was Kinda. She was busy with another bludger, aiming it for her brother, when the second hit her in the leg and bucked her from her broom. Madam Hooch caught her before she hit the ground. Harry desperately wanted to call time out to see if she was okay, but Madam Hooch said no. The dragon's keeper was the 3rd member of the team to drop. Exhaustion got him, and he simply rolled off his broom, hitting the mud with a splatter. The bright sparks score surged ahead, but then Ginny was taken by a bludger to the ankle. It was now Draco, Ron and Harry versus 2 dragons chasers, 1 beater, and a seeker. Lee Jordan was yawning constantly throughout his commentary, so much that eventually, nobody could hear what he was saying and he was sent to bed. Professor McGonagall took over, and the people in the crowd who had been slipping to sleep were woken up by her rather unusual technique at commentating. Malfoy has the quaffle, held a little loose under the arm, but he rectifies that, and goes to score. If he had been watching, he would have seen the 2 dragons chasers both heading for him, and he loses the quaffle. Weasley tries to save it, but does not push himself hard enough, and falls short. The dragons score 380 points to the bright sparks, and 340 points to the dragons. Harry could feel his eyes drooping. He didn't know how on earth his body could even think about falling asleep on an airborne broomstick, but it somehow could. He fought to stay awake by zipping back and forth up and down the pitch a few times. One of the globes was fluttering slightly, probably as the magic began to wear off. It was such a gentle, rhythmic flitter. Maybe he could just have a quick nap. Nothing bad would happen. Just watching the globe flicker and flutter, and the miniature one stuck to it trying to get off. He was so tired. Even those energy sweets couldn't help him. He wondered whether Neville, Kinda, Ernie and Ginny were okay. Maybe if he faked collapse from exhaustion, he could go and see them, or... He blinked, suddenly realizing what he was seeing. He stared for a moment, then in a dazed, disbelieving way, he leant out, grasped the snitch, and tugged it free of the pull of the globes. He blinked at it in his hand. How on earth had it got stuck to the sphere? He realized, the magic had got some sort of magnetic pull on it. So something in the snitch must be metal. Hang on, he said, quietly. I've got the snitch. And then again, the effect of these words sunk in. I've got the snitch, he shouted. Look, I've got it, I've got it. It took perhaps 2 seconds for everybody to realize what was going on. He saw hundreds of faces turning to stare at the tiny fluttering ball tight in his hands, and then... The night shattered and exploded instantly, as the stadium lit up, and everybody in every seat started to scream. Some were yelling in frustration, some were laughing, some were cheering, but everybody was applauding, and whether it was in celebration, or relief that the match had ended, Harry didn't care. It was almost an overload of noise and relief. It was over, at last, after hours and hours and hours of playing, finally. With a hazy smile, he slid off his broom sideways, his eyes melting shut, and his head hit the pitch as he half fainted, half fell asleep, the snitch still pattering around in his fist. It was the middle of May before Harry's high at winning the Quidditch final had subsided. There were so many good things that came out of the match, not only having Dumbledore hand him the Quidditch cup, but the party that went on almost all night in the Great Hall, being able to give Snape a little knowing smile of superiority, the look on Blaze's face every time he laid eyes on Harry, or the knowledge that at the end of the year, he would be playing against the teachers. Harry was having the time of his life, and nothing could bring him down from how good he felt. Without Quidditch to worry about, he could concentrate more in lessons, and his marks soared. He even started beating Hermione in some subjects. Lupin told Harry that he wasn't wrong in saying that Harry was the most skilled student at defense against the dark arts he had ever seen. Alrister said similar things, and to Harry's great surprise, one potions lesson, Snape was heard to remark as he handed back the homework, apart from Potter's, I wasn't impressed by a single one of those essays, pathetic. To be redone for Monday. With everything going on, and his life hitting such a peak, Harry didn't even spare a thought to any of the bad things going on in the wizarding world. Occasionally, when he laid in the common room just falling to sleep, he wondered what Voldemort was up to, and he remembered that out there somewhere were Death Eaters, giants, heliopaths, all sorts of horrible things. But even those lurking thoughts weren't enough to ruin his winning streak. Gradually, as the days flittered by, May came. Most unusually for that time of year, with the new month came storms. Hermione bored them all silly by explaining they were due to various Muggle weather phenomenons going on in another part of the world completely. All it meant to Harry was that the owls carrying food arrived looking slightly ruffled and windswept, and occasionally, the packaging was a little dented. Apart from that, the storms didn't ruin his mood at all. Until one morning, when he woke up in the common room, to the sound of wind and rain pounding against the windows. The storm outside was raging as usual, with a new level of fierceness today. Blinking, he put on his glasses, and sat up, yawning. Ron grumbled next to him. Come on, said Harry, stretching. Time to wake up for another day. What day is it? Said Ron, sleepily. Tuesday, said Harry. You've got double magical creatures this morning. He yawned again, and looked around for his clothes. Ron opened one eye, looking out at the raging, roaring storm hammering at the windows. Not in that, I haven't. No way am I chasing kibbles round the grounds with a hurricane trying to blow me into the Whomping Willow. Harry yawned still, as he lurched off towards the bathrooms. The dormitories all had separate bathrooms, but he and Ron used the downstairs, public one, so they didn't wake anybody up. Should have taken potions, shouldn't you? Ron laughed sleepily, running his hands vaguely through his hair and fluffing the edges of his chunky stripe. I'd rather get blown away by Hurricane Hogwarts. Harry shut the door of the bathroom, and started to get changed, still half asleep, wishing he didn't always have to get up quite so early. He had double potions first thing, followed by history of magic, and then double charms. Snape had been giving dark hints the lesson before about surprise tests, and Harry just knew that the potions master was going to give them either an essay, or a piece of work graded for their newts. "Harry," Ron called from the other room, jolting him out of his thoughts. "What?" he shouted back, as he did up the buttons of his jeans. "Our food hasn't arrived," said Ron. Harry opened the bathroom door. Ron was standing by the window, looking around with a frightened expression on his freckled face. "The owls are always here by now. You don't think they've been blown off course by the storm, do you?" said Harry, worriedly. "I think so." Ron bit his lip. "What are we going to eat?" Neville suggested Harry. Ron shook his head. "Seriously. I haven't got any supplies. We ate them all yesterday doing the Transfiguration homework. We've got nothing to eat for today." He looked out of the window, and Harry crossed over to gaze out too. It was a bad storm. Every so often, there was a flash of lightning and a crash of thunder, lighting up the dark landscape. The rain was pouring down like an angry swarm of bees, and the wind was howling against the castle walls, whistling through the cracks around the window pane. Ron glanced at Harry. "I don't think anybody will have either. No owl could get through that. Is Hedwig out?" Harry shook his head. "No, she's in the Ollery with Cupid, I think." "What about Pigwidgeon?" "I sent him to Mum with a letter," said Ron, biting his lip. "Do you reckon he's all right?" "Yeah, he'll be sheltering somewhere," said Harry. "Don't worry, we do need to find some food though. Have you got anything to trade?" "Well, yeah, but if no other foods got through, nobody will have any food," said Ron. He looked very worried by now, and whether it was about pig, or food, Harry wasn't sure. "What if the storm doesn't clear? We're going to starve." Harry shrugged. "It'll die off pretty soon, then the owls will come through. We'll get something to eat by the end of the day." When the first bell went, lessons started, and Harry made his way with Draco and Hermione towards potions. The storm was still snarling and raging at the castle walls outside, and it was showing no signs of calling off its attack just yet. The noise of the wind only stopped properly when they stepped into Snape's cold stone dungeon, and the potions master shut the door. Isabis was sitting delicately on the edge of his desk as usual. "Silence," he hissed, as a few people dared to mutter in complaint at the instructions on the board. "Reading, test, freezing draft 45 minutes. He cast an icy glare around at them all. "Take your infantile minds off the weather. This exam will count towards your final newt mark, and if a single person in this room achieves less than 80%, they will suffer my severe displeasure. Are we quite clear?" Everybody nodded, as they started to unpack their things. Snape continued with a slightly calmer tone. "You should all know by now how to brew a freezing draft," he said. "You all wrote essays on the various ways in which it can go wrong, and so if it does, I expect you to be able to tell me just what you did incorrectly. However, it will not go wrong. Will it, Boot?" he said, lazily, addressing one of the Ravenclaws on the front row. Boot shook his head nervously. "Precisely. Get out your ingredients, heat your cauldrons, and—" There was a soft fluttering noise coming from behind Snape's desk. The owl chute, which connected all the classrooms in the school, clearly had a message coming down it. Snape sighed, striding over to it, just as one of the school owls came gliding out into the room, landing on the edge of Snape's desk. It handed him a letter, and sat patiently nearby, waiting for a reply. Everybody watched as Snape slit the envelope open with the tip of his finger and read it. "Ah," he said, silkily. "The Unicorn Horn Sanctuary for Injured Magical Creatures has sent the headmaster a message to say that the following people's owls have been rescued from the storms: Malfoy, Zabini, Boot, Montford, Webster, Shaw, Carthy. Brown, yours is in quite a state of distress and will need to spend some time at the sanctuary. A number of school owls carrying packages addressed to the following people have also been taken in: Potter and Granger." Harry rubbed his forehead wearily. If the school owl that always delivered food to him from Mrs. Weasley had been taken in, he was going to go hungry. He was so momentarily caught up in this that he didn't realize Snape had begun the test, and he wasted a whole 5 minutes before Hermione hissed at him to start working. Harry didn't know why, but by the end of potions, he was starving hungry. He'd gone days without breakfast before, and it hadn't bothered him, but now that he knew there was no food coming at all, he suddenly felt very hungry. Ron felt the same. He met them in the corridor as they left potions for first break, grumbling, and pulling straw out of his hair. "We had magical creatures up in the astronomy hall with the dragons instead," he explained. "And Sly threw a barrel of hay at me because I touched her stupid baby. And then Sinistra came in with a message to say that my school owl's at the Unicorn Horn Sanctuary." "Yeah, Snape got an owl saying the same thing for us," said Harry. "So we've got no food for today." Ron glowered at a group of second years who went past chattering happily. "Maybe I can give them a detention for looking happy when I'm not." Hermione frowned disapprovingly. "No, Ron, you can't. Don't even think about it. You're a prefect, not Filch." "They'd deserve it," said Ron, bitterly. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "I can't believe how hungry I am. It's just my luck that the day after our food supplies run out, the stupid storm injures all the stupid owls." "It's not the owls' fault," said Hermione. "It might as well be," Ron snapped. "Oh, stop fighting," said Harry, frowning, turning to glare at both of them. "Just quit it." The day did not improve. After first break, Harry had History of Magic, which was as mind-numbingly boring as ever, and then Double Charms. Professor Flitwick surprised them all with a miniature test, and Harry was so put off by the constant roar of the storms that his wand slipped at just the wrong moment. Neville was helped to the hospital wing, belching huge green bubbles in between whistling the 1812 overture. Hungry, irritable and tired, Harry slumped back to the common room, wondering how things could get any worse. He picked up his timetable, saw that he had remedial potions that night, and gave a long, suffering groan. He couldn't be bothered with Snape now. He couldn't be bothered with anything. "What's up with you?" said Ron, as he started labeling a large picture of a chimera for magical creatures. "Occlumency," said Harry, simply, glaring into the fireplace. He screwed up his timetable, ramming it back into his bag with an angry sigh of impatience. "I'm so sick of it." "Have you got it yet?" asked Ron. Harry nodded vaguely. "Yeah, I don't see the point in carrying it on. I know how to block people from my mind, and I can dip into other people's." "Easy." Ron shrugged, and added another label with a flourish of his quill. "I dunno, mate. Tell Snape you want to give it up." "Yeah, like he'll just let me walk away," Harry scoffed. He sat back in his armchair, reaching up and scratching at his collar irritably. He wondered for a moment, and then said, huffily, "I've had a really bad day. I just feel tired and bored. Frustrated." He frowned into the fire, though he wasn't even sure what it was about the damp logs that annoyed him so much. "It's really hard to explain. I feel like something weird's happening." Ron looked up from his drawing. "Seriously?" Harry nodded. "You mean, you know who?" "I don't know," said Harry, wearily, rubbing his forehead. "My scar doesn't hurt, and I haven't had any weird visions or feelings." He shrugged. "Maybe I'm just really hungry." "Yeah, maybe," said Ron. He rolled up his parchment and stuffed it into his bag, checking his watch. "It's nearly time for dinner. Hermione and Malfoy should be done in the library by now." Harry nodded. He sat up, zipped his bag shut and followed Ron to the portrait hole. "You know what? I'm going to have to eat some of the school food. I'm so hungry I just can't concentrate." His stomach furthered his point by giving a loud, angry growl, making him screw up his face and place a hand over his abdomen. "You see." Ron chuckled. "Sounds like you've got kibbles in there." They set off down the corridor heading towards the marble staircase, and Harry smiled slightly. "I wonder what dragon tastes like. Maybe we could catch Kibbles, and roast him lightly over a fire for a few minutes with some marinade sauce." "Oh, don't, you're making my mouth water," said Ron. "And Hagrid would be a bit upset if we barbecued his dragon." "He'd get over it," said Harry, chortling. Turning a corner, they strolled down the last corridor, just in time to see Draco and Hermione coming out of the library, both of them carrying a lot of very thick, dusty textbooks. Harry could see that Hermione's bag was straining at the seams from the weight of so many books. "Hi," she said, smiling, walking towards them. "I'm just going to put these in the common room, then I'll be down for dinner." "Save me a seat." "Okay. Okay," said Harry. "Don't be long though, it's starting soon." She hurried away up the stairs, her bag thumping against her legs as she went. Draco slid away down the dungeon corridor towards the Slytherin common room, emerging a minute or so later. Ron and Harry went into the Great Hall. Dumbledore's guests were still at Hogwarts, clustered around the staff table, laughing and joking and sharing pumpkin juice as normal. Rita Skeeter and Terence McClavity were not talking with the rest of the people there for once, and to Harry's surprise, he realized they were huddled over what looked like a magazine, deep in conversation. As he passed, he glanced over McClavity's shoulder, and saw that it was the second issue of The Truth. The page was open on Communicating with Muggles, How to Sort Important Information from Rubbish. McClavity was shaking his head, clearly wanting the article out of the magazine. Rita was nodding fervently. "It's going to draw in more readers," she said to him, raising one heavily penciled eyebrow. "All the Muggle-supporting wizards have abandoned the Prophet. They need a new publication to follow. And we want it to be ours." "Muggles," said McClavity, simply. "They're in a completely separate world to us. If we start putting out articles encouraging magical people to start communicating with Muggles, some people might take it as an invite to alert the Muggles to our situation. That's the last thing we want. Fudge already isn't happy with the magazine, and if we help breach the gap between wizards and Muggles." Harry and Ron moved off to the Gryffindor table, and sat down, leaving a gap for Hermione. In great piles up and down the tables were hamburgers, with side plates of cheese, lettuce, bacon and tomatoes. Ketchup was placed in bowls between each plate. Harry felt his mouth watering, and his stomach gave another impatient grumble. "Looks good, huh?" said Ginny from across the table. Harry nodded. "Yeah, especially on an empty stomach." He looked nervously around the hall. He desperately wanted one, but the fear of the risotto still lingered. He knew it was unlikely that the one night he ate school food was the one night the food had been poisoned, but still. Ginny was clearly thinking the same things. She had a very hungry look on her face as she gazed longingly into the mound of burgers. "I wish our owls had got through," she said, sadly. "I really want something to eat. And what if it's a few days until the sanctuary let them all go? We could be stuck without food for a week." Ron paused for a moment, and then said, "Oh, stuff it. I'm eating one. I can't stand just sitting here and looking at them." He reached out, and snatched up one of the burgers. Everybody watched with wide eyes as he inked a precise spiral of ketchup around inside it, slapped on a slice of cheese and stuffed it into his mouth. Harry watched closely as Ron chewed and swallowed. There was a moment's pause, and then Ron said, "It's clear." They all leant forward eagerly, picking up the burgers and starting to fill them. It was a long time since they'd felt safe with the food, and now they did. It was a relief to know they could eat as much as they wanted. Harry loaded his up, making a complex tower of lettuce and bacon, before finishing it off with cheese. "Damn, I needed that," said Ron, as he licked his lips, taking another huge bite. Hermione suddenly sat down between them, smiling around, with a breathless, "Hi, sorry about that, I had to. What are you all doing?" She stared at them in horror, watching them taking huge bites out of their food. "It's safe," said Ron, through a mouthful of cheese. "We tested them. Tuck in." People on the other house tables were getting the message as well. People were taking tentative bites of the food, and once one or two had declared it safe, everybody was joining in. A lot of relieved mutters about safe food at last filled the hall. Hermione smiled slightly, pulling over one of the burgers and a few crisp lettuce leaves. "Well, if you're sure." Harry nodded, lifting the burger to his mouth and taking a bite. It was delicious, warm and juicy and salty. "You see," said Ron, already halfway through his own. "Lovely stuff." Harry could definitely taste it now. There was a horrible, very strong taste of salt, just on the back of his tongue. Or was it salt, or something else? It was. Harry, are you okay?" Everybody on the Gryffindor table, and the rest of the hall, had turned around in horror as with a great hoarse cry, Harry vomited all over the floor. Hermione screamed as she saw the blood also pouring from Harry's mouth. Harry retched again, and with another shout of pain, a second stream followed the first. He was going in the face, and inside, he couldn't see any more, or hear. There was just that burning taste of salt in the back of his throat, sliding its way down, and the sting as he felt his insides writhing and burning. Something else came up past his mouth and he retched. There was people touching him now, gripping his shoulders, and the owner of a cold, bony hand was shouting, "Potter! Potter!" And a gentler voicer was saying his name too, but he couldn't even remember his name anymore. He felt his legs slip from underneath him, his muscles giving way, and then the blackness just washed over him. Dash! When Harry woke up, it was to darkness, quiet, and an odd warmth. Even despite the intense pains in his stomach, he felt comfortable and safe. His weary green eyes scanned around the room he was in, and after a few moments' thought, he realized it was the hospital wing. All the candles had been dimmed, and through the long window above the bed opposite him, he could see it was deepest night. The moon gave him a soothing look as she gazed through the window. A hand laid on his shoulder, a very cold, watery hand. He looked around, too exhausted to be shocked, and saw Peter watching him from the chair next to his bed. "Harry," he said, quietly. "Peter," he said, hoarsely. His throat felt as if it had been vigorously scrubbed, over and over. What happened?" "Just come to your senses for a moment, Potter," somebody on the opposite side drawled. He looked around and saw Snape curled in the chair there, a thick book called Famous Russian Alchemists, open on his lap. Harry blinked, his face tight in a frown, a confused frown, and he swayed a little as Peter rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. "How are you feeling, Harry?" the ghost asked. I feel weird." Harry swayed again. "My stomach hurts, and my throat, but sort of safe." Peter nodded. "If you need comfort badly enough, and both your magical guardians are there, just our presence can overcome pain, and the stomach pains are probably to be expected." Snape turned the page in his book lazily, and said, "Of course they are. I wouldn't be surprised if they become a normal part of life for Potter, at least for a few long months." Harry looked between them, feeling his head spinning slightly as he did. "What happened? Did I black out?" "Yeah," Peter nodded, looking scared now. "But we'd better wait for." At that moment, the doors of the hospital wing swung carefully open. To Harry's surprise, Alrister and Isabis came in. Alrister was wrapped in a long black nightgown, and Isabis had a thick robe around her that Harry recognized as Snape's. In Alrister's arms was a bundle of Serenity candles. Isabis was carrying a large beaker full of some lilac potion, and when they saw that Harry was awake, both of them gave Snape worried glances. "Welcome back, Harry," said Alrister, softly. Isabis had handed Snape the potion and was leaving without further ado, but Alrister lingered next to Harry's bed. Harry found himself even more frightened by the grave expression on the professor's face. Alrister reached out, and just put a single hand on Harry's forehead. "You'll be okay." "What's going on?" said Harry, nervously, looking around at them all, as Alrister and Isabis left, their heads bowed. He watched Snape pouring out a cupful of the lilac potion with wide eyes. "What's that?" "Drink," said Snape. "What is?" "Drink," Snape repeated, pushing the cup forcefully into his hands. "The draught of peace." "Why do I need the draught of peace?" asked Harry, with a suspicious look. Peter was now lighting the Serenity candles and spreading them out. Harry noticed that his form was starting to become a little less solid, as every now and then, the lighter just slipped through his hand onto the floor. "Trust us, Potter," said Snape, and Harry was alarmed by the heavy tones in his voice. "You will need as much peace as you possibly can." Harry considered becoming angry for a moment, but then realized he just couldn't, that there was no point. He didn't want to start shouting. The pain in his throat and stomach just wouldn't allow it. However, he didn't drink the potion, not just yet. He sat back, staring at both Snape and Peter, their grave expressions, the candles glimmering here and there around his bed. Peter gently nudged the cup towards Harry. "Go on, it'll make the pain in your stomach go away. You certainly need a lot of rest and relaxation." "Why?" asked Harry, now slightly scared. What happened? Please tell me, please, why is everybody looking so upset? A horrible possibility occurred to him, and he blurted out, I'm not going to die, am I? Peter shook his head, sitting forward in his chair and applying gentle pressure to Harry's forehead, making him lie down. No, Harry, a few weeks rest, and lots of good potions every day, and you'll be perfectly healthy. Your stomach just took a bit of a battering. It was the risotto, wasn't it? Said Harry, quietly. Snape nodded, turning another page in his huge book, sparing Harry a glance. The meat in your particular meal was infected with a very rare and dangerous poison, commonly known as ocean venom. In usual situations, just a drop is enough to kill. Harry's jaw fell. Then, why am I still? Snape raised one eyebrow, and finally closing his book, he sat back, surveying Harry from the shadows spread over his chair. The anti-food poisoning draft I gave you quite some time ago managed to protect your stomach just enough to keep you alive through the worst of the venom's effects. If it weren't for that, Potter, you would be dead for sure. Harry's eyes drifted down into the blankets huddled around his midriff, feeling very grave himself now. So he could have been murmured now, if it weren't for that vial of potion all those months ago. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened and he tore back the covers. All around his stomach were bandages, great wads of cotton and packing. He choked. Why is? Peter answered the unfinished question, patting his arm a little, looking very worried. Madame Pomfrey thought you'd need the extra padding, just while your wounds heal up. Wounds, said Harry, staring at Peter. What wounds? Why would I have wounds? Your operation, said Snape. The matron decided it was best to actually open you up to remove the poison. The antidote is fairly effective on its own, though with a poison like ocean venom, there is no such thing as taking risks. Only blatant stupidity. Harry scanned Snape's face with the same huge, frightened eyes. How long was I out for? 2.5 days, said Snape. Your pulse was so faint for the first 2 that it couldn't be checked with just a finger over a pulse point. A muggle would have classified you as dead. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. He could feel heat starting behind his closed lids, as he wrapped his arms around his stomach. So somebody's trying to kill me, he said, quietly, after a moment. It can't be Voldemort, because you would have known if it had been. We've been examining the pattern of risotto outbreaks, said Snape. There is no direct target, and the culprit is merely working on a random basis. They just want people to die, said Harry softly. Peter nodded. You were so lucky, Harry, so very lucky, if they'd got you. He swallowed. Not worth thinking about. Was there any other poisoned food found? Asked Harry. He saw Snape and Peter glance at each other. Snape looked away first, and so Peter started to talk, in a very quiet, frightened voice. Yes, 5 samples, in total. 1 of them got you, 2 were just in the piles at the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. The 4th was in Professor Flitwick's hand. Harry felt himself going cold. Did he eat? No, said Peter. No, Professor Flitwick is shaken, but fine. And what about the 5th one? Asked Harry. Where was that? Peter fell silent. His eyes drifted away from Harry's, into the bed covers, quiet and somber. Harry glanced at Snape instead, but even the potions master was avoiding his gaze. Where was it? He said, getting scared again, feeling his spine starting to prickle. Did somebody eat it? Peter put a hand over his mouth, his eyes closing, and then simply, he nodded. Harry felt his stomach churning inside him, though the accompanying stabs of pain didn't even register in his mind. Maybe he knew what was coming already. Who was it? He whispered. Are they dead? Another nod from Peter, and then he choked. No, not dead, but dying, passed his hand. Who? Harry pushed. Who was it? Peter couldn't speak anymore. Harry turned his eyes to Snape, appealing for information, and he saw that the potions master was very pale, even more than normal. Was it Dumbledore? Said Harry, with a sinking feeling in his chest. Snape shook his head. Not Ron. Another shake. Hermione. Another shake of the head. Draco. Snape shook his head again, and then said something so quiet and distorted that Harry couldn't hear it. What? He said, feeling his muscles tensing up. "Just tell me." "Zabini," Snape said, at last. Harry fell quiet at this. It was odd. He knew he should feel sorry for Blaise, but it was awful to feel no regret. But he looked up, glancing from one to the other. Peter had his face covered, and Snape wasn't looking at him. Why were they acting so oddly? Surely they knew he wasn't on good terms with Blaise. Come to think of it, he'd never even mentioned Blaise to Peter at all. And yes, Blaise was in Snape's house. But he wasn't exactly a star pupil. That had always been Draco. "So, kinda," said Harry. His body was cold, his muscles tensed, his mind pleading with them to correct him. They'd laugh, and say, "Oh no, no, kinda's too full of life. She'd never die. Don't worry, she's fine, she's coming to visit you tomorrow." But at Snape's nod, and Peter's gulp of air, Harry's entire world around him came crashing and crumbling down. Snape and Peter had spoken for half an hour or so, just soft, talking to him and offering sympathy, telling him what happened and how sorry they were over and over again. Even Snape sounded sympathetic, though this just hit home to Harry how close to death kinda must be. Not one of their words seemed to sink in. All he could think was that she was dying, and he wanted to see her, even if she wasn't aware of his presence. He needed it, just to say goodbye, even though the thought brought a lump to his throat. He knew that at some point during the half an hour of his guardian's comforting, he asked time and time again to see her. Time and time again, they fobbed him off, saying it wasn't wise, or there was no need, or to have another tissue, or they'd move the serenity candles closer, nudge the beaker of potion into his hands again. He didn't want to hear it. After much pleading and excuses, he finally got the message through to them properly. Snape wasn't happy about the idea. Peter wasn't happy either, but he could see how much Harry wanted it. Ignoring Snape's warnings, Peter helped Harry out of bed, and the two of them made their way down the ward. He knew instantly where she must be. The whole end section had been cornered off with screens. It was like a wall, keeping them apart, a huge barrier. He would live, while she would die. So many horrible thoughts and cold worries were filling Harry's head. And it was the oddest things. As Peter eased back the screens and helped him stagger inside the cordoned-off area, he was wondering who on earth he could cuddle anymore. Whose photo he would keep under his pillow. Who he would dream of in boring lessons. She was there, in a bed at the far end of the ward. Madame Pomfrey was standing over her, constantly taking her temperature. Harry expected Madame Pomfrey to tell them to get out, but when she looked up, and saw Harry, she stood back, taking her notes and her clipboard. Everybody knows, Harry thought. They all know she's dying. They know about us. Kinda was awake, but barely. Harry felt a lump in his throat as he saw how quiet she was, and how tired she looked. He'd never seen her looking so weary or pained. She was kinda. She was happy, she was bright. She always smiled. She was one of the only things that made him smile anymore. And now, looking down at her as she laid in a hospital bed, her eyes half closed, her skin the color of milk, she was suddenly the thing that made him cry the most in the world. Harry," she said, and with a twinge, he heard her cough. Blood spattered the blankets tucked around her neck. Madame Pomfrey moved forward and dabbed it off with a tissue. Kinda was helpless too, if she hadn't been ridiculed enough. Kinda. He didn't even know how he could keep walking like this. Vaguely, staggering slightly, he made his way over to the chair at the side of her bed. Peter helped him down carefully, and once Harry was sat down, he went to stand next to Madame Pomfrey in the corner. Harry couldn't spare his guardian a thought. Kinda was the first and last thing on his mind. He reached out, and feeling the tears in his eyes starting to roll down his face, he took her hand. She could hardly even grip back. Those fingers, once so strong and perfectly formed, gripping a beater's bat and giving hell for leather on the Quidditch pitch, now so frail and weak. Harry realized with a fresh wave of pain and misery that he'd never see her play Quidditch again. Are you okay?" she said, her voice choked, and she gave another cough. More blood pattered over the white sheets. "I love you," he said, and he didn't care who heard. He didn't want to waste time with small talk. He didn't want the last thing he ever said to her to be, "I'm fine." The tears in her own eyes broke out, dripping slowly down the side of her pretty face. "I love you too," she whispered. He remembered the first time he'd had a good look at that face, at the Quidditch practice, all that time ago. When he'd looked at her and thought she was a bit of a tomboy. And then again, when they keyed on that night, and he'd thought she wasn't exactly ugly. And when they'd first said, "I love you," she was pretty then. And now she was the most beautiful and sad sight that Harry had ever seen. She wasn't even rivaled by the dead unicorn he'd seen in his first year, or the Vila at the Quidditch World Cup, or Alistair's wife, dead on the floor of their home, or Isabis in her wedding gown. Harry, I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice strangled with tears. "What for?" he replied. He gripped her hand gently. "You've never done anything wrong. You need a new beater," she sobbed. And, quote, "No," he said, and he was crying openly now. He didn't care whether Peter saw, or Madame Pomfrey saw, and even if the whole school walked in with Blaise laughing at the front, he didn't care. He'd still cry. "I don't want a beater. I want you. I need you." There was a series of gentle knocks on the door, and a group of people came into the room. Madame Pomfrey slipped out of the screen, and Peter glanced out too. When he turned back, he said, quietly, "The healers from St. Mungo's are here, Harry." "Healers," he said, looking up, his eyes glossed with tears. They're here to take Kinda to the hospital to see if there's anything they can do." Peter moved over to the bed, placing his hand on Harry's head. "There's a chance. They've got some of the best healers in the world at St. Mungo's." Harry, Kinda was reached out for his face. Harry's attention on Peter broke instantly, and he leant forward to her hand. Her fingers curled gently around his collar, rubbing it, her eyes full of a heavy kind of curiosity. "Why?" Harry wrapped his fingers over hers gently, and said, in a soft voice, "It lets Professor Snape know if I'm in trouble, and Peter. Dumbledore's told them to look after me. Maybe Snape would tell him off for this, spreading the secret, but Snape didn't matter. It stops me doing anything risky." Kinda smiled a little, just a twitch of the corners of her lips, her eyes sparkling. "Keep yourself safe, Harry. Never give up. Saint stand by your friends." She swallowed. "Remember me." "I will," he said, softly, his fingers curling around hers. "Until the day I die." The screen behind them parted, and a few of the St. Mungo's healers came in, looking very quiet and sad. Madame Pomfrey followed them, hissing at them to be quiet. To Harry's surprise, Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore could be seen outside in the ward, conversing in low mutters. Fudge was looking blustery. He always did. Peter wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, easing him to his feet, and whispering, "Come on, Harry, she has to go." He stood back in the shadows, just watching, unable to do anything else, as the healers carefully conjured stretchers and eased Kinda onto them. Harry saw the same wadding and bandages around her stomach as he had, but hers were stained with fresh, weeping blood. As the healers carried her past, she reached out with her hand. He took it, and knowing this would most probably be the last time he ever touched her or saw her, the tears started to fall again. And then her hand slipped away, and the sound of the healers' footsteps went down the ward. He heard the doors open, the healers stepped through, and then they closed. Silence fell on the ward. Peter's cold, watery arms wrapped around him in a tight hug. "It's okay to cry," said Peter, and the ghost was weeping already, shaking. It was nothing to how Harry felt. Tears seemed to have failed him, as though the sadness itself was just too great for the human body to deal with. Somehow, he was led back to his bed, and lifted back into it. Peter was still hugging him. Somebody was rubbing his hand, somebody had a hand on his head, and Harry felt as though he really should tell them all to go away, and leave him to cry, but for some reason, he wanted them there. He didn't want to be alone. Snape was stood next to his bed, and he was the one with the single, somber hand on his head. Peter was rubbing his back and his hand. Dumbledore was standing at the end of his bed, conversing with Cornelius Fudge, who looked very grave and grim indeed. Harry's numb mind only vaguely caught snatches of words such as, tragedy, terrible tragedy, and from what he could hear, the Zabini family were all in shock. Rightfully, Harry closed his eyes, as the exhausted tears began to fall again. "And the boy's chosen to remain at school," Fudge murmured. "He has," said Dumbledore, quietly. "He wishes to be with his friends, and I must agree that they will no doubt help him through this time better than anybody." Blaise, Harry thought. How could he ever have suspected Blaise? He'd been almost sure it was the Slytherin, and now, he knew Blaise was malicious, a little disrespectful of other people, but nobody would kill their own sister. Or if they had by accident, they wouldn't stay quiet about it. Harry knew he couldn't have. He wondered vaguely as he laid completely still in his bed whether Blaise felt like him just now, as though a part of life itself had been stolen. Luckily, both Dumbledore and Fudge left soon after that, Fudge saying something about the prophet, and Dumbledore saying no. Harry didn't know when it was that he'd fallen asleep, but somehow, he did, and through hours and hours and hours of sleep, all he could see and felt was Kinda's hand slipping away from his, as they carried her away, and tore her out of his life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Harry's life was changed from that moment on, for the next few days at least. His world had collapsed, from the huge open castle of Hogwarts, to just a few meters square around his bed, and he felt as though he never wanted to leave the space that had become his new home. Every day, more and more cards of goodwill and comfort just appeared next to his bed, with sweets and presents, but Harry felt as though they didn't exist. They seemed a million miles away, even though they were just next to him, because they were sent from somebody who meant him to smile. And he didn't want to smile, never again. Every time when he opened one of the cards and read through the message, it was something long and hopeful about his injuries getting better, sometimes even a joke, and then often squashed as a postscript would be, "Sorry about kinda." This almost hurt him even more. It was like they thought him so selfish that he only felt about himself. Even though, deep down, he could tell that if they knew the real reason why he never wanted to open his eyes again, they'd just think him pathetic. It wasn't as though kinda had known him all his life, they'd talked of children, a future. It was only until Hermione's card came, and inside, she hadn't written a speech about how she hoped he would get better, or even as he had expected pages and pages of sentimental drivel about kinda. All there were 4 lines, in her neat handwriting. They say it takes a minute to find a special person, an hour to appreciate them, a day to love them, but then an entire life to forget them. And even though Harry couldn't completely explain it, that one little verse made more sense to him than anything in the world ever had. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was late, dark, cold and quiet as always. He never woke up anymore unless all these 4 conditions were present. The moon shone down from the window behind his head, bathing every other bed in a soft, pearly glow, and apart from the waxy globules floating around in the beaker of potion next to his head, everything was still and quiet. He was quite thankful for this. It was better when things were quiet. He reached out his hand, expecting Peter to hand him his glasses, but it didn't happen. He blinked in the darkness. Peter wasn't in his usual place next to Harry's bed, curled up in a chair and reading a book, or smoking out of the window when Madame Pomfrey wasn't looking. Maybe he was with Dumbledore or Voldemort. Harry picked up his glasses after fumbling around for a moment, put them on, and glanced around the darkened ward. At first, he thought he was alone as always, idly taking in the flickering serenity candles, before he realized with a start that there was somebody staring at him over the end of his bed. He jumped a foot in the air, nearly knocking one of the candles over, before he realized and gasped, "Dobby." The elf blinked at him over the bed rail, and Harry saw that there were huge tears in his tennis ball-sized eyes. "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir," the elf said, cautiously, taking a few steps backwards. Dobby did not wish to startle Harry Potter, sir. "It's all right," said Harry, rubbing his eyes. Don't stand and leer at me from the end of my bed, bad memories. Dobby pattered over to stand next to Harry instead, not high enough to scramble up into the chair, and so he just stood, watching Harry with tears leaking down his face. Harry was about to ask what was wrong, but Dobby attended to that, with a sudden wail of, Harry Potter nearly died. And it is Dobby's fault. All Dobby's fault, and Harry Potter's friend is dying. And he broke down into great gulping sobs, thrashing around and howling on the floor, apparently too upset for words. Harry reached down, and grasped Dobby by the back of his jumper, pulling him upright onto his feet. Dobby, he said, seriously. It is not your fault, it's not the house elves' fault. Don't blame yourself. That's an order, he added, as Dobby reached out for one of the candlesticks. Dobby tentatively withdrew his hand, his eyes still swimming with tears. But, he hiccuped, starting to shiver. Harry Potter does not understand. Harry Potter, and Dobby could have. Frowning, Harry pulled Dobby to sit on the bed, made sure there were no sharp objects within grasping distance, and then offered the sobbing elf a box of tissues. Dobby wailed and waved them away. Harry put them to one side again. Come on, Dobby, I'm okay. I'll be fine in a few weeks. You don't need to cry. Dobby should be fired. Dobby howled, miserably. No, you shouldn't, said Harry. He took a tissue, and forcefully dried Dobby's streaming eyes. The house elves and you aren't to blame at all for what happened to me and. He still couldn't say her name. He didn't think he ever could. The universal term for kinda throughout the entire school had now become just an awkward silence. But Dobby could have stopped what happened to Harry Potter. If Dobby had been brave, but Dobby was not. The elf shook madly as Harry dried away more of his tears. Dobby is rotten. Rotten. Harry Potter, sir. What do you mean? Said Harry, frowning a little. Dobby looked up at Harry from behind his long-fingered hands, his eyes wide and fearful, and for a moment, he simply sat and quivered. Then so quickly that Harry couldn't stop him, he grabbed one of the empty potions beakers and beat himself around the head with it, yelping at every crack. Harry snatched it off him, and held it at arm's length. Dobby, he said, sternly. Dobby gave a great gulping sob in reply. Tell me what it is, said Harry, putting down the jug, and grasping Dobby's wrists just in case. Dobby closed his eyes, and for a few moments, did nothing but rock back and forth, getting his breath back and his strength to speak. And then, in a quiet, very strangled voice, he said, Dobby knows, Harry Potter. Dobby knows who it was who hurt Harry Potter and his friend. And Dobby has been wanting to tell Harry Potter for so long, but he was scared, Harry Potter, and Dobby is so sorry. You know who it is, said Harry, feeling his insides squirming. How did you find out? Dobby took a few more moments to compose himself, then went on, rocking back and forth still. Dobby was cooking one night, Harry Potter, and he was making soup, and Dobby's soup needed more salt. So Dobby went to look in the cupboards, and when Dobby turned around, a boy was standing there, Harry Potter. He had a wand, Harry Potter, and Dobby was scared, so Dobby hid in the cupboard. And Dobby saw what the boy did, everything he did. Dobby's house elf friends tried to stop him, Harry Potter, but he did not. He took a little bag from his pocket, Harry Potter, and he poured yellow powder into one of the bowls of soup. And then, he put a spell on Dobby's friends, and they all stayed very still, and then he left Harry Potter, and they all woke up. But they says they did not see him, Harry Potter. They does not remember, but Dobby does, and Dobby wishes he had told Harry Potter, because Harry Potter's friend is now very poorly. And Dobby could have stopped it. He gave a great wail of remorse, trying to tug out of Harry's grasp, but Harry held him fast. The house elf slumped forward, his forehead resting on Harry's shoulder, as he just sobbed uncontrollably into Harry's shoulder. Dobby, what did the boy look like? Said Harry, seriously, you have to tell me, Dobby, and we can find out who it was. He is having dark hair, Harry Potter, said Dobby. And brown eyes, and he is wearing a scarf like Harry Potter's, but his scarf is green, sir, and he has a white wand. And he is short for a human, but big for Dobby. Harry pieced together this description. A short Slytherin, with dark hair, and brown eyes, and a white wand. He'd seen a few people with white wands before, but the only Slytherin he'd seen with even a vaguely light wand was. No, said Harry, shaking his head. It can't be, Dobby, you must have not seen him properly. That's Blaise, he was her brother, he wouldn't kill his own sister. Dobby wailed again. No, Harry Potter, Dobby saw him. Dobby saw him put the powder in the soup, and then he left, and Dobby saw him properly. Dobby is sure, Harry Potter, sir. But why would Blaise kill his own sister? Said Harry, with wide eyes. He wouldn't do something like that. Wouldn't he, Harry Potter? Said Dobby, and there was a desperate note in his voice. He stared into Harry's eyes, almost frantically. Dobby is so sure, and Dobby knows that Harry Potter's friend is not very well, sir. Dobby has heard that she is dying, Harry Potter, and Dobby thought that if he could help Harry Potter, and tell Harry Potter who it was that hurt his friend, then Harry Potter would want to take revenge. Harry Potter would want to make sure that he does not hurt somebody again. Harry looked into Dobby's eyes, his mind strung in a deep conflict between what was reasonable and what was right. He couldn't think of a single person that fitted Dobby's description, except Blaise, and yet, would Blaise kill his own sister? And if he had, surely he would have confessed. Wouldn't guilt have eaten him alive by now? Or, a vision suddenly came to Harry, of sitting out in the Quidditch stands, with kinda hanging upside down before him, the softness of her on his lips. And then she drew back, and the conversation flitted forwards, until something she had said came to mind. Of how Blaise and the rest of her family were all Death Eaters, loyal to the Dark Lord, and she wasn't. From how she'd said it, Harry got the impression that Zabini Sr. was very far in Voldemort's ranks. Was their loyalty strong enough so that if the daughter who didn't conform was killed, they wouldn't mind? Another thought suddenly came to Harry's head. Blaise was staying at Hogwarts instead of going home to be with his family. Why? To stay with his friends. Unlikely. Blaise wasn't exactly the confiding sort, and none of Blaise's friends were even close to him. Blaise had bodyguards and arm candy, not friends. So why else would he stay? His mind started to put the pieces together, and he said, quietly, Dobby, are the students still eating the school food? Dobby shook his head. No, sir. Professor Dumbledore and the rest of the teachers is conjuring things for the students to eat. But they is still drinking school water. It is safe, Harry Potter. Harry's brain was going numb with a cold sort of dread. He shook his head. No, Dobby, it's Blaise. He's going to do it again. He's going to poison the water supply. I just know it. Why else would he stay at Hogwarts? And if he can't poison the food, he'll get it in the water, and everybody drinks school water. He looked around, desperately. Madame Pomfrey was probably asleep for the night, and he could hardly even move about in bed, let alone walk. Snape's office was fairly close, but he couldn't drag himself the whole way. He looked at Dobby, wondering whether he could send the elf to fetch Snape, but no. Snape wouldn't get out of bed for a mere elf. Suddenly realizing just how he could get somebody to come and help him, he turned right around in his bed, wincing at the pain it caused him. Dobby was watching him as though he was mad, as he clawed at the wall above his bedpost, and said, desperately, Peter. Peter, I need you. Please, Peter, wherever you are, please, come quickly. Harry Potter is talking to a wall, sir, Dobby mumbled, warily, backing away slightly. Walls is not having names or replying to questions, Harry Potter. A white shape suddenly whooshed into the room though, and Dobby gave a little scream, falling off the bed and toppling out of sight. Peeves, not Peter, was the spectre who grinned down at Harry from 3 meters off the ground. He was wearing his own clown jumpsuit again, with fluffy red ping-pong baubles, and that ludicrous propeller hat. You rang, sir, he chimed, greasily. Harry looked fearfully up at Peeves, frightened now. He was used to talking to Peter when he was troubled, not the grinning airborne menace who had made his life that bit more difficult for the best part of 6 years. I need help. Peeves cackled, bobbing up and down in midair. Fetch you some water, shall I? Clean your socks, change your sheets. Not had a scary dream again, have we? Harry knew now just how separate Peter and Peeves were. The ghost was quiet, almost somber, very concerned and caring and brotherly. Peeves was definitely the evil side of Peter's alter ego, just as an untamed werewolf was the evil side of Lupin. "I know who's causing the risata," said Harry, worriedly, looking up at Peeves and begging him to understand. "And they're going to poison the water supply, I just know it. I need a teacher. Bring Snape, please. I need Professor Snape." "Sleeping," said Peeves, idly, still grinning down at Harry in almost a maniacal way. "Can't wake him. Please," Harry pleaded. "It might be tonight, Peeves, please." "No use," said Peeves. "Won't wake up, he won't. A waste of time. Spends every minute of his life asleep unless his little mistress is around." "Oh, he's awake then. Sneaky Snape," he cackled. It was no use. Peeves just wouldn't listen. Even as Harry watched, the poltergeist gave a last high, cold cackle, and swooped upwards, straight through the ceiling, gone in an instant. Dobby watched Harry worriedly from near his elbow. "What is Harry Potter going to do now?" "Harry Potter," Harry said, stubbornly, as he turned on his side, grasping the bed-post, and heaving himself to his feet. The pain was incredible, tearing at his stomach, and without Snape or Peter around to give that guardian comfort, there was nothing to take his mind off the searing agony, except the thought that he had to tell somebody. Is going to do something very, very stupid, burst open his wounds, and drag himself, all the way. He took a few tentative steps, swaying dangerously, and Dobby was straight there, pushing 2 hands into the small of his back to keep him upright. "To Snape's office." "Dobby does not think this is such a good idea, Harry Potter," Dobby said, worriedly. "Should Dobby go and bring Professor Snape?" "He won't listen to you, Dobby," said Harry, groaning, stumbling his way along the walls, trying to ignore the stabbing pains in his stomach. "It's hard enough for me to wake him up, let alone for you two." "Harry Potter will hurt himself," Dobby whined, following after him and grabbing the back of his pajamas to make him stop. "And Dobby does not first aid, Harry Potter." "I need to get to Snape," said Harry. He carefully edged sideways, almost at the doors now. "And I'm not going to stop, not for anybody. People could be in danger. What if Blaze has already poisoned the water? Or what if he's not going for the water? What if he's just going to go around and make people drink it? We have to tell somebody, Dobby, and I'm not going to." Bang! The doors opened and Snape came into the room, fully dressed already, his billowing black robes giving him the air of a bat sweeping out into the night. To Harry's dismay, the doors flew round as he crashed through them, and one hit Dobby in the back. The little elf flew a meter through the air before hitting the wall and falling over with a loud yelp. Snape jumped and wheeled around. Harry stared back at him, leaning against the wall and red in the face, with Dobby going cross-eyed at his feet. "Potter, get back into bed this instant. It's Blaze," Harry panted. "Blaze Zabini, Professor, he's causing the risata. It's with poison, he's been putting memory charms on all the house elves." Snape gave a sigh, and murmured something about delirious and hysterical, before sweeping over to Harry, taking him carefully by the arms and practically dragging him across the room. Harry was about to start protesting again and push Snape off, but something else did that for him. Dobby wriggled between Snape and Harry's legs and pushed the potion's master away. "Harry Potter is not delirious. Harry Potter is telling the truth, and you must listen to Harry Potter, because people is in danger." When Snape didn't let go of Harry, and just pushed him back into bed, Dobby squeaked, "Dobby has seen a boy putting powder in the soup. Dobby has seen it with his own eyes. You must listen to Dobby and Harry Potter, or more people is going to die." Snape raised an eyebrow at the elf now staring up at him from around his shins. "Oh, and the only proof we have of this is your word." Dobby nodded frantically. "Dobby is telling the truth, sir. Dobby does not want more and more people to die." "Sir," said Harry, "how did you know I needed you? Normally you just, well, ignore me." "That blasted poltergeist came swooping into my private chambers and flung my bed upside down," Snape said, waspishly. He glanced between the two of them, and with an annoyed sigh, he said, "Very well, Potter. We shall test this, and if your little informant is wrong, I shall have no qualms with dicing him up and turning him into house elf stew. Are we clear? Dobby trembled at that, but Harry nodded valiantly. He glanced over down the ward, and the bed that kinda had last lied in, and he knew that he wanted to catch whoever it was more than anything he'd ever desired. Snape saw the glance, paused for a moment and then nodded. Elf, he said, go to the Slytherin dormitory, and bring the prefects here immediately. On second thoughts, just bring Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Do not tell him what is going on. And be quick about it. Dobby scurried from the room, pattering out of the doors, and as he went, he was reciting, Slytherin dormitory, Draco Malfoy, Dobby must not tell what is going on and be quick about it. Snape glanced at Harry, who held the potions master's stare for a moment, and then Snape too swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his hopes. At first, and rather understandably, Draco Malfoy hadn't believed a word of what the frantic house elf by the side of his bed gabbled to him in a barely audible whisper. The idea of Blaise Zabini being a killer was absurd. He was evil, no doubt, and Draco knew that Zabini was the name of another few Death Eaters in Voldemort's ranks, but Blaise was 16 years old. However bad he wasn't a murderer. Especially not his own sister. There was also the issue of the message being delivered by his old house elf, Dobby, and things between them weren't exactly friendly. Dobby could hardly look Draco in the eye, and Draco was dying to give off some scatty comments. But eventually, Draco had agreed to at least go with the elf to see Professor Snape. After the professor's explanation, things were making a little more sense. Of course, Snape's suggested plan of action wasn't quite so easy to absorb. You're not serious, said Draco, staring at Professor Snape's dark silhouette in the entrance hall. Snape smirked at him. I certainly am. There is no other place in the entire school where the water supply can possibly be accessed. But, you don't know when he's planning to do this, said Draco, with wide eyes. You're not suggesting I sit by the lake 24 hours a day. I certainly am, said Snape, again, smiling even more. Under a disillusionment charm, of course. But, I have classes to go to, said Draco. What about my studies? People are going to notice if I'm missing, Professor. Nobody's going to just shrug it off. The rest of the school shall be told that you had to leave school quickly because of a problem with the Malfoy inheritance, said Snape, smoothly, watching Draco with that smile still in place. But there is no Malfoy inheritance anymore, said Draco. Precisely the problem, said Snape. Draco paused, just staring at the professor, and then he said, this is crazy. No offense, Professor, but first of all, Blaise's own sister is dying. Secondly, Blaise isn't a murderer. Thirdly, it's just, what if somebody finds out that I'm lurking around the lake under a disillusionment charm? Blaise will know, it'll all be ruined, and if I can't explain why I was there, I'll be expelled. Malfoy, said Snape, simply. Draco knew that was a bad sign. Snape normally reserved the tone for people who were going to listen to what he had to say, or else. I am your head of house, and this assignment is something that is very important. If I asked you to grade some papers for me, you would, correct? Well, yes, but that's different. Not in my terms, Malfoy. Snape drew his wand from his pocket, tapped it twice on Draco's head, and Draco felt that horrible feeling of being disillusioned, like there was something cold and runny snaking down the back of his neck. Meals will be brought down to you at appropriate times. I myself will take over from you for a few hours every day, so you can sleep. Apart from that, you are to sit and watch as though your life depends on it. Are we clear? Draco really didn't want to do this. He looked up at Snape, and with a very disheartened sigh, he said, yes. Sir. Very well. Go on, Malfoy, and remember to stay alert. Snape turned to go. Draco paused for a moment, and then called after him, Sir. What is it, Malfoy? I still need to talk to you about, He put his hand on his side, pointedly. Snape eyed him suspiciously for a moment, and then realization dawned, and the potions master nodded. Yes, I'm sure we can discuss that at some other time. But, it's sort of urgent, as in now, said Draco. It's already starting to change. Snape raised an eyebrow. I believe I said we can discuss that at another time. Good night, Malfoy. And he left, breezing away down the dungeon corridor. Draco sighed, turned, and headed out of the huge castle doors into the grounds. It was a very cold, very dark night. The storms had not completely cleared. Draco found this another reason to hate his new job even more. It was all so sudden. Barely half an hour ago, he had been tucked up in his bed in the Slytherin dormitories, and now, he had been booted out into the grounds to guard the lake. They had a huge squid for that, didn't they? Still, if it all ended with Blaise proved as the slime ball he was, it would all be worth it. For their first 3 years at Hogwarts, he'd almost tolerated Blaise, and even let the other boy follow him, Crabbe and Goyle around some time. He was always so quiet and insociable. Draco remembered the day that his father had come home during the summer holidays, swept off his traveling cloak and hung it up on the bronze hat stand by the front door. A most intriguing meeting today, Draco, he'd said. Draco always got a report from his father about what was going on with the Death Eaters. Draco had, after all, been fully expected to join the Death Eaters himself once he became legally allowed to do magic. Draco had to admit that the prospect had appealed to him. What happened? He'd asked, watching his father open up the main doors into the entrance hall, and he'd followed as always. Our group has found some new, volunteers, his father had said. They ascended the huge marble staircase in the entrance hall, winding their way up towards the first floor out of many, to the parlor. They always went there. Draco knew that if he ever returned to Malfoy Manor, he'd be able to trace their exact path, step by step. Oh, who? He'd asked. A young man named Zabini, his father replied. He snapped his fingers, and a long line of torches spreading the length of the corridor flickered to life. It wasn't exactly pure arts. Many things in Malfoy Manor were linked to his father's hand, and with a snap of his fingers, they could be set working. It was very simple magic. He seems a good man, very enthusiastic. Unnaturally so. However, a supporter is a supporter. Draco mused, idly. He has a son, Blaise. He's in my year at school. Ah, yes, said his father. That name came up during our meeting. Apparently the boy is interested as well. At last we have some more pure blood dynasties joining the call of the Dark Lord. Of course, there is a daughter, 4th year, I believe. The black sheep of the family. As Draco Malfoy the 6th year crossed the lawns towards the lake, he remembered with a pang how he had laughed, and sneered, yes, I know her. Racing around the Quidditch pitch at all hours. Common as muck. He sighed a little, banishing these thoughts from his head, as he approached the edge of the lake. It shined out far before him, like a perfect sheet of black glass. There wasn't even a breath of wind to disturb the mirror-like surface. Mentally preparing himself for a long night, he reached up, grasping a branch of a nearby tree and hauling himself into it. Once he was comfortably, he settled back against the trunk, folded his arms, and started to watch. The hours whittled past. With nothing to occupy his wandering mind, Draco found himself getting more and more bored and sleepy. He was finally considering breaking his guard duty, and sneaking back to the castle to fetch his sketchpad or a book, when he noticed the movement in the top window of one of the towers. Even though there was no light there, Draco could see that it was a student, standing on the windowsill, holding something in their right hand. Draco's experience of the astronomy tower was that it was cold and blustery, especially at the windows, and surely, the winds whipping around the stone surfaces could easily whisk somebody away. He sat forward in his tree, watching closely. The clouds over the moon moved, lighting up the scene, and he easily recognized that short stature, the dark hair, the pale skin. Blaise. Draco was just considering rushing for Professor Snape, when he noticed that a long rope was coiled around Blaise's wrist. The other end was tied to the windowsill. Draco felt a surge of panic. Surely Blaise wasn't going to jump and kill himself. As he watched, Blaise took the thing in his right hand, fumbling with it for a moment, and then he raised his hand over his mouth. A potion, Draco thought. But what was Blaise going to do? He saw the boy fling the empty phial aside, and he tensed. Draco realized just what he was going to do a moment before he actually did it. Blaise bent his legs, and pushed out with his arms, leaping away from the walls. Draco gasped and nearly fell out of the tree, knowing that in these winds, Blaze would just be swung straight round in an arc until he crashed against the castle walls and broke all his bones. But to his eternal surprise, the boy didn't even fall. He simply glided through the air, as though skating, his robes billowing and buffeting in the winds around him. He began to sink, as though through water, the rope holding him reasonably close to the castle. Of course, Draco thought. It was Lauren, the light-as-air draft. Snape had mentioned it a few times in potions. Naturally, Blaze couldn't be caught heading out towards the grounds. Snape would be watching for him. And so he'd gone upwards, to the astronomy tower, and he was now sinking gracefully down to the ground. It was flawless. Blaze's legs crumpled as he hit the ground, but he straightened up almost instantly, and drew his wand. He murmured an enchantment that Draco couldn't hear, and the rope instantly burned from the ends inwards, turned to ash in moments, and was whisked away into the winds. Flawless, again, undetectable, another enchantment, and his weight had returned to normal. The Slytherin boy then proceeded across the grounds. He was moving so silently and so quickly that he could have easily been nothing but a shadow, or one of the creatures from the Forbidden Forest. Draco found himself a little scared. If Blaze had gone to all this trouble not to be detected, surely he would have thought of what he would do if he was attacked or confronted. Draco just sat and watched as Blaze advanced to the edge of the lake, then knelt down next to the water, pulling back a thick black hood. As carefully as he could, Draco started to ease his wand out of his sleeve, whilst keeping a close eye on Blaze. He appeared to be searching through handfuls of tiny glass beads, each one differently colored and glittering in the moonlight. Blaze had apparently found the one he wanted. He carefully tipped the others back into his pocket, and inspected the bead closely. A horrible smile had curled his lips. "I'll serve you," he murmured. "You may have lost the Malfoy boy, Master, but you will never lose me." Draco drew his wand right at that instant, swishing it through the air with a cry of Petrificus Totalis. The bullet of light struck Blaze hard in the chest before he'd even realized what was happening. His arms snapped into rigor mortis, and he fell to the ground, stiff as a board. Draco clambered down from the tree, keeping his wand trained on Blaze. The colored beads had spilled over the ground, and Draco realized they were not glass at all, but tiny little spherical containers, each holding a different potion. The one Blaze had been planning to empty into the lake was snapped shut in his hand, and after a few moments of struggle, Draco managed to get it out. It was, with little veins of black creeping across the bright red surface, like spiders' legs. Draco raised an eyebrow. Polaris prang. "This is illegal, you know, Blaze. And you weren't considering dropping this into the water supply now, were you? How predictable. You should have waited a few months. Or could you not wait? You wanted to strike again when the school was full of fear over what happened to Potter and your sister, when you were still a complete no-go for suspicions about who it was. And when the whole school water was poisoned, you'd put on some big fancy show of grief for your lost sister and any others who were dead, right?" Blaze couldn't move at all, not even pull his eyes down from their wide, staring position, but his pupils were blazing with fury. Draco chuckled, and he couldn't resist having a little jibe. "You really should have known better, you know," he smoothed. "And how horrible for you that it's me who catches you. Now, if this had been last year, I would have probably helped you at this. And even without my father, if you'd come to me and suggested such a thing, then well, I'd have been tempted. But no, you had to try and go for top spot while I was weak." He tucked the poison bead into his pocket, cool as cool could be, raising one slender eyebrow. "And you're going to regret that for the rest of your life." It was hard work dragging Blaze all the way up the slope to the castle, and he had to keep stopping to tot up the full body bind, just in case, but every step of the way, he had a flush of pride and arrogance at seeing himself standing before Dumbledore. Actually, no, before Professor Snape, and Snape was handing him a medal and saying, 1,000 points to Slytherin for catching the culprit, Malfoy, and I must say, we are all absolutely enthralled as to how you did it, truly heroic of you. And he would smile, and say, "Well, Professor Snape, it wasn't hard, though I did have to beat Zabini into submission, with just my fists, mind you, he'd stolen my wand, and after an hour-long struggle on the side of the freezing lake, completely in the dark, I managed to get him by the throat. He confessed to his sinful deeds, and then I recaptured my wand, and I told him, evil never wins, Zabini. Though please, all this attention is a little much. Well, if you insist. He shouldered open the doors of the castle, dragging the rigid Blaze through into the torchlight of the entrance hall, making sure he had his best, triumphant but exhausted hero, face on. Snape came sweeping up the corridor from where he had been standing guard. Malfoy, what happened? Draco smiled, and said, well, Professor Snape, it wasn't hard, though I did have to beat. Yes, never mind that, said Snape, grabbing Zabini by the other arm and dragging him away towards the stairs. To the headmaster's office, Malfoy. And Draco, looking slightly put out, took Zabini's feet and started carrying the stiff body away up the stairs, muttering something about, Merlin, don't thank me too much. Blaze was propped up against the wardrobe in the headmaster's office a few minutes later. Dumbledore had managed to relax his throat muscles so they could hear his confession, and those in his stomach, so they could sit him up against something with him snapping in two. Snape had gone to fetch a good dose of Veritaserum. At first, Dumbledore and Snape had given Draco odd looks when Veritaserum was mentioned, but at a disapproving glance, Snape had just gone to get it. Blaze was now just sitting, and staring hatefully at Malfoy, who was delighted in giving him sweet little smiles back. He'd already started writing the script for this particular event, when it would be used in the film of his life. Of course, some things would have to be different. A swooning group of girls should, by Draco's calculations, be coming in through the door at any moment to weep into his shoulders and cry with relief that he'd managed to survive his horrific ordeal. Dumbledore arranged his purple nightcap on his head, and pushed a plate of fairy cakes towards Draco. Whilst we are waiting, I'm sure you're very hungry, Draco, won't you have a fairy cake? Draco hesitated for a moment, then took one. Thank you, he muttered. The reward of a fairy cake could possibly be left out of the film. The door opened, and Snape came in, carrying a small crystal phial full of Veritaserum. Draco could recognize what it was instantly. He had a vague memory of sitting in the chained chair of one of the courtrooms in the Ministry of Magic, covered in bruises, both physically and mentally exhausted, as a wizard brought in a beaker of Veritaserum. He shook his head to rid himself of that particularly image. Not now. Blaze saw the Veritaserum, and his eyes widened in fear. No, he managed, breathlessly. No, Professor. Don't, please, I beg you, please sir. Snape's eyes were narrowed as he swept over to Blaze, and then he descended down on the Slytherin, like a vampire going in for the kill. His fingers grasped the front of Blaze's hair, pulling it back, and the boy's mouth fell open in shock. Snape calmly poured the phial of clear serum down his throat, unmercilessly. Beg all you want, he snarled. I won't hear a word. Blaze choked, and coughed, spluttering, as his body tried to expel the Veritaserum. Draco could already see its effects slowly gripping him. His eyes were glazing over, and the more he struggled, the harder the potion worked to snare him. After a moment's twisting and turning, his muscles gave in and no longer fought the draft. It washed over him completely. Snape smiled a little. Blaze Zabini. Yes, came the flat, toneless reply. Blaze's eyes flickered. You were out of your bed tonight, said Snape, smoothly, leaning back on the edge of Dumbledore's desk. Carrying various, highly dangerous poisons. You planned to poison the water supply. Is this correct? Another flicker went across Blaze's face. Yes. And you have poisoned the food in this castle on various other occasions. Yes. One of these is more than likely going to lead to the death of your own sister, and Harry Potter was nearly killed. Yes. Draco found himself stung by the note of pride in the other boy's voice. Did you aim to poison these two people? No, came the soft reply. It was just good luck. Draco looked away at this, not able to see how on earth Blaze could call such an act good luck. Snape continued the questions, calm and unruffled as always. Why did you do it? Blaze looked rather placid at this, just staring straight forwards, his mouth seemingly talking of its own accord. My master told me to cause havoc at Hogwarts. And I did. He wants Dumbledore to break He wants Potter to break. He told me to destroy the school from the inside, however I could manage it. And I have. A horrible, sickeningly calm smile curled his lips. She is going to die. And my master will be pleased. I always hoped she would be the one to die. Her, or Potter, or Malfoy, they are the ones that my master needs gone. Potter continues to unknowingly foil his plans. Malfoy is a danger. He knows much about my master. From his dead father. And my sister knew almost as much as Malfoy. And I have killed her for the Dark Lord. She isn't dead yet, said Draco, quietly. She shall be soon, said Blaise, tonelessly, though the glee in his eyes was all too obvious. And then Potter will be vulnerable. The Dark Lord knows that there is something to do with Potter which stops him in his tracks, though he does not know. Nobody does. The prophecy was broken. My lord shall have Potter killed. He cannot escape forever. And when Potter falls, so shall Dumbledore, and the rest of the wizarding world. Do you speak with the Dark Lord himself? Said Snape, calmly. Yes, said Blaise. Another flicker went across his eyes. He talks to me often. Have you been marked? Yes. Where? The base of my spine, said Blaise, quietly. It is the least noticeable place. He no longer marks his Death Eaters on the forearm. It is one last attempt at having them undetected by the Ministry, the fool's only test for the mark on the arm. Dumbledore stepped forward from the shadows. He looked remarkably grave, the lines on his face highlighting his great age, as the fire washed over his skin, making his beard gleam in the light. Blaise, why would such a boy as you want to do such a service for the Dark Lord? Do you not feel any guilt or sadness for your sister? No, came the firm reply. Blaise's eyes narrowed a little as his unfocused gaze in the fire turned far more angry. For all my life, she has been the older, the stronger, the faster, the more sociable. My parents were so proud. But she had to go. She was nothing but trouble to us all. And it is the same with Malfoy. He was always the head of Slytherin. The pride of the house. The perfect Slytherin. But now, it is me. He breathed. His eyes lit up with a mad, maniacal glint of power. I am the perfect Slytherin. I am ambitious, cunning, pure-blooded. The Dark Lord himself says so. He will reward me for my troubles. And the Ministry cannot stop me. They shall send me to Azkaban for my crimes, but I can escape. Azkaban was only a threat to me with the Dementors, but they are now on the Dark Lord's side, along with the Giants and the Heliopaths. My master is unstoppable. The wizarding world will fall. Enough, said Snape, so suddenly that Draco jumped. He turned to Dumbledore. We need to alert the Ministry. No doubt Fudge will want to come bustling here again with reporters in tow. Zabini is out of his mind, Headmaster. Dumbledore paused for a moment, and then nodded, ever so slightly. Yes, I'll send a message to Cornelius immediately. Draco, you could probably go and tell Harry what has happened. I'm sure he'll want to know that the culprit has been caught and has confessed. Draco stood up, nodding and feeling rather numb by now. He didn't even really register that he had opened the door of Dumbledore's office, and been carried down by the revolving staircase, or even when he made his way down the corridor. His mind was full of that horrible look in Blaise's eye, as the boy had called himself the perfect Slytherin, and spoken of how Voldemort would reward him. At thinking the name, Draco felt a twinge in his lower back, just to one side of his spine. He cringed a little and put his hand over it. Being on heat was bad enough, but now he had a new, and far more sinister pain, to add to his discomfort. He found himself in front of the doors to the hospital wing, and eased them open, creeping inside. Madame Pomfrey wasn't around, luckily. The matron had never really liked Draco much. She always rolled her eyes when he came into the hospital wing, and rather scathingly asked him how long he planned to be crippled for this time. Harry was still awake in his bed, propped up against the pillows and reading a book quietly. Draco still couldn't get used to seeing Harry this way. So quiet and innocent, just sitting and thinking, reading with a curiously childlike expression on his face. As Draco entered the ward, Harry looked up from his book, and smiled ever so slightly. Hi, said Draco. He sat down next to Harry's bed. We got him. What? We got him. Zabini. I was sent to hide by the lake, and he came. He's just confessed in Dumbledore's office. They're bringing the Ministry of Magic now. Draco sat back, scraping his hair vaguely off his face with splayed fingertips. His hair had once been his pride and joy, trimmed regularly, but it was now greasy and lank, and grown down around his shoulders. Harry nodded, quietly, his eyes turning down to look into the bed sheets. So it was definitely Blaise then. Yes, said Draco. He waited a moment for this news to sink in, then went on. We got a full confession. He's been marked as well. Marked? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Draco went on. Tattooed with the dark mark. Marked is a sort of slang term. Blaise has got the mark at the base of his spine, from what he told us. He was under Veritaserum too. Harry looked as though he was trying to decide something for a moment, and then he asked, quietly, did he say what he felt about kinda? Yes. Draco nodded, and it was very hard to look into those bright green eyes and say what he did. He said it was just good luck. I don't think they were the closest family. Seeing the expression on Harry's face, Draco patted him, just once, on the shoulder. I'm okay, said Harry, quietly, wiping a single hand across his eyes. So, he really didn't care. He doesn't care that she's dying. He seemed proud of it, said Draco. He's vile, just vile, even by Death Eater standards. All Death Eaters are vile, said Harry, so suddenly that Draco found himself mildly taken aback. Silence followed this statement for a few moments, before Draco spoke again. You think so? He said, calmly, raising one eyebrow. Harry nodded simply. Draco paused again, and then went on, in a calm, matter-of-fact sort of tone. My father. Harry said nothing at this. Draco didn't really need him to. The look on his face said it all. After a moment of silence or so, Harry said, your father was, well, yes, it was tragic for you and your family, and I know that, but, well, he wasn't exactly angelic. Draco smiled bemusedly at this, sitting back in his chair and curling up, cat-like. Yes, I know, the only thing that stops you thinking of him as a good man is the fact that he was a Death Eater, yes. Well, yeah, said Harry. It's just that, I saw him, in the graveyard, wearing a hood. It's hard to forget something like that. I understand, said Draco. He checked his nails for a moment, and then said, casually, how about Professor Snape? Snape's not a Death Eater, said Harry, brushing this aside, calmly. Well, yes, he is. Or he was. But he changed. He's not a proper Death Eater. He doesn't enjoy what he does. Draco nodded at this. It made sort of sense. He thought about the whole thing for a moment, considering Harry, and then he said, quietly, and what about me? Harry practically waved this aside. You aren't a Death Eater. Oh, am I not? Harry's eyes flickered to him. Draco smiled at the expression on his face, surveying Harry for a moment more, and then explaining. Don't worry, I'm not about to try and strangle you or anything. I'm not working for the Dark Lord. But, you said, Harry began, worriedly. Draco nodded somberly, and paused for a moment, still considering Harry. He decided to tell. I'm more or less in Professor Snape's group, was, a Death Eater. Now reformed. He saw Harry's eyes widen, and his jaw fall. But, you can't be. You're only 16, and you haven't got the dark mark. I've seen your arms when you're getting changed for Quidditch. Oh, my mark isn't on my arms, said Draco. It never is anymore. Anybody who's been marked recently has it placed somewhere discreet. Like me. Harry was dying to ask, and Draco could see it in his eyes. Deciding to just show without making Harry ask the question, he stood up, and turned half on his side, to look at Harry over his shoulder. He shrugged his robes off, and then carefully, just lifted the hem of his shirt. And there it was, burnt into his pale skin, glowing black, the dark mark, a skull with a serpent twisting out of its mouth. Draco saw Harry recoil backwards. It's black, the Gryffindor said, a definite note of panic in his voice. Draco nodded. Harry must know that a blackened dark mark meant only one thing. It turned a few days ago. He's calling the Death Eaters to him. Why? Said Harry, quietly, nervously. Draco let his shirt drop again, tucking it down out of sight. I don't know. Professor Snape's has turned too. All we can do now is wait to find out what it is that he wants. He's going to be angry that you didn't go to him, said Harry. He'll come and find you, you know. Draco nodded, with a rather heavy sigh. I have the feeling it's not just me he'll be coming for though. He was going to continue, and try and soothe the frightened look on Harry's face, but at that moment, Madame Pomfrey came bustling out of her office, tidying her robes. Malfoy, she said, what are you doing in here? These are not visiting hours. I was just, he began, but she cut across him. No, you were just nothing, go on. Out, you can come back at a reasonable time, not now, the sun isn't even up yet. Come on, out. And with that, she bustled him out of the room, practically prodding him to get him to move faster. Draco glanced over his shoulder just before she slammed the door in his face, and saw Harry looking back at him, deep in thought, worry still apparent on his face. Harry left the hospital wing a few days later, after Madame Pomfrey gave him a clean bill of health, and as he left, he heard her note to Professor McGonagall, having friends around him has helped a great deal. Particularly Malfoy. I'd give him access to the Gryffindor common room if I were you, Minerva, it certainly would help. It was hard to tell who was happier about this, Draco or Harry. The rest of the Gryffindors were very wary at first, and many of them didn't trust Draco near their belongings, but after a while, they got used to the idea. Ron still despised Draco and tried to put Draco in detention one night for sitting in his favorite chair. Oddly, things started to pick up a little for Harry. It was though life had realized at last just what hell it had put Harry through, and had decided to give him a bit of a break. Homework slackened off, and everybody was suddenly being very nice to him. He knew this was partly from sympathy, they'd all found out about kinda by now. Though nobody was treating him as though he was seriously ill, as he thought they might. They were just being friendly. One thing that was going wrong in Harry's life was the return of pains in his scar. He knew why this was happening. They were all warning signs. The dark mark on Draco's lower back wasn't getting any lighter, and had started oozing a dark red substance that was horribly like blood. He had to wear a bandage over his lower back all the time, in case it started bleeding in lessons and leaked through his robes. Harry had breached the subject of the dark mark with Snape one night during occlumency practice. Snape didn't seem too eager to talk much about it, but when the potions master saw how worried Harry was about it, Snape said, simply, it won't get any darker now. If something is going to happen, it will, regardless of what color somebody's tattoo is. Whenever Harry's scar hurt, there always seemed to be somebody around to talk about it. Ron, Hermione and Draco were with him all the time, but if they were in other classes and he got a pain in his head, the teacher would often just look up, see he had a headache, and come over discreetly to say, "You're excused, Potter, go get a drink of water. See me about the homework tonight." Harry had an idea that Dumbledore had told the teachers to give him this privilege, and he was very grateful of it. The whole of Hogwarts seemed to be rallying together. Harry noticed that it wasn't just him who was getting the goodwill. People were helping each other in the corridors, offering to do jobs for professors, sharing food at dinner. Even Snape was seen in the astronomy tower one day, administering an anti-rusting draft to the telescope eyepieces as a rather smug-looking Sinistra watched him with a smile. The relaxed, warm atmosphere at Hogwarts carried all the way through the rest of the month, to when Professor Flitwick's Weird Sisters calendar proclaimed that it was June, and time to book your Weird Sisters Christmas concert tickets. It was a Friday morning, and the third hour of Defense Against the Dark Arts was upon them. This lesson was always fun. Once their work was over during the first 2 hours, Professor Lupin was free to teach them more interesting, entertaining things. To most of the class's delight, they had recently progressed onto wizarding machines, and most specifically, those used by dark wizards. So far, Lupin had shown them some of the most horrible torture instruments Harry had ever seen in his life. There were various weapons, all looking very lethal indeed, a wide selection of illegal items confiscated from wizarding homes, most of them wearing the label, "From Malfoy Manor, handle with caution," and to Harry's surprise, one of the doubling coins that Snape had given him. Everybody watched, astounded, as Lupin held the coin tight in his hand, opening his palm, and revealed that another one had appeared. Every time he squeezed his palm, the coins doubled. "I could really do with one of those," said Ron, with wide eyes. "Where do you get them?" "We think they originated from a bank in the south of France," Lupin explained. "It was an ordinary Muggle bank, but a wizard worked there, and started experimenting on the Muggle money. It wasn't long before he'd found out how to duplicate it flawlessly. After Muggle money, he progressed onto wizarding. However, it's very hard to create one of these. There are only about 10 in the whole world which create acceptable copies." "And is that one of them?" asked Harry, trying not to sound as though he had another of the 10 in his bag right at the moment. Lupin nodded. "Discovered by accident. A great deal of money was found hidden under the floor of a Muggle church, probably left there by wizard smugglers years ago. Somebody picked up one of the coins, and 2 fell from his hand." "How can you tell which one is the doubling coin?" said Ron. "The warm one," said Lupin. He tipped the excess coins into a bag, and locked them in the drawer of his desk, firmly pocketing the key. "A doubling coin was stolen from Gringotts about 6 months ago, and hasn't been retrieved since. The goblins have no idea how it was taken." Harry felt a guilty squirm. Snape had given him the doubling coin about 6 months ago. He made a mental note to ask his magical guardian just where and how he had gotten the coin, and glanced back at Lupin, just as the professor started heaving something out of a box under his desk. "Everybody sit back now," said Lupin. "This is possibly one of the most dangerous, and I'd hate to cause anybody to lose their eyesight," and he swung from under the table what looked like a Muggle baseball bat, embedded with 2-inch-long needles. Everybody gasped and instantly scraped their chairs back. Lupin placed the end carefully on the desk, holding it around the handle, turning it around so they could all get a good look. "What's so magical about it?" asked Hermione, raising an eyebrow. "Lethal, yes, but a good shield charm would deflect it." "The inside is not solid wood," said Lupin, calmly. "A phoenix tail feather is built into it, so it can be used as a wand. Also, the needles are not just sharp. They're filled with a very lethal poison. I'm sure Professor Snape can tell you more about the various poisons used in needle bats." "Where was that found?" asked a wide-eyed Hufflepuff at Harry's elbow. "A place near Leeds," said Lupin, calmly. "Halfway through Voldemort's reign of terror. A gang of teenagers were found with it, vandalizing a bus shelter. They were Muggle teenagers." "Muggles," said Harry. "But where did they get it?" He couldn't really imagine a group of Muggle teenagers just coming across such a savage weapon in the bushes somewhere, and deciding to use it. "Probably an anti-Muggle Death Eater," said Lupin, as though explaining the calmest and most peaceful thing in the world. "They give a group of Muggles a needle bat, the Muggles go off with it, and they can cause nearly as much damage as a wizard with it, but unknowingly." "Whoever made that is really sick," said Ron, staring at the tough club, as Lupin took an orange from the edge of his desk. "Watch carefully," he said. They all sat forward eagerly. Lupin tilted the needle bat, and holding the orange carefully in his hand, he pushed it down onto a few of the spikes, then took his fingers away quickly. The orange was instantly taking on a green hue, as tiny veins of a lime-colored liquid spread across its surface. Lupin explained as the orange became slowly infected. "One of the fastest-moving venoms in known history. And one of the most efficient as well. It travels through the blood-stream, but sticks to the walls of the veins and arteries. There is no known antidote. And there were Muggles wandering about Leeds with one of these," said a Ravenclaw, her eyebrows so high up they were nearly hidden underneath her hair. Lupin nodded solemnly. "Senseless acts of violence. There has, of course, been a law passed prohibiting the use or possession of needle bats, but—" Everybody in the class jumped suddenly, as a blood-curdling scream tore the air apart, coming from the direction of the next corridor. Harry jolted and felt his muscles tense up, and judging by everybody else's reactions, they'd been shocked too. Frowning worriedly, Lupin replaced the bat in the box, and moved over to the door. Harry watched him peer out of it, looking left and right up and down the corridor, still frowning. "How odd," the professor murmured. "It must have just been," but he stopped talking again, as another noise reached their ears. It was an odd, rhythmic rumbling noise. Harry instinctively shifted a little closer to Ron and Hermione, as the whole class looked around. Some people were getting scared. "What is it?" said Lavender Brown, her eyes as wide as golf balls. "It's people talking," said Ron, frowning, looking confused. Harry listened more, and realized it wasn't talking at all. It was chanting, by many, many people at once, far away, but all of them singing the same line over and over. Whatever it was coming closer. "It'll just be another lesson," said Lupin, though Harry wasn't at all comforted by the nervous notes in his normally level voice. "There's no need for alarm." "Then who screamed?" said Ron, next to Harry. Harry noticed that both Ron and Hermione had shifted closer to him. Hermione was trying to catch his eye. Lupin looked a little awkward at this, and opened his mouth to attempt an explanation, but he was cut off by another scream. This time, it was Lavender Brown who made the noise, as she leapt to her feet, pointing out of the window and gasping, "Look!" Harry wheeled around, as the whole class sprinted towards the window. Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him over, and he looked out upon a scene he had been dreading for months upon end. Even when they were 2 hills away, he recognized the Death Eaters. They were the ones chanting, all moving in a single file line, like a great black snake, winding its way down the mountain. They just kept coming and coming. When Harry thought no more would appear over the crest of the hill, another group would start. He tried to count. 10, 20, 30, 50, he knew there must be hundreds. All of them chanting, all carrying long black staffs, all with silver masks covering their faces. Harry was too frozen with fear to move. He just stood and watched, as more Death Eaters poured towards the castle, their singing growing louder with every step. Even worse, he then caught sight of a huge head coming over the hill, and a giant came into view, holding a staff that was more like a tree trunk, chanting along with the Death Eaters. It was happening. He couldn't move, as he realized that it was actually happening. After months and months of waiting, it was all starting. And then, so suddenly that his heart stopped from fright, the siren began to scream, one long quavering note, like a war cry. All the class were starting to scream too, with panic, and some people were running for the door, knocking over desks to get out. "Do not panic," Lupin roared over the noise. "Come with me, quickly, into my office. There is no need to panic." "Oh yeah," Ron yelled. "What about that?" Harry looked out of the window at where he was pointing, and what he saw nearly made him faint. A group of Death Eaters, all still singing and bellowing their horrible song to the sky, had come over the hill, dragging a cage on wheels. And inside the cage was a very pale, white-skinned creature, bound in black material, the front of its robes stained with blood. A vampire. And more giants were coming now, 5, 6, 7, another vampire in a cage, Death Eaters by the hundreds, and every voice was now chanting that song. It could even be heard over the shriek of the siren, as though the voices were inside Harry's mind. Hermione and Ron grabbed him by the back of the robes where he had been frozen with fear at the windows, dragging him across the room. As he passed his desk, he reached out and grabbed his bag, clamping it to his chest. "Harry, no, leave it," shouted Lupin. "It will slow you down. Quickly, there isn't much time." Harry wouldn't let it go. Ron gave up trying to prise it off him, and just hauled him through the door into Lupin's office. Lupin slammed it after them, as the siren died. Harry almost wished it would come back. The Death Eaters chanting was driving him insane. He could now hear words to the song, and though he couldn't hear every verse, he could pick out enough to make him feel sick. Mudbloods, half-breeds, slime blood sources. Surrender to the Dark Lord's forces. Fire and blood, the darkness shall come, fed on flames and muggleborn scum. Everybody was huddled together now around Professor Lupin. He was doing his best to comfort people, though Harry could see he was just as scared as them. Hermione suddenly grabbed Ron and Harry and hugged them, so tight they could hardly breathe, as she trembled. "We'll be okay, we'll be okay." "We're going to die," said Harry, quietly. The only reply to this statement was a heart-stopping crash as the bars slid into place over the doors and windows. The protection didn't make Harry feel any better. They were still trapped, still vulnerable. Every spell that he had ever been taught to defend himself with had suddenly been wiped out of his head. Ron looked to be thinking the same things. His cousin was biting his lip, and murmuring something under his breath. "Are you okay?" asked Harry. Ron nodded vaguely. "Just a bit scared. I don't know what class Ginny's in at the moment. I want to know if she's all right." "She will be," Hermione soothed. "Just be calm and relax, and we'll get out of this fine. The teachers will get rid of the Death Eaters, and that's that." "There are hundreds of them," said Harry. He wasn't surprised at the tremble in his voice. "And vampires, Hermione, and giants. What about Hagrid and Kibbles? And the Opsitops? They're all outside. The Death Eaters will kill them." "Hagrid's got sense," said Hermione. "He'll have run inside now, with the Opsitops. Everybody will be fine." She tightened her grip on Ron and Harry's necks. "We'll all be fine." "Children," said a soft voice from the fireplace. Harry looked around, and saw Dumbledore standing there next to the fireplace. "Come with me. You are being moved to the dungeons, for extra safety." There was something comforting about the sight of Dumbledore's face, so calm and collected, that made Harry's mind stop throbbing with fear, even if just for a moment. He crossed the room, and stood in line, watching as his classmates scrambled into the fireplace and were whisked away in a whirl of flames. Lupin hurried Ron and Hermione in, and then turned to him, as Dumbledore vanished. "Come on, Harry," he said, calmly. "You'll be safe in the dungeons." Harry nodded, and was about to step through into the fire, when he saw something out of the window that made him stop. There was a fire starting over the hill. At first, Harry thought that the Death Eaters had set fire to the Forbidden Forest, before he realized that it wasn't something as harmless as just a fire. The grounds seemed to be turning into hell on Earth, and appearing over the hill were huge, towering figures, like the skeletons of dinosaurs, but they were ablaze. They left footprints the size of cars, and even the air around them had burst into flames. Heliopaths. Harry realized now why the wizarding community were so scared of them. "Harry," said Lupin, urgently. Harry nodded, turning away from the window and darting towards the fire. Lupin leapt in with him, and in a whoosh of flames and ash, they were whipped away from the dark arts office. The contrast of warm, harmless fire around his skin and the cold and damp of the dungeons was quite startling. It was somehow darker than he remembered it. Looking around, he realized he didn't even recognize the room he was in. There weren't any windows or doors, and if they were there, he couldn't pick them out through the gloom. All the other students were huddled around in groups, pale-faced, wide-eyed and scared. Hermione's voice spoke in Harry's ear. "Harry, is that you?" He turned around and nodded, scanning her darkened face. "Yeah, where's everybody else?" "They're over in the corner," she said, quietly. "Come on, watch where you step." They made their way silently through the crowds of people, past crying groups of girls, teachers trying to comfort the frightened students, and packs of terrified first years. Almost everybody was silent. What was there to say? Hermione led Harry over to one of the far corners of the blocked-off dungeon room, where Ron, Draco, Ginny, Neville and Luna were all waiting. Neville looked as though he was about to die of fright. Ron had a firm arm around his little sister. Draco was leaning against one of the walls, holding where the dark mark was, his face contorted in pain, and Luna was looking fairly blank and hollow, as she stared around at various people. "Harry," Neville whispered, his voice little more than a squeak, as Harry was pulled into the middle of the group. "Yeah, it's me," he said. "You all right, Neville?" "No," Neville quivered. Harry could feel him shaking fretfully. I'm scared." "We all are, Mr. Longbottom," said a deep voice nearby, as a shadow Harry recognized as Allister came striding over through the darkness. "Is there anybody missing that you know of? Any friends?" "No," said Hermione. Professor, how long will we be here?" Allister's silhouette shook its head. "I don't know, Miss Granger, quite some time I expect." "Try to stay calm and get comfortable." "Can't we get a light on?" said Ginny. "Please, Professor, I don't like the dark." "You're all welcome to get your wands out," said Allister. "But no noise, okay? Let's keep things quiet, and don't start any fires." He sounded very grim indeed. "They'll be able to sense them." "They," quivered Neville. The heliopaths, said Alrister, heavily. But with any luck, the ministry reinforcements will be here as soon as possible. We'll be out of here in time for tea, don't worry. Potter, where are you? I'm here, said Harry, moving forward. Alrister's hand fumbled vaguely around for a moment, then grasped him gently by the arm. You've got to stay with the teachers, Harry, said Alrister. Come on with me. Can't we come with him? Asked Ron's voice from Harry's shoulder. Alrister sounded a little reluctant. Well, technically, no. But we're his moral support, said Ron. Please, Professor, he'll be happier and calmer with us around him, won't you, Harry? I will really, sir, said Harry. Alrister gave a quiet sigh for a moment, and then said, all right, but stick close. I'm not rooting around in all the students to find you again if you get lost. Harry let Alrister lead him off through the crowds of people, across the dungeons, with all his friends following behind. Draco was staggering a little from the obvious pain in his back. Ron very kindly helped him with this by prodding him in the head whenever he slowed down. Finally, Alrister stopped, and said, I've got him. And a few spares, drawled Snape's voice from the blackness before Harry. He couldn't even see a vague shadow to tell him where the potion's master was. Moral support, said Alrister. Have we got everybody here? Not lost anyone, have we? I haven't heard Luna say anything for a while, said Ron's voice. Why should I speak, when I have nothing to tell? Came Luna's dreamy voice from the back of the group. Oh, said Ron, disappointedly. She's still here. Be quiet, Snape's voice hissed from the darkness. Potter, come here. A cold hand curled around Harry's wrist, and pulled him forward away from his friends. There was movement before him, as Snape crouched down to look at him properly, and Harry could only just pick out the white of his skin in the dark shadows that were his eyes. Alrister had started a conversation with the rest of his friends to mask Snape's words to Harry. Scared, Potter, the potion's master's voice murmured. A little, Harry admitted, quietly. Professor, my scar's starting to hurt. Understandably, Snape muttered. Harry felt the potion's master inspecting his scar, and just stood still, letting him get on with it. Snape then said, so quietly that Harry could hardly hear him, do you have the bag? What bag? Said Harry. Your emergency bag, said Snape, impatiently. Yes, said Harry. He unzipped his school bag, and reached inside to fish out the velvet pouch, but Snape stopped his hand. Not now, Potter, he muttered, a slightly patronizing note in his voice. Keep it out of sight, but at hand, should it be needed. Though I still expect you to think before you use anything from it, those items are a very, very last resort. Just before a suicide pill. Are we clear? Yes, sir, said Harry, nodding, even though Snape couldn't see it. There was suddenly a cold feeling at his shoulder, and a voice said, haven't missed anything, have I? Peter, said Harry. He felt his spectral magical guardian giving him a very chilly, watery hug for a moment, then said, are they inside the school yet? No, said Peter's voice. Far from. I just went to have a look from one of the windows upstairs. They seem to just be rallying together at the moment, waiting for something. They're all there though. Well, I can't see any others coming over the hill. No, Peelish, said Snape's voice. There are still more to come. Oh, said Peter. Are there really? Said Snape, in a very scathing way. Or are you, myself and Malfoy not counted as Death Eaters any longer? Oh yeah, said Peter, remembering. Peter, said Harry, suddenly realizing something he'd never asked before. Where's your dark mark? How can they mark a ghost? I was marked when I was in a human form, Peter explained. It only shows up when I'm like that. Lucky me. Huh, Snape. You insufferable cloud of smoke, Snape hissed. Harry felt the professor grasp his forearm convulsively. Do not talk about things you don't understand. Harry heard Peter chuckle. Sorry, Sev. Do not call me Sev, came the hissed reply. Can I go now? Harry asked. No, said Snape's voice. You are to stay here with Peelish, myself and the Weasleys, for your own protection. In case you haven't noticed, the school is being besieged by Death Eaters. How long am I going to have to stand glued to your side? Asked Harry, trying not to sound too waspish. As long as is necessary, said Snape, coolly. Harry felt him draw his wand out of his sleeve, give it a flick, and then the potions master handed Harry a plastic cube. A Rubik's Cube. Some bland uninspiring little muggle device, child's play, though it should keep you entertained for at least a few hours. But I can't even see the colors, said Harry. Which makes it all the more challenging, said Snape. Let's up the stakes, shall we? If you manage to complete it by the time we leave here, I will consider sparing your class the end of term test. And what if I don't? Said Harry, raising his eyebrows. A week's detention should do the trick, I think, said Snape, thoughtfully. Harry stared at the darkness before him, and spluttered, you can't put me in detention for just not doing a puzzle. Snape chuckled, oh, but that's the only good part of my job. Peter's voice gasped next to Harry. Did I just hear what I thought I did? Or am I dreaming? Could that have possibly been the first real joke that Snape has ever told in his life? Surely my ears deceive me. Alternatively, Potter, if you get bored with that cube, just ram it down Pelish's throat, it would no doubt amuse us all for at least a few minutes. Peter made a funny noise of contempt. I don't have a throat, Snape, if you hadn't noticed. Perhaps you should open your eyes once in a while, that is, if you can successfully get your head from out of your own. And that was when the rumbling started. Alternatively, Potter, if you get bored with that cube, just ram it down Pelish's throat, it would no doubt amuse us all for at least a few minutes. Peter made a funny noise of contempt. I don't have a throat, Snape, if you hadn't noticed. Perhaps you should open your eyes once in a while, that is, if you can successfully get your head from out of your own. And that was when the rumbling started. Everybody looked around in surprise at the noise. It seemed to be coming from all around them, just a constant rumbling growl. Harry couldn't help but edge a little closer to Peter and Snape. It sounded almost as though a motorway was suddenly running over the ceiling, but then, another odd noise joined in. It was a squelching, splattering sound, some very thick liquid boiling and gurgling around. And then a scraping, scrit scrit, scrit scrit. They all screamed as there was suddenly a loud crack against one of the stone walls, followed by another, as something hard was battered against the rock. People were drawing away from the noise quickly. They were all too frightened to realize what it was that must be going on to cause the sounds. And when they did, it was far, far too late. Snape realized first. Harry heard his curse, as he wheeled around, drawing his wand again and pointing it somewhere in the blackness. Lumos portal, he commanded, and instantly, there was a rush of flames and a doorway burst into the visible spectrum, the doors creaking outwards to open a long stone corridor back into the school. Every face turned to Snape, and Harry felt a rush of cold, sickening fear as the potions master cried, "What are you waiting for? Out! Get out!" It was at that moment that there was a heart-stopping, blood-curdlingly loud crash from the far wall, and stones started to fall, clattering against the dark floor, and the room was flooded by the amber glow of fire. Everybody screamed and went sprinting for the door, fighting with each other to get out, as more and more stones began to rain. Harry turned and started to run, but Snape grasped him by the back of the neck and snarled, "Lumos office portal." There was another roar of flames, and a door flickered into life for only a few seconds, as Snape elbowed it open and almost bodily flung Harry through. Harry wheeled around, and yelled, "No, Ron," as Snape sprinted through and went to shut the door. Snape snarled, "There isn't time," but he hadn't even gotten the words out of his mouth before Ron, Draco, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Peter and Allister came pouring through into the office. Snape slammed the door after them, locking it forcefully, and then dragging iron bars down from the ceiling. He buckled them into place, sealed them with a charm, and not a moment too soon. There was a roar of screams that instant as the far wall apparently came crashing down completely. Harry felt the temperature shriek skywards, heard people rushing inside the dungeon room, people rushing out, the chanting growing louder. He shuddered, and clamped his hands over his ears to try and block everything out. Snape muttered something, and everything was cut out, as the silencing charm spread over the room. Ron managed to sum up the situation perfectly, as he slumped down one of the walls to the floor, and just sat there, staring forwards with a sort of blind horror. "I don't believe this," Get up, Weasley, said Snape, brusquely, grasping Ron by the arm and trying to haul him to his feet. This is no time to try and play the exhausted hero. Screw that, said Ron, angrily. We're all going to be dead heroes. No you are not, Snape hissed. He managed to drag Ron to his feet, and gathered a fistful of his robes, using his leverage on Ron to glare right into his eyes. Harry didn't know how Ron could keep glaring right back. Most people ran screaming from the room at such a look from Snape. This school has faced far more terrible things than a handful of Death Eaters and fire. Stone, if you did not know, does not melt, Weasley. Allister grasped Snape by the back of the neck and hauled him back, looking angry. Get off him, Snape, it's not your place to go around bullying the students. Ron slid smoothly to the ground again, apparently unaware of it at all until he hit the cold floor with a thump. Snape, still caught in one of Allister's huge hands, was unable to do anything but just stare hatefully. Will everybody be all right? Said Hermione, quivering in the corner and staring through the window at the hellish landscape beyond. They'll have found shelter, said Allister. I'm sure the teachers will have been able to drive some of the Death Eaters back at least. And what about the heliopaths? Asked Ginny. Well, you can all perform water charms, I presume, said Allister. They nodded. Good. Forget them. Don't be an idiot and try to put out a heliopath with one little water charm. Just throw your wand at its eyes and run. Snape muttered. Alternatively, just insult its mother and jab it with a flammable material. It will do you as much good as following any advice given by Allister. He shrugged himself free of Allister's grasp, and swept over to the window, glaring out into the grounds. We're surrounded. On all sides. Damn it all. There's no way we can fight them off. We're going to have to wait for help from the Ministry of Magic. We're going to die, Ron concurred. Ginny began to cry. Hermione and Luna both hugged her, as Harry, Draco, Ron and Neville all swapped looks. Their situation seemed rather hopeless. The castle was under siege from heliopaths, giants, Death Eaters and vampires, and what was Dumbledore's army. School children, and a handful of teachers. Harry looked around at the people in the room, the most important ones in his life, and he realized that if a Death Eater burst in now, they would all just be slaughtered. We need to get the children somewhere safe, said Allister, clearly thinking the same things as Harry. Where's the nearest fireplace? We could use the flow network to get them out of the school. Several corridors away, said Snape. And I don't carry any powder. I believe that there may be a jar in the store cupboard 3 doors down. But there's no way we can leave this room. The Death Eaters will be looking for hostages, and the one student we least want to be taken as a hostage happens to be in this group. Harry saw everybody glance at him, and suddenly, he felt awfully like the king in a game of chess. Were Voldemort's forces perhaps looking for him already? Searching very room, killing anybody who got in their way. We could run, suggested Draco, with a raised eyebrow. We'd never make it, said Hermione, still trying to comfort Ginny. The Death Eaters have all got their wands. They've probably been told to show no mercy. If they see us trying to run somewhere, we'll be killed. Especially if Harry is with us. Wait, Peter. Harry turned to the ghost, with wide, hopeful eyes. You can tell us if anybody's coming, can't you? You know everything about the castle. Peter nodded solemnly. I do. There's a Death Eater patrolling this corridor now. If we even open that door, he'll be onto you like a Krupp on an easel. We need a distraction then, said Harry. If you flew out there, and lured him away, we could all get to the fireplace. Nope, said Peter, shaking his head. I'm in solid form now, Harry. I'd have to open the door, and he'd search the room anyway. Death Eaters aren't stupid. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but then shut it again. He couldn't think of anything to counter this. Peter was right. There was no way out of the room, and it looked as though they would just have to sit tight and wait. Harry slumped against a wall, mentally preparing himself for a long, hard wait, when something came into his vision that made his heart stop. There was a wand tip pointing right between his eyes. He looked up, stunned, sure this was a joke, and saw Snape looking down at him. He tensed up. Professor. Why? What are you? Snape. Leave him alone, said Allister, wearily. This is no time for jokes. Don't move, snarled Snape. His dark eyes glanced at the pure arts master. None of you, or I'll kill him. Consider this the end of the line. But, said Hermione. She was staring between Harry and Snape, horror-struck. Professor, you can't. Give me one good reason why not, said Snape, quietly. Harry was still convinced this was some kind of joke. He edged away, nervously, expecting Snape to suddenly laugh and tell them all how wretchedly gullible they were, but the potions master did nothing of the sort. His wand tip was still between Harry's eyes, and he growled, "Stay there, Potter, you're going nowhere." "What are you playing at?" said Harry, now frightened, trying to back away. Snape smirked. "You think this is all a joke?" he said, in that quiet, maniacally cruel voice. "I don't see anybody laughing. Potter, now, none of you move at all. Get against that wall." He glanced to the far wall behind his desk. "Now. You traitor," Ron whispered. He was very white. I knew it all along. You haven't converted to Dumbledore's side at all, have you? You're still a lying, vile." "Ron," Hermione moaned. "Don't listen to her, Weasley," said Snape. He raised one thin black eyebrow. "And how clever of you to notice. No, I never converted. Dumbledore is a trusting fool of the highest class. All it took was a few confessions, a few pieces of information, and he was protesting my innocence before the ministry. Even let me stay on to teach, even in close quarters with Potter. Think about it. If an ex-Death Eater came to this school, and asked for a position that he knew would involve him teaching Harry Potter, how many of you would give him the job?" He snickered softly, his dark eyes flashing. "Incredible, isn't it?" Harry stared back into the eyes of his friends, all watching him in silence. Peter was quivering with fright and hovering between the wall and the desk. Allister looked furious. His fists were clenched, and his teeth gritted. "You vile treacherous rat," he snarled. "Dumbledore's only mistake was trusting you." Snape chuckled. "Yes, it was, wasn't it? How convenient that his only mistake will lead to his downfall." He shot out a hand as Harry tried to edge away again, and Harry choked, as those cold fingers curled around his throat. Snape gave a minute hiss of pain, relaxing his grip. "Stay still, Potter, don't make me hurt you." "This is impossible," said Harry. He was staring at Snape with wide eyes now, shaking with fright, the wand tip still trained calmly between his eyes. "The bond. You can't do this. It wouldn't let you, it just wouldn't." "No, it doesn't," said Snape, smirking. "That's where my bad luck is coming from. Don't you see? Why would ancient wizards put so much time and effort into protecting a single marriage? The bond knew I was planning to betray you, and it gave me warning signs. Dumbledore really should have noticed, though he didn't. The old man is going senile, so obviously. Admittedly, adultery does come with a price, though nothing as severe as what I was facing." "You haven't been helping me with occlumency, have you?" said Harry, shaking with anger, feeling heat behind his eyes. "All through 5th year, you were opening my mind more. Ron said you were, and I ignored him. I trusted you." Snape chuckled softly again, as cold and deathly as a breath of ice. "Clever boy, Potter, indeed correct. And I may add that you are a terrible legilimens. It was easy to fool you into believing you were doing well this year. I just used a very weak legilimens curse on you, getting progressively simpler, until you were convinced it was your own success at occlumency that was stopping me entering your mind." "What about the Risata?" said Harry. "You saved my life with that draft, and if you hadn't given me it, I would have just died. And you could have killed me when I was in the hospital wing, and it would have just looked like I'd died from the poison." "Think about the prophecy, Potter," said Snape, lazily. "The Dark Lord must kill you by his own hand, or your death will mean nothing. He will still never reach full power. He doesn't know this, but I do. I knew I couldn't kill you myself, or your death would be meaningless, now." He used his grip on Harry's throat to slide him along the wall to the door, his wand still pointed in Harry's face, steady as a rock. "The rest of you, in front, now, and through that door. If anybody makes even the slightest hint that they're going to try and help Potter, I'll maim him so grievously he won't even be able to scream." Silently, the group of people walked to the door. Hermione paused before it, her hand quivering on the handle, before she eased it open. There was instantly a shout, and footsteps heading towards the room, but Snape called out to the approaching Death Eaters. "Hold your curses. I have the Potter boy here." A young Death Eater pulled the door open, and stared in, seeing Snape with Harry by the throat. A horrible, wicked smirk curled his face. "I knew it would be you who got him, sir. The Master will be pleased. Bring him this way. The Dark Lord is expected out in the grounds soon, with the Heliopath leader." "I shall take them to the Great Hall," said Snape, lazily. "I do not want to give the boy any more chance to escape than is necessary, and he could easily slip away through the crowds." Harry glanced up at Snape's face as the treacherous professor said this. Why the Great Hall? Surely Snape could just have Voldemort brought here, to his office. "I don't think that's such a good idea, sir," said the other Death Eater, with a painful expression. "The Master wants Potter outside to him when found, nowhere else." "Explicit orders, sir." Harry saw an odd flicker pass over Snape's face, but it was gone within half a second. The potion's master sneered. "Did you not hear me? The boy will escape, surely. The Dark Lord would rather I kept Potter in a secure environment, rather than have him escape." Harry was starting to wonder. It was a very stupid thing to doubt Voldemort's explicit orders, and Snape should know that. For another thing, it wouldn't be that hard to keep a good grip on Harry whilst leading him outside. And Harry realized that he was still clutching his bag, and in there, he had all sorts of methods for escape, things that Snape had given him personally. Snape wasn't an idiot. He would have taken it off Harry, if he really wanted to render the group harmless. "But, sir, the Dark Lord," quivered the young Death Eater. "Very well," Snape snapped. "Take the spares, make sure they don't try anything. I shall stay at the back with Potter." The Death Eater nodded, and then dragged the other prisoners through the door, his wand drawn from up one black sleeve, trained on the group closely. "Move," he commanded. "No fast moves, head out for the entrance hall." They all started walking, and once or twice, Ron and Hermione looked back at Harry with wide eyes. Snape still had that tight grip on his throat, and it looked as though he wasn't going to let go. Harry saw Ron hesitate, looking scared, and then he mouthed, simply, "Bye." Harry felt a sting at that, and he whispered it back. Then Ron was pulled out of sight down a side passage heading for the entrance hall. Snape, to Harry's great surprise, murmured, "Very well done, Potter." "What?" said Harry, staring up at him, though Snape was keeping his eyes averted and counting doors. "Don't be an idiot, boy," said Snape, quietly, as he pulled Harry over to one of the doors and wrenched it open. "Flow powder. What are you going to do to me?" said Harry, with wide eyes, desperately struggling against the potion's master's hold. "Send you to the Weasleys," said Snape, distractedly. He was still clinking through various jars, until finally, he found one he needed. "I'll tell them you escaped. The Dark Lord will blame Kensington for making me drag you all the way through the school, yes." "But," said Harry, worriedly, still finding it hard to swallow. "Voldemort actually wants me, you realize. You just made some big confession, if you forgot." "Then I'm a liar," said Snape vaguely, as he unscrewed the lid of the jar. "I had to make your school friends believe I was really turning you in. None of them can act." "So, you're not on Voldemort's side." Snape gave him a very patronizing look. "Use your brain, Potter. The only way I could get you out of that room was if you were under the guard of a Death Eater. I was lying, but it's all gone wrong. I expected him to let me take you all to the Great Hall, and there's a particularly large fireplace there. Damn it all. I shall send you to the Weasley house, tell Arthur what is happening, while I go and track down the others." "You screwed up," said Harry, worriedly. "Voldemort's now got all my friends, and Aleister, and Peter. And they're all hostages. Dumbledore won't let them all die, and I'll end up traded to Voldemort in exchange for all their lives. You've just made things worse." "I have not," Snape hissed, angrily, as he scooped the powder into his pockets and gave Harry 2 handfuls just in case. "The highest priority of every person in this castle is to get you to a safe place." "Oh," So it's great if every single other person here dies, but as long as I'm fine," said Harry, getting equally angry. "I don't care about me, I want to save my friends." Snape looked as though he would throttle Harry, grasping him by the arm and leading him down the corridor. "Listen to me, Potter, and listen well. You, a 16-year-old adolescent. Not a trained wizard. You do not have any extraordinary skill, or luck, and the only thing you are is foolish. Just one of those Death Eaters could kill you without blinking, and there are hundreds, boy. If you don't realize." "Ah," said a soft voice, suddenly interrupting from down the corridor. "Snape, what a pleasant surprise." Harry looked up at the owner of the voice, and choked as Snape's arm instantly coiled around his neck and grasped him tightly. The Death Eater just languishing on the corner was fairly tall and thin, his face covered by a mask, though Harry had heard that voice before. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.